Good morning. Good morning. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. All right, I think we got people's attention. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Commission for Behavioral Health meeting. I am so excited to be here. My name is Mayra Alvarez, and I'm honored to serve as the new chair of the commission and to have Commissioner, thanks. And to have Commissioner Al Rolette serve as our vice chair. As this is the first meeting of the year, we're grateful to see so many familiar faces in the room and on the screen, and to welcome our new faces to this space. I want to thank you for attending today's meeting. I'm also incredibly excited to see our newest commissioners here with us. We're going to talk about them a little bit more later today, so give me a moment. I'm looking forward to that opportunity. But before we begin, to ground us in our purpose, we're going to kick off each meeting with a slide that outlines our strategic goals. At the start of last year, those of you that are familiar with these conversations know that we approved our strategic plan for 2024 to 2027. As you'll see on the slide in front of you, this outlines our goals as part of our strategic plan and really emphasizes the advancement of our mission toward well-being for all Californians. Again, for those new to this space, you'll also notice that on your agenda, there are specific icons next to various areas that are being discussed today. Those icons are meant to connect you with the strategic plan goals associated with each agenda item, again, grounding us in our purpose and, frankly, giving you all the opportunity to hold us accountable to the goals that we've identified together. And now we will take roll and establish a quorum. Before we do that, I just want to really quickly note that under Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act, any commissioners who are participating remotely, please keep your camera on at all times. You'll also be asked during roll call to disclose if there are any other adults over the age of 18 in the room with you during the meeting, as well as your nature of your relationship with these individuals. So I'm going to hand it over to Sandra now to take the roll.
Good morning, commissioners. Commissioner Baer, Commissioner Burnick, Commissioner Bontrager.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here, and remote, and no one in the room.
Thank you. Commissioner Brunch.
Present.
Commissioner Callan. Here. Commissioner Carnevale.
Here.
Commissioner Chambers. Commissioner Contreras.
And there are no other adults in the room.
Thank you. Designee Schwartz. Thank you. Commissioner Cross. Commissioner Gordon.
Here.
Designee Pulmano. Here. Commissioner Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss. Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson.
Present.
Commissioner Southard. Commissioner Tsai. Vice Chair Roulette.
Present.
Chair Alvarez.
Here.
We have quorum.
I think that deserves a round of applause. There's a lot of new bodies in the room. So I'm now going to move on to agenda item number 2, which is announcements and updates. We have a number of announcements this morning, but each are important to the purpose of the work we have here together. So I ask for your attention and engagement in this particular component of our agenda. So as we begin the new year, I really want to take a moment to acknowledge the great amount of turmoil, uncertainty, and frankly, fear that many of the communities we seek to serve are experiencing as a result of the changes in the political climate, as a result of disasters that have been happening in California, and frankly, just as a result of many of the challenges of an unstable economy that many of our families are facing. For those of us in California, and in particular the Los Angeles area, welcome Commissioner Tsai, There is the continued devastation and recovery from the recent fires. I want to highlight that we have set aside time on our agenda to hear, particularly from Los Angeles County's Department of Mental Health, on the urgent needs arising from those recent wildfires and what can be done to help with those needs. Kayleen Gilbert from the LA Department of Mental Health is going to be updating the commission, but she's not able to join us until 10 a.m., which is why we moved the agenda to reflect her availability. Although the fires are technically out, our hearts continue to go out to everyone in the LA area as we work towards a just and equitable recovery, and as our families, friends, and neighbors work to put their lives back together. So more to come on that discussion as the meeting continues. I also want to welcome again a group of new commissioners. We'd like to welcome in particular, I'm going to say, and if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, please emphasize that. We're getting to know each other. This is a space where we want to make sure we're building community and connection. So please don't be shy. I'd like to welcome Pam Byer, filling the seat of a person with experience in community-defined evidence practices. Michael Bernick, filling the seat of a representative of an aging or disability organization. Robert Callan Jr., filling the seat of a family member of a child with a substance use disorder. Chris Contreras, filling the seat of professional with expertise in housing and homelessness. Mackenzie Cross, filling the seat of a person 25 or younger who has or had a substance use disorder or mental health disorder. I also want to welcome Mackenzie's family here with us. Assemblymember John Harabedian, Karen Larson, filling the seat of a person who has or had a substance use disorder. The Assembly's designee, Rosalind or Roz Pulmano. Marvin Southard, filling the seat of a current or former county behavioral health director. And the Senate's designee, Marjorie Schwartz. Welcome. We are so glad to have you all here. Your contributions, your expertise, your perspective will strengthen the work of this commission and our collective work to advance the well-being of Californians. So we're looking forward to some additional time towards the end of the announcement for you all to say a few words. And we also have some department representatives joining today to welcome our newest commissioners. One quick announcement. Today is this is our first meeting of 2025, and in March we will have a 2-day meeting. This is intentional to bring many of our commissioners up to speed on the work of the commission, but also to continue the learning journey. Those of us that have been on this commission for years are still learning, are still evolving, and particularly with the passage of Prop 1, there is much to learn and to reflect on. So it will include an orientation and training as well as additional discussions on topics as they move forward. So details for that are forthcoming. Okay, so now Commissioner or Vice Chair Rolette and I want to open this meeting where we left off our last conversation when we were elected. I want to say a few words about our commitment really to ensuring that we are transparent in the planning and implementation of our initiatives, and building on our comments around having a firm commitment to really reestablishing the public's confidence in the work of this commission, especially at such a historic time for California and for the people we seek to serve. At the outset of this, the first meeting since our transition to our new name and to welcoming several new commissioners, I want to share 5 areas where the operations of this commission now and will continue to be different under this leadership. First, and you'll see from this morning's agenda, we have invited our advocacy partners into our regular meetings on a rotating basis so that we can hear directly from them about how the constituency's needs and expectations can best be met by our actions. And not only the actions of this commission, but our collective work with our administration partners, with stakeholders across the state, to really be responsive to what our community is saying they need. Meeting those needs must be our highest priority. Second, and we'll discuss this in greater detail in March and you'll get more information, the commission will be adopting a committee structure to allow for both greater commissioner engagement and public input in commission operations in the areas of our policy priorities, including legislation, program implementation, and budget. Third, and only except for emergency needs, all future solicitation for proposals, services, and contracts will be agendized. They'll be clearly explained, and following opportunity for public comment, they'll be authorized by a public vote of the commission. In reviewing many of our current agreements, we realize that there may be one or more that, while worthy, may not have been fully explained at the time of their approval, and we will be bringing those back, starting today, in fact, to formalize them. If you, as commissioners or as members of the public, have questions or specific suggestions, we encourage you to please raise them by sending an email to a staff member or to one of us. Fourth, any future contracts proposed to be awarded under the Commission's sole source or even limited source authority will be disclosed as such, and the Commission must be satisfied with the need to bypass competitive procurement. And then finally, while the need may arise for speedy action on items, particularly business or everyday matters, any contracts or funding commitments, regardless of size, that are entered into under the Executive Director's authority prior to Commission approval will be reported at the next following meeting. And the circumstances by which we had to undertake that process will be explained. These are steps in direct response to feedback heard from community, from commissioners, from staff, and we ask for your continued partnership and patience as we move forward. I also want to acknowledge the invaluable work that each of you, whether you're a stakeholder, I shouldn't say stakeholder, whether you're a community member, whether you're a staff person, members of the public, and again, especially the staff, I want to acknowledge the work that you do in our shared work of this commission. Each of you deserve respect and to be treated with the utmost professionalism. While I know that we may not always agree on every decision, we may not always agree on even the approach to making that decision. It is open communication, active listening, and honoring diverse perspectives that are going to be the foundation of how we work together. All of us on this commission are committed to ensuring that every conversation is grounded in mutual respect and understanding. We all deserve an environment where our expertise is valued, where concerns are heard, and where our well-being is prioritized. Together, we're going to build a future, we're going to build a culture of respect, collaboration, and shared purpose. And I thank you for being part of that process with us. So with that, I'm going to pause and I'm going to hand it to my vice chair for additional comments and to open us up with today's broader discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, new commissioners. Good morning, members of the public. And hello to staff. And again, as our chair said, this is our first meeting of 2025. So again, welcome. As it is in one community that I'm pleased to be a part of, turn to your neighbor and say, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I want to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to transparency, accountability, respectful discourse in all aspects of our work on the commission. As stated by the chair, as we move forward, all future solicitations for proposals, services, and contracts will be formally agendized, clearly explained, and following an opportunity for a public comment, brought to a public vote for authorization by this commission. We welcome and encourage public engagement. Your voice is essential in ensuring that we continue to serve our communities with integrity and accountability. It is the hallmark of the Prop 1 Commission. We also acknowledge that for many, this is a time of, again, as the chair said, overwhelming trepidation for some. Without question, the fires in Los Angeles and the discourse in some places is less than affirming, and the fires are clearly quite dysregulating. Our hearts go out to all of those affected directly by the fires, and we hope and I pray that the resolutions will come that will cause communities to continue to advance who have been affected by those fires. I want to conclude my comments in honor of, again, what happens in our country in the month of February. It is often identified by many as Black History Month. So I honor this, at this time, remarks made by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who said, "The ultimate measure of a person is not where they stand in moments of comfort and convenience, but where they stand at times of challenge and controversy." May this commission move forward, advancing that commitment to stand in a moment of challenge and controversy with a shared commitment to be thoughtful, respectful in our discourse and dialogue, even in the face of disagreements and uncertainty. This commission will be transparent in our decision-making process and always affirm the best of the people of the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Rolette. I'm going to build on your comments, acknowledging that February is Black History Month, this important time to recognize and celebrate the incredible contributions of Black individuals in history and today. And one of the things that I've been doing to get through this challenging time that feels like we're working from all directions to support our families is to recognize that we stand on the shoulders of giants. So I want to take a moment and acknowledge just a few of, in particular, Black mental health leaders that allowed us to be in this position today. Folks like Drs. Mamie and Kenneth Clark, who are famously known for their revolutionary doll studies, which really highlighted the impact of racism and segregation on African American children, and that led to them being key witnesses or expert witnesses in Briggs versus Elliott, which is one of the cases related to Brown versus Board. Folks like Dr. Inez Beverly Prosser, who's considered to be the first Black woman to earn a PhD in psychology, and who focused her work on the effects of racism on the development of Black children's identity and mental health, which led to some of the groundbreaking work to desegregate our schools in the United States. Dr. Francis Sumner, known as the father of Black psychology, whose work really focused on equality and racial justice within the education system, and whose biggest impact was really aiding the next generation of successful Black psychologists, including the recently referenced Kenneth Clark. Dr. Joseph White, who wrote a groundbreaking article called Toward a Black Psychology and passionately advocated for the creation of Black psychology, really applying that white psychology to Black people, unfairly created the illusion of Black inferiority. He also founded the Association of Black Psychologists that I know commission staff have been fortunate to meet with here in California. And even folks that are leading this work today, like Yolo Akili, who is a non-binary award-winning writer, healing justice worker, yogi, and the founder and executive director of BEAM, Black Emotional and Mental Health Collective. If you're not familiar with BEAM, I encourage you to look at the work that they do in developing interventions to teach Black-centered crisis support skills, to talk about community healing, and in particular focusing on conversations around Black men and anti-patriarchal mental health. Black history is today, Black history is yesterday, and Black history is tomorrow. So knowing that, I want to thank Commissioner Bunch, who identified for the commission a very powerful poet that speaks to the power of Black history today, yesterday, and tomorrow, and that we hope will join us for our March 25th and 26th meetings. So thank you, Commissioner Bunch. So with that, I want to pause and see if anyone else wants to share some comments before we continue with our additional announcements.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
I really appreciate your comments, both you and the Vice Chair. I want to make a comment, just a suggestion, if you will, about how we start our meetings. I used to have the moniker as the newest commissioner, but no, that's no longer. I have some new friends, and I'm glad that they're all here. In my organization, we start our meetings with what we call a caring moment. And it's a way for us to center ourselves about why we're there, who we're working for, and it gets us, it's a great reminder that who we're working for and what we're trying to do. And I just want to suggest we think about potentially doing something like that here. It's a way to share great things that the staff are working on that we may not know about, to lift those things up, but to share the work that we do and how it touches people. And I think that's what we're about. And in getting us refocused there at the beginning of a meeting, I think would be a great way to start. Just a suggestion.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Commissioner Robinson. Okay, so some additional announcements. As we kick off our new initiative on peer respites, this is one of the final priorities that were chosen by the Commission for the Mental Health Wellness Act grant program. Commissioner Chambers, there she is. Commissioner Chambers is going to be leading staff on a series of informational and educational site visits. This has been a topic of conversation over various meetings, and the opportunity to have a learning journey around peer respite is one that I think many of us welcome. So these visits that are scheduled for early March will help staff gather insights to inform their next steps as they develop a concept paper to present to the Commission later this year. So thank you, Commissioner Chambers.
I just want to thank you for uplifting the initiatives and Will for your continued commitment to the work that the past commissioners have put so much effort in to make sure that peer respites are uplifted in our continuum of care. Just so that, and I know they'll be doing the white paper, but peer respites are a way to employ individuals with lived experience with mental health issues, substance use issues, the trauma, to use their lived experience in a trained way to support in a diversion of hospitalizations. We call them like wellness retreats, and peers have been found major success in that. And I believe that with our integrated care, with CalAIM, and with a number of initiatives to really leverage workforce and to reduce hospitalization stays, the peer respite is one amazing way, and I'm happy that the state of California, and I'm honored to work with everyone else that wants to work in this, and I just want to say thank you, and I'm privileged.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're looking forward to that. So the other piece of the other announcement is that the Commission recently released 3 requests for proposals. So the team has been quite busy in releasing those RFPs. The first was the Immigrant and Refugee Advocacy RFP, followed by the 0 to 5 Maternal Behavioral Health RFA, and last week, the K through 12 Advocacy RFP was released. These requests for proposals can be found on the Commission's website at bhsoac.ca.gov. And these funding opportunities really represent the Commission's efforts to respond to the specific needs of children 0 to 5 by incorporating some of the Commission's vision for prevention and early intervention, as well as our commitment to bring the voice of our K through 12 students and our immigrant and refugee communities together to support advocacy, training, and education. These RFPs and the support they'll offer communities across the state really could not come at a more opportune time. Again, I already acknowledge that we're living in a very heavy political climate where many of our Californians are unsure about their safety and well-being. Many states, both California and across this country, are expressing concern about recent actions by the federal government around immigration policies, LGBTQ rights, and the availability of federal funding to support behavioral health objectives. California has the largest immigrant and refugee population of any other state, and there are particular concerns about this administration's approach to immigration, particularly for DACA recipients, for children in immigrant families, and just the overall stricter enforcement of immigration laws and what that means. What we're seeing is an increase in anxiety for many undocumented immigrants, but also many immigrants who are part of mixed status families, again, over the potential deportation or separation of families. Additionally, the current administration's stance on the rights of our LGBTQ brothers and sisters brings uncertainty around the protections for LGBTQ individuals, the rollback of certain protections, such as the ban on transgender people serving in the military or changes to healthcare regulations, again, leading to fear that federal policies would undo the progress made in LGBTQ rights. So in addition to this, we are also hearing concerns about the potential for losing federal funds for many of our core public health initiatives that obviously center the behavioral health of our communities. Overall, it's this shift in policies and also in rhetoric that have brought increased tension to our state and uncertainty to our behavioral health partners and our community members. So it is the commitment of this commission to work with other state agencies, as well as the governor's office, as well as the legislature, to ensure that the behavioral health needs of all of our communities remains a top priority. So thank you for being part of that work with us. So lastly, I want to open it back up to our newest commissioners to say a few words, as well as invite representatives from the California Health and Human Services Agency, the California Department of Veteran Affairs, and the California Department of Housing and Community Development to welcome any new commissioners. If any members of the public would like to say a few words, we welcome those during the next item, which is public comment. So please be ready for that as well. I think for our newest commissioners, we'd welcome hearing from you what led you to this position and seeking this role. And if it's okay with you, we'll go in alphabetical order. Does that work? Okay, so let's start with Commissioner Baer.
Hello, I'm Pam Baer, San Francisco. I am honored to sit on this commission. I've become an advocate for mental health. I've lost a nephew years ago and created a mental health, behavioral health fund at the General. I've been on the San Francisco General Hospital board for almost 25 years, a lifetime director. And in piggybacking on Black History Month, one of my mentors in this area was Bernard Tyson, who gave me the mentorship to really dig in deep in the mental health arena. And I have just enjoyed being a community advocate in this space, and I hope to be of help.
Thank you for being with us. Michael Burnick, Commissioner Michael Burnick.
I'm Mike Burnick. I actually have been in the employment field, known Will I've been for 45 years. So my hope, Chairwoman, is that I might be able to focus on and bring some value or experience in terms of employment for adults with mental health, severe mental health issues, as well as other behavioral issues and so forth. I think we're still as a state in a very primitive stage in terms of employment for people with mental health challenges and behavioral challenges. I particularly am involved with projects for workers with developmental differences, most of all autism, but we have a lot of comorbidities. So if I can be useful, that's the one, Chairwoman, that's the one area I'm hoping to focus on and learn from I've already learned from our staff in terms of, are there insights from the behavioral sciences and neurosciences that can improve our employment programs for these populations?
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Commissioner Callan.
Hi, happy to be here and honored. Welcome, everyone. I am really excited to be on this committee. I've devoted, through my own personal experience with substance abuse, substance use disorder, and other people in a large family that I have a lot of experience through my own journey of what I find works and what doesn't work. And I've spent a lot of my time in the last 33 years focusing on that and what it takes to get someone off the streets and into a productive and successful, happy life in society. And I really would like to help with my experience in that. Also work with a lot of people that help. I'm interested in people in prison making the transition who have substance use disorder to be effective members in society. And I really like the idea of the peer concept. I find that works. very well. So, anything I can do, I'm really, I love everything I've read and hear, and honored to be on this commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Contreras.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Chris Contreras. I'm so sorry to not be there in person with you guys today, but I'm looking forward to being there with you all in person. I currently work in the supportive housing space and have been really passionate about solving homelessness for the last 10 years. I have been personally very happy and inspired to see the state's understanding and trajectory towards understanding the intersection between stable housing and mental health. And I hope to bring some expertise in the implementation of housing solutions to help sort of bridge that huge gap that exists for those suffering from mental health issues. So thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember John Harabidian and his designee, Raz Pulmano, please. And please tell me if I'm pronouncing his name correctly.
Thank you for allowing us to be here. My name is Rosie Lynn Pulmano. I'm a new member. I work also for the speaker. I think the interest on our part is to, we have SB 326 that we worked on last year that became Proposition 1. And so I think one of the goals that we would like to see for purposes of this commission is to really be consistent with the intent and spirit of that proposition, ensure that the underserved communities in our state, particularly those in rural areas, are also served, people of color, of course, and also make sure that our services that are being provided and the grants that are being approved are, serving a wide array of constituents, and they're culturally competent. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cross.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Cross. I'm originally from Sacramento, California, but I currently reside in Elk Grove at the moment. I have a passion for mental health. It started around age 14 when my journey, I realized that I have major depressive disorder, and I also have high anxiety levels. I know a lot of youth also suffer from this, so I was super excited to see that there was a position open for basically an advocate for the youth to get our voice out there. For my journey, currently, I'm focusing on like self-love, self-care, self-respect, and I really want that to be put out there for our youth and for their families. I think that having those qualities and educating them on those type of qualities is going to help build their own self-worth. And in building their own self-worth, it gives them the opportunity to excel further in different options that they have available. I just like having literacy. Mental health literacy, I think, is extremely important, especially for our youth, because it builds empathy. I think when we talk about implementing mental health in schools, it's really big on saying, is my classmate okay? Do I recognize that there's something that's going on with them, and what can I do to help? Rather than saying, oh, I don't know anything, So I think it's really important to educate our students, but also educate their families as well. Yeah, that's it about me. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Larson.
Good morning. I'm Karen Larson. I'm the CEO for the Steinberg Institute currently, but I come to this seat kind of through my history. When I was 19, I found myself facing a felony for substance-related issues, and was lucky enough and lived a privileged enough life that I was able to find my way past that challenge, and became a peer worker in residential substance abuse, because that's kind of what you do when you get sober young, and did that for several years, and then found my way to the community clinic world, where I worked for 20 years with people with substance abuse disorders and mental health, and integrating into primary care and that kind of thing, and then found my way to Yolo County as their mental health director and public guardian, and eventually as their health and human services director, where I oversaw public health, behavioral health, and social services for that county, and loved every minute of my time there and did that through COVID, which was really hard, and decided it was time for a change and landed here in this position. And so really passionate about the commission's work and being a part of it, and especially at this moment in time when we're looking forward to implementing, the behavioral health transformation and its focus on the inclusion of people living with substance use disorders into our work.
Thank you. Commissioner Southard.
Like Chris, I want to apologize for not being able to be there in person, but I began my career working in the substance abuse field in Kern County, and then went back to school and became eventually the behavioral health director in Kern County. I did that for 7 years, and then was hired to become the mental health director for Los Angeles County, which I served in for 15 years. And as you might imagine, working for the LA County Board of Supervisors can be a challenging experience. But as hard as that sometimes was, the hardest part of my life at that time was our younger son, who developed an anxiety disorder in high school and became addicted in college years, was on the streets in LA. And so I used to spend my evenings trying to help him, get him into sober livings and so forth. And so it was a horribly difficult time, and it made me know, which I already knew, that the only way to achieve success is if the mental health and the substance abuse services are coordinated and linked together essentially. So, and I have a miracle story because eventually, after many trips to ERs and so forth, he succeeded in becoming sober, became a physician, and now runs substance abuse programs in Orange County. And so I know that miracles can happen if the right treatment happens at the right time. And I want to contribute to that. So that's the main reason I'm here in this commission, is to be able to help do that. Secondary reason is I have several good friends on this commission, and spending time with those friends is always a good thing. So I look forward to being there in person in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least is our Senator Cortese's designee, Marjorie Schwartz.
Hi, I'm Marjorie Schwartz. I'm the health policy consultant to the President Pro Tem of the State Senate, currently Senator McGuire, but I'm here representing our appointee, Senator Cortese. Senator Cortese, as you might know, comes from the San Jose area, and Senator McGuire from the far northern part of the state. So I think it is my duty to try to represent these diverse parts of our state as I sit as an honored member of this commission. I started my professional career in law school, and while in law school, I was able to be a student lawyer representing those who were coming into the mental health system. I was an LPS lawyer in the beginning of my career. So I've been on and off associated with mental health issues and behavioral health issues. I also became a consultant to the Budget Committee, where we oversaw the budget of all the behavioral health and mental health departments. And I also, for a time, lobbied for the ACLU. So I feel like I have a very diverse background, which I hope to bring my experiences to the commission. And I do want to focus on accountability, given that the legislature has appropriated or authorized substantial amounts of funds over the years for behavioral health and mental health services. I feel like in my position, I hope to emphasize accountability. And I apologize, but Roz and I have to sneak out for an hour and a half for staff meetings, and we will be back.
Thank you, absolutely. There's going to be a little bit of that throughout the day. So I just want to really extend a deep appreciation for the new commissioners and your comments and for sharing your stories. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but it's very powerful. It's very powerful to hear both the professional, but definitely the personal experiences you're bringing to this work. And I'm looking forward to getting to know each of you more. But for now, I'm excited to invite Stephanie Welch, the Deputy Secretary of Behavioral Health for the California Health and Human Services Agency, to say a few words and invite other representatives to speak. Please, Stephanie.
Oh, let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. I have a big smile on my face because what an exciting group of people we have. Tremendous compassion and tremendous expertise. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Behavioral Health for our Health and Human Services Agency. In that role, I represent our secretary and our 12 departments and 5 offices on all behavioral health policy issues. I also support implementing the vision of our administration, the governor and the governor's office, and hope to be an incredible partner and collaborator with all of you in your newly formed selves. With your new name as the Behavioral Health Commission, it makes it a lot easier for all of us to refer to you. And I think one thing I just wanted to share, when we were thinking about modernizing and updating the Mental Health Services Act, we really felt it was imperative to include some additional perspectives on the commission because of the need to really think through how to best make this work, not only here at the state level and at the local level. I get very excited about some of the things, the key things that we were able to accomplish with updating the Mental Health Services Act. One, which was the inclusion of a focus on substance use disorders. The other, the inclusion of thinking of housing as health. And of course, really lifting up communities that we have not been successful serving, whether that be older adults, youth, diverse ethnic and racial communities. I loved hearing about people being passionate about rural communities, and I hope that you and your expertise can assist us with all of that. I bring with me today a couple of my peers and colleagues that you probably haven't had a chance to meet with. And we really want to make sure that you know that we're accessible to all of you. There's a lot going on and a lot to know and learn, and we're here today to just welcome you and also encourage you to reach out to us. Your staff has been tremendous. Since the transition, we have monthly meetings, maybe even more than that. All of our departments that have responsibilities within the BHSA, the Department of Healthcare Services, the Public Health Department, as well as our Healthcare Access and Information Department, which is doing our workforce initiative, all have regular meetings with your staff. And so I'm really excited about the new collaboration that we have moving forward. And with that, I'm going to introduce you to my friends and have them talk. We spent a lot of time together too. So while we're coordinating with you and working with you, we also are collaborating deeply with 2 of our partners who specifically have really important roles with the bond. But what we're learning is because all of the work that they do is essential and integrated into our goals around the BHSA, making sure that people have access to stable, affordable, long-term housing, and making sure that we're serving veterans and other communities that are experiencing disparities, that we know that we're going to continue to utilize our departments for their expertise on how best to do these things. So without that, I'll just turn it over to Zach to say hello.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Stephanie. Zach Olmstead, pleasure to meet all of you. I'm the Chief Deputy Director at our California Department of Housing and Community Development. So our department has a number of roles, of course, in state government, and especially as it relates to housing and homelessness. Chief among them, we are implementing about $2 billion of Proposition 1 through the bonds that help create more permanent supportive housing. for our target populations. And so we build on a lot of work we've already done with this, the No Place Like Home program. I was involved in the Mental Health Services Act early housing program, and have been at the department since 2016, but have been working in housing and homelessness for over 20 years. Got my start in direct service at permanent supportive housing, which got me the bug to become an advocate, especially around homelessness, and I've been happy to carry that into the department and into this administration, of course. And so really just look forward to the partnership with all of you, and welcome certainly all the new members and all of you. Really excited about the work that we have. Our money's out on the street. We already have a couple applications within what we're calling Home Key Plus. You may be familiar with that Home Key program we've launched in 2020, and we've done several rounds. And so the Proposition 1 funds build on that model. And we're really excited to be working within all the communities of California and with all of you to help deliver that to be a reality. So welcome, and look forward to the partnership to come.
Thanks, Zach. So I'm Roberto Herrera. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Veteran Services at the California Department of Veteran Affairs. Outside of working very closely with our partners at HHS and BCSH and HCD regarding veterans housing solutions, whether that's through the Veterans Housing and Homelessness Prevention Program or even through Home Key Plus, making sure that the services that are provided to those in those permanent supportive settings are culturally competent to veterans, that they recognize the specialized needs of veterans and their families when they're in that setting. Beyond that, the department, and specifically the Veteran Services Division, we train and accredit all county veteran service officers throughout the state for representation for disability claims and awards to veterans and their survivors for injuries that were incurred in service. But one thing particularly among many other functions, we have programming on DoD installations throughout the state. We certify institutions to higher learning and non-college degree granting programs for receipted GI Bill funds. But beyond all of those things, one thing to keep in mind is just because you're a veteran doesn't mean that you're eligible for VA. And that's where coming into the importance of building community around a community-based system of care for veterans and their families. And really looking at how can community services recognize veteran status, identify veteran status, and make sure outside the lens of the VA that services that provide, again, are culturally competent and recognize the specialized needs, while also bringing in, especially now as we go into 2025 and looking at July 2026 with the development of integrated plans throughout counties, making sure that the recognition of veterans in the community are an integral part of the implementation of Prop 1. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So thank you for joining us today and for your words. I appreciate you all being with us and look forward to working together. That concludes our announcements for this morning. Thank you. Again, I want to welcome everyone to today's meeting, and we're going to move on to agenda item 3, general public comment. This time is reserved for comments on items that are not on the agenda. So Mariani, if you could please lead us into the public comment.
Thank you, Chair. A reminder that live meeting transcription or closed captioning is available for anyone participating in the meeting. If that option is not currently visible, please activate the closed captioning feature located in the control bar at the top or bottom of your screen. If anyone is interested in making public comments regarding the announcements or any other item not on the agenda, please make those during this general public comment time. If you have any technical questions, please contact staff at 916-500-0577. If there are any members of the public using translation technology, please notify the chair, and at least twice the amount of time will be given to you during the public comment period. For members of the public in the room, if you have not already, please use one of the green public comment cards located at the front to indicate you would like to make comment on this item and any other agenda items. Cards can be given to staff located at the front table. Members of the public can also email us public comment at publiccomment@bhsoac.ca.gov. Comments submitted 72 hours prior to the commission meeting will be shared with commissioners at the upcoming meeting. Comments submitted outside of that window will be shared at a future meeting. Please keep in mind that public comments submitted to this email address will not receive a written response. I will now go over public comment procedure. If you would like to comment on an agenda item, please wait until that item starts. We will do our best to take comments in the order they are received. Once the public comment period for the agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue, so please make requests to comment now. You may request to make public comment by submitting a card, clicking the raise hand icon on your computer or the app, or if calling in by phone, push *9. You will then be placed in a queue to comment on that agenda item. When it is your turn to comment, I will call you to the podium or unmute your line and announce your name or the last 3 digits of your telephone number. Please be mindful that when you are unmuted, we are able to hear you. For virtual comments, I will insert the word last comment next to the commenter's name or number to identify the last public comment. Members of the public should be prepared to complete their comments within 3 minutes or less, depending on time constraints. When we have reached the end of your time, our staff will let you know, but we will let you finish your thoughts. We don't mean to cut anyone off, but we do want to help everyone keep time. We truly appreciate your understanding with this process. We will now begin with in-room comments. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium to make comment. Chair, we currently have 1 in-room comment. Our comment is from Stacy Hiramoto.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stacy Hiramoto with REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. I just wanted to really give a warm welcome to the new commissioners. You know, I'll be honest, many of us were thinking, oh dear, the commission is going to be almost doubled. And I had my doubts, but hearing your backgrounds and your passion and your willingness to tell us your stories, I was truly moved. I really was. And I really look forward to working with you. And I also work very closely with the California Reducing Disparities Project. And I know a lot of them are going to be on this call, and they're very excited too. I was going to tell you a little bit about REMCO and the CRDP, but I'll save that for another time because, Chair Alvarez, I have to tell you, you took my breath away. It is a new day. The announcements that you made, I cannot tell you. I really wanted to sing. The changes that are coming. I don't know if I ever thought we would ever see these things that really all good commissions and bodies should do. Have committees where there could be truly communication and collaboration with the community. Vetting the contracts and not having, frankly, secret deals behind closed doors. I cannot tell you. It's a new day. I am thrilled, and I really want to thank you, and also the staff, because I know, and the other commissioners that support these changes. I have been coming to these meetings almost since the inception of the commission. I've seen it go through a lot of changes, but I don't think I've ever had the kind of hope that I feel right now. So thank you.
Thank you. That was our last in-room comment. We will now move to virtual comments. We currently have 3. Our first comment is from Steve McNally. Your line is open.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Hello, my name's Steve McNally. I'm from Orange County. I'm on a local behavioral health advisory board, and I have a family member appointed, and I'm also the father of a son with schizophrenia who all his relationships have been restored, primarily through building trust and honesty, honest conversations, and appreciating people for who they are, not what they could be. I want to echo everything that Stacy did and said, but I also wanted to bring up a couple things. One is, it was very good to see your honorable chair and vice chair at the California Behavioral Planning Commission. Your commission, as the new members may or may not know, has a seat at that table. It's about 40 people, including 7 state agencies that give you access to some of the people that were introduced earlier from the state. Also, the state has welfare and institution code responsibilities assigned to every county board, which in our county is 14 citizens plus a supervisor. One thing that makes that particularly pretty much unfunded association is that it gives you 59 electeds in addition to over 900 citizens. So if we could, as a group, think about closing that loop or using the influence that you have and bringing it to the local level, I think it'd be really, really valuable to the communities to get things implemented, because a great program that is unclear to the community may not get implemented as well as it could. The other is I'd ask that each of you, and I was also stricken by each of the new commissioners, and sometimes in mentoring and mentee relationships, you learn from both the reciprocal and you learn from both. So already I would suggest that the new commissioners are way ahead on identifying their personal connection to why they're here. As Simon Sinek would say, know your why, and Brene Brown's vulnerability, which gives deeper connection and separates the title from that we're all on this journey together. And an example of that would be, I went to a Prop 36 meeting in our county, and I can't see a clock, but I'm sure it's going to stop soon. Oh, there it is in the corner. Another unfunded opportunity for the counties. And our sheriff has a big role at the state association, Sheriff Brown. It'd be really good to bring us all together. As good. Thank you very much. I hear you. And gives us the opportunity to give everyone together. And then lastly, Southern California, 4 counties that share 1 TV market, 1 radio market, and 2 newspaper groups represents 45% of California's need. So that opportunity is amazing if we choose to look into it. Thank you very much for your graciousness and for letting the public be part of this.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Jay. Your line is open.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission for Behavioral Health. My name is Jay Calcagno, and I am here on behalf of the California Behavioral Health Association, also known as CPEHN. First, we'd like to congratulate and welcome all of the new commissioners and greatly appreciate the opportunity to provide public comment. CPEHN represents a broad network of behavioral health providers and businesses serving over 2 million Californians across the lifespan. First, we'd like to echo the chair and vice chair's comments during the opening on respectful discourse, recognizing the impact of the Los Angeles wildfires and the commemoration of Black History Month during February. Today, we're here to highlight the need for robust funding for community-based organizations, especially in supporting providers in navigating the implementation complexities of behavioral health transformation under Proposition 1. And between the state's various ongoing efforts to create a more equitable behavioral health system for all Californians, it is imperative for the Commission to consider supporting providers on matters of funding, documentation, integration, and workforce development. Thank you, and we appreciate the opportunity to provide public comment.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Laurel. Laurel, your line is unmuted.
Good morning, especially to the new commissioners. My name is Laurel Ben-Hamida, and I am a member of REMCO, the Reducing Mental Health Disparities Coalition, and Muslim American Society Social Services Foundation, based in Sacramento, not far from your meeting, but with a statewide reach. I want to echo everything Stacy said. We really have hope for the future now that things have been improved, even with this meeting. I think you go from, rock bottom, you can only go up. I want to talk to you just for a second about Sacramento and the state of California. Surrounding you in Sacramento County and Yolo County, you have a very, very diverse population. Yolo County, many people from the former British India, now Pakistan and India. We have Bosnians who came in the 90s. We have Palestinians who came since the 1940s. We have about 10,000 Afghans who came just after Kabul fell several years ago, because there were already so many Afghans here. They had friends and family here. We have Syrians who've seen their country go through a lot as well. We have Iraqis. We have Yemenis. We have people from the former Soviet Union, Uzbekis, Kazakhstanis. So these people all live around where you're meeting. I think that one thing to be aware of is that many of these are youth, and the school board member, Dave Gordon, who is with the County Board of Education, can tell you more about the really amazing efforts that the schools in Sacramento are making to try to help these children and their families. PTSD and ongoing trauma from new events in their home countries are a terrible problem for these families. I'd invite you maybe to make a school tour and a bakery tour and a restaurant tour of Sacramento one day. And just as a last word, Ramadan is starting tomorrow. And so many people in the state will be fasting for the next month during the day. Of course, young children are exempted from that. And of course, it's not a compulsion, but something to think about. It's a very special month for most people, and they want
Thank you, Laurel. Your time is up. Please wrap up your comment.
They want to enjoy a spiritual renewal. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. And our last comment is from Dave. Your line is open.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm on the California Behavioral Planning Council. I'm also on the Santa Clara Behavioral Health Board, but of course I'm speaking for myself here. I just wanted to introduce myself. I know it's sort of a brand new day in California with Prop 1, and you guys have a board almost as big as the commission, so that's going to be interesting. But yeah, I just wanted to, again, introduce myself, share my perspective. I invite anyone to reach out to me. I'm very passionate about mental health, and my background is actually computer science and technology and product design. So I have an eye for sort of systems design, and I'm a big fan of innovation, setting clear outcomes, measuring against those outcomes, measure often, iterate, that whole product design loop. And I really think we should bring that to government, and especially in mental health services. Other thing I'm a big fan of is paraprofessionals, peer support. I'm actually a certified peer support specialist here in California. In fact, I'm up for renewal. So yeah, and I've done it for NAMI, and I've also been on Crisis Text Line and 7 Cups, and I've seen the power of peer support, and it's a much cheaper way to get support, and it really follows what I consider the tech support model of, phone call for tech support. We need those first level people who have basic training in solving 80% of the problems. And I think paraprofessionals are the way to go. I think we need to lean into that. And the last thing I'll say is I've seen the power of building and strengthening relationships. So I think any programs you do or evaluate, looking at through a lens of how well does this help establish relationships in the community, co-housing programs, home share programs. There's a great example of one in Belgium. If you guys don't know about it, we should really look into it. It's been going on for hundreds of years. So anyway, just thanks for your service, and happy to talk anytime, reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last comment.
Thanks, Mariani. And thank you everyone for your comments and for being with us here today. We are moving on to agenda item number 4. This is a new and exciting item, and again, one that you'll see as a regular standing item as part of our agenda, and that's our advocacy spotlight. At each of our meetings, we will be inviting one of our contracted advocacy organizations to share with the commission the work they're doing to provide advocacy around the state on behalf of and with marginalized and often underserved populations. As a little bit of background for folks that may not know, the commission has advocacy contracts with organizations that represent the needs of multiple populations, including consumers, diverse racial and ethnic communities, families of consumers, immigrants and refugees, K through 12 students, LGBTQ communities, parents and caregivers, transition age youth, and veterans. All of these groups have unique challenges when attempting to access behavioral health resources, and these contracts are intended to ensure that the interests of these populations are represented in both the work that the commission does, but also local behavioral health planning and state-level policymaking. To accomplish their work, the organizations conduct a variety of advocacy activities, training, outreach and engagement, and more around the state. So to start us off on this advocacy spotlight, I'd like to invite Ruqayya Ahmad and Vincent Chu from the California Pan Ethnic Health Network. And we'll then hear from Vatana Piong from the Cambodian Family Organization. And finally, Kiran Savage Sangwan, Executive Director of the California Pan Ethnic Health Network. We're looking forward to having you share with us the exciting advocacy work being done with our diverse racial and ethnic communities, as well as our immigrant and refugee communities. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And Vatana and I are actually just going to cover it today. We had some transportation difficulties. So, but we're really happy to be here. My name is Kiran Savage Sangwan. As the chair said, I'm the Executive Director of the California Pan Ethnic Health Network. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. And if you don't know us at CPEHN, we are a statewide advocacy organization. We work to dismantle structural racism and improve access to health, mental health, and social services across the state of California. We've been around for over 30 years. We were actually founded in the wake of the police beating of Rodney King in LA, when communities of color really felt that there was a need to come together, to stand united, and to recognize the many factors that impact our health and our well-being. And so today we mobilize communities of color to push for public policies that advance health equity and improve health outcomes. Our work is really rooted in community partnerships and policy advocacy. We work to ensure that the voices of historically marginalized communities are heard in decision-making spaces, and in fact that our communities are decision makers ourselves. And I'm going to do the slides too. So, oh, I don't know, it's vibrating. Okay. All right, and so we have been working with the commission for several years now, and we sort of call our work in this initiative the Right to Heal Project, because we believe that health and well-being is a fundamental right, and access to health and mental health care is likewise a fundamental right. We have conducted listening sessions across the state, dozens of listening sessions. You can see many of the partners and where they're from and the communities that they represent up there. We're happy to share more. We have long reports about this, but I'm going to keep it brief today. And I just want to say, you know, when we talk about equity, we believe that equity is fundamentally about power. And I think that sometimes gets lost in the conversation. And, you know, the fact that equity is fundamentally about power is, I think, why it is under attack today by our federal administration, but also why it matters so much to our shared success as the state of California. And our work with the commission, we have always viewed sort of this advocacy contract and the work that we do is about building community power and is about partnering with local governments to shift, to share, and to recognize the power that exists in communities in order to ensure that we all have the opportunity to live with health and wellness. The next slide. Okay. Oh, sorry, one back. Okay, so I'll just say, you know, some of the information we're going to share from you, it comes from over 1,500 community members, advocates, elected officials who have participated in engagements, in listening sessions, in advocacy events that we have done over the last few years. So this is really a reflection of their voices. Next slide. But I also want to share some quantitative data because I think it's really important that we have a shared understanding of where the state of California is when it comes to racial mental health disparities and where the state of California isn't when it comes to racial mental health disparities. This information pertains to Medi-Cal, so it doesn't capture everything, but I think we would probably all agree that Medi-Cal is a fundamental equity program in this state and that what we do there drives so much of how our communities are able to thrive. So you'll see here the data that we present, again, comes from Medi-Cal. It is made possible by legislation that we authored some years ago, we sponsored, sorry, some years ago, to require the publication of outcome and utilization data of Medi-Cal mental health services by race, ethnicity, and language. I will say there's certainly gaps in the data, as there is in a lot of data, but we still think it is something that is worth using as we think about, I think Marjorie talked about earlier, accountability, how to hold our systems accountable, and also how to continuously improve and better serve the communities of California. Next slide. Okay. So this is very small, but hopefully some of you have the paper. So this slide looks at non-specialty mental health services. So this looks at the mental health services that are delivered by our managed care plans in Medi-Cal. And what you'll see is this is by race over time, over 4 years of time. And the dark blue bars are the access rates. So that's people who touch the system once, okay? And then the sort of teal bar is the continued engagement rate. So that's people who had 5 or more services in that calendar year. And we think it's important to look at both because access doesn't mean that you got anything that you needed, right? It means you touched the system once. And in fact, we think that that difference between the dark blue bar and the teal bar is really important to pay attention to because that's how many people sort of dropped off, right? And what you'll see here is you'll see the both access and continued engagement rates are higher for the white population than for communities of color, and there's differences among communities of color, but also that drop-off is greater for some communities. And that's something, again, that we really pay attention to because that tells us something about how our system performs when people make it to the door, right? And we know that a lot of people don't make it to the door, but when people do, right, we really have an obligation to serve them, and there's certainly gaps there. Next slide, please. Okay, and then this looks at, yes, this looks at specialty mental health. This looks at our county system, right, and is the same data. And what you'll see here is a little bit of a flip because you will see the highest rates, the highest bars there for the Black community. And if you were to flip back to the one before, you would see that those bars are really low, right? And so what we know is that we are not reaching some communities with these less intensive services when they need them. And in fact, we are waiting until people really are experiencing severe mental health symptoms and need that higher level of care. And we think that's a fundamental problem with our system. Next slide, please. And the final data I'm going to show you, because this just came out and I think is something we should be paying attention to, is for the first time the department published the data by diagnosis and by race. It's 2022 data, but it was the first time they published it. And we pulled out, because I think it's a significant policy issue, diagnoses of schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorders, where I think a lot of research tells us there's a considerable amount of bias in those diagnoses, and we see that replicated in our own Medi-Cal program. We see very high rates of diagnosis in our Asian Pacific Islander population and in our Black population for schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorders. And if we were to put all the diagnoses up here, you would see sort of lower diagnoses in other conditions. And so we think this is really important to pay attention to from a public policy perspective, particularly as we have crafted policies that specifically make people eligible based on diagnoses, right? We really need to understand that there are real problems with that. There are real disparities, real inequities, and likely misdiagnosis. So I'm going to stop talking about data because I'm going to stop talking about the numbers rather, because I think the most important data comes from the community. And the Cambodian family has been, I'll let Vitana talk about them, but just an incredible partner in this work in Orange County. So really pleased to have Vitana here.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioner, and everyone who is here in the room and also virtually. It is such a great pleasure to be invited here. Thank you to our amazing partner, CPEHN, and the Commission for having me today. My name is Vatana Peng. I'm the Executive Director of the Camboan Family Community Center, which is based in Orange County, California. The Camboan family was founded in 1980 as a resettlement agency helping the Camboan refugee who survived the Camboan genocide. The country got liberated in 1979, and that was the influx of the Camboan refugee coming to the U.S., predominantly resettled in Southern California. And that was time that the Camboan family was founded. And actually, February, we are celebrating our 45th anniversary. We were incorporated in the state of California as a nonprofit in February 1980. So we are so excited to have this opportunity to share with you. And our program has been able to serve over 8,600 clients unduplicated, and also we reach over 66,000 community members across Orange County and neighborhood city as well. Our population is very diverse. We serve about 65% of our clients who identify as Southeast Asian descent, 30% as Latinx, and 5% as other ethnic groups. And we are so excited to share that actually the Camboan family is one of the current grantees for the Immigrant and Refugee Advocacy local organization as well. And I would like to share with you a little bit about our mental health needs among our community. About 62% of our community members meet criteria for PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and 51% meet the criteria for major depressions. We have had a high uninsured population in Orange County among other Asian ethnic groups at 13%. And about 15 traumatic events has been experienced about Camboan populations. And believe it or not, about 80% of our Camboan community in Orange County are not aware of the mental health services and resources due to language barriers and also the lack of the specific outreach and education for the community. And also, as you know, Cambodian language is not one of the county threshold languages in Orange County, and that has posted to a lot of barrier in accessing the services. And I want to point out to the findings that were presented in the CPEHN report is the lack of the culturally linguistically workforce or mental health service provider in our ethnic community. We have in California, we have about over 100,000 Cambodians. In Orange County, we have 11,000 Cambodians. And believe it or not, how many licensed mental therapists in Orange County who are fully bilingual and bicultural in Cambodian? 0. So what we had to do right now, because this is an urgency of providing services to this community, we have to have a non-Cambodian speaking therapist provide mental health counseling services to our Cambodian community. And then we have a Cambodian speaking community health worker sit in and provide interpretations. When the therapist cry and the client cry, the interpreter also cry. And that is the last resort that we can do right now to address the shortage of the bilingual, bicultural mental health workforce in our communities, especially in the ethnic communities. And that is also turning the frustration of inaccessibility to the mental health services to community power. I want to share 2 success stories that we have been able to work on. You know that in 2004, the Mental Health Services Act at that time passed by California voter to better serve individuals with or at risk of serious mental health services. However, the Orange County Cambodian community have not been able to access that services, was left out. And that was 2004, 2005, 6, 7, until 2016, where the community said that it's enough. I have a 65 years old who was not able to access mental health services, who not able to navigate the counseling services, came to us. And we turned that frustration into the advocacy work. We were able to provide them with the leadership we call the community ambassadorship training to empower those 65 years old monolingual to go to their board of supervisor, to meet with their board supervisor. As you can see the picture on your left or right, it depends on where you sit. The first picture was in 2016, where a 65 years old community member spoke to their county board supervisor. And the second picture there is that the 70 years old community members spoke to their county board supervisor about the inaccessibility to the mental health services. Eventually, because of the power that they turn, that I need to advocate. And imagine they are at the podium, have 3 minutes. My God, I do not speak English. I don't know if I'm empowered not to do this, but they now have the power to make changes. They were able to enroll in the Early Intervention Services program called EISOA, which was funded by the county, led by the MACA in Orange County. And then the mental health need was also a feature in the program of the MHSA plan as well. And the second picture, and you know that was 2016, and you imagine that, okay, that is the end of the story. The story is not ended there. In 2014, our community heard that the EISOA program would be ending, and that ethnic serving community organization would not be re-awarded the funding, which would leave over 100 Cambodian adults without access to mental health services. And then the 6 elders came together to provide public comment again, to build their power, to share, to say that this is the much needed that they have been fought for over 8 years. And this is the power of the community. This is what we have built for. And I want to share that this is so important to invest locally, to invest directly in the ethnic community, and to build people power. And this is part of the commission work. And I want to appreciate you and want to thank all the staff who have been working closely with CBO like us to do that as well. And your work has made an impact to build these people who are at home, older adult, monolingual, who are not able to see that they have the power to feel empowered, to take up space, to make changes. Thank you.
Thanks, Vatana. And I'll just really quickly, and I can't really say it better than Vatana did, but we were asked to talk about a couple of the things we think the commission should be focusing on based on all the work that we've done with communities. And so one, I would just say from our perspective for communities of color dealing with mental health challenges, there's sort of a double stigma, right? And 2 forms of discrimination. And we have to recognize that intersectionality. And we believe with the changes with Proposition 1, there's really an opportunity for us to position, I think, counties in partnership with the community-based organizations and the community organizing groups to help educate our other systems that we're trying to bring to the table to really help address on the front end to do stigma reduction, to prevent discrimination, but really we have to educate the other systems that we're bringing to the table. When we're bringing criminal justice to the table, we've got a lot of work to do, right? And so I think that's a place where this commission can play a really key role. And the next slide, Vatana talked about language access. This is a huge, huge issue, and we believe the county integrated plans are a really important place for us to address language access. And in fact, that each county should have within their integrated plan a specific approach to language access for behavioral health services in their county, where they are able to identify what are the needs beyond the threshold languages, as Vatana brought up, and how these will be addressed throughout their continuum of care, because this has just gone on for many years, right? We're legally required to provide language access. We do it very poorly in most cases, and it means that people suffer. It means that people drop out of services. It means that people get the wrong services. It means that people are fundamentally disempowered. Next slide, please. And then support organizing as a behavioral health strategy. I think the commission is already modeling this, right? Because you actually fund and support advocacy, and you're very unique in doing that. But I think it's really, the commission can play a role in helping socialize that idea that what we do and what we support in terms of community advocacy and community organizing, it addresses many of the determinants of behavioral health. And that's the upstream work that we need to be doing. That's also fundamentally what equity is about. And I think the other thing I would say is, we're living, it's been acknowledged many times, we're living in really challenging and frankly scary times. And I think we have to be able to think locally in our communities, what's our inside-outside strategy, right? Like, how do communities partner with county governments to continue to move our equity forward and our racial equity work forward despite the current climate? And I think we can do that with organizing. Next slide. We also think some of the partnerships that we're demonstrating through this work and that are in many other places in the state, that those are the things to build on for this community planning process that's going to be happening. And I know there's been community planning before, right? In the MHSA, it was always an important part, but it was also always a challenging part. And I think our view is that how we do the planning is as important as what the plan says, right? In terms of really making change in our communities. And so we hope this commission could provide models, could provide guidance, could provide learning collaboratives, right? Could play that convener, technical assistance role that you do really well around the community planning process, starting now, right, before counties have to deliver these plans, and that there's a lot of local models we can build on, and we listed a few of them here. And then finally, if we go to the next slide, you know, there's a lot of the work that we've done and that I think encompasses community organizing, but also many other things, is really been around many of the programs that are prevention, that are specifically focused on communities of color that have done incredible work. And this is a shift, right? Proposition 1 is potentially a real shift for how they are part of the system. And I think that we have to think really carefully about that. And we have to think about what is the infrastructure that's needed at the local level to sustain prevention and early intervention programs, because it's not all about the funding, right? It's also about what is the infrastructure that allows people to leverage the strengths of different parts of our system in order to do the good and important work that they do. And so I think the commission has a role to play here, thinking about, are there hub models? Are there ways to support all this work that's happening, right? Which really is about bringing community into systems and having systems change and adapt to meet community where community's at. That's not an easy thing, right? And I think that's a place where the commission really can demonstrate your leadership. And we heard from all of your amazing perspectives, and I think there's a really important role there. So we were asked to keep it brief. We're going to stop, but we're happy to take any questions that folks have. Did you want to say anything else? No? Okay.
Great. Thank you so much, Karen and Vatana. Really impressive work and evidence of advocacy, both at the statewide level as well as at the local level. So appreciate your partnership. I'm going to open it up to commissioners who may have questions. Okay. Commissioner Tsai, Commissioner Chambers, Commissioner Carnevale. There's 3. Okay.
Thank you very much. That was a fantastic presentation. Very, very inspiring. A couple comments and a question. I really appreciate the focus on the API community. I know that, you know, there are different communities of need. I've had a number of conversations with mental health and substance use leadership from across the state about the need for us to better, and really the challenge of better engaging the Asian API community. When we look at our data locally, there is definitely a gap in terms of, that is very consistently the community that is the lowest in terms of individuals who are accessing services. And we don't believe it's because substance use or mental health conditions, as you showed in your data, don't impact that group. So I think that we have some work to do there. I appreciate you highlighting that. A question on the data that you showed around non-specialty managed care plan. So, you know, there were 2 slides. One was focused on specialty. The first one was non-specialty. Mm-hmm. That data, was that specific to public managed care plans, or did that include commercial insurers?
It's Medi-Cal only.
Medi-Cal only. Mm-hmm. Got it. Okay. What struck me about that data and the comparison with the specialty was seeing the opportunity to better engage people with mental health and substance use conditions within, you know, non-specialty settings, right? I mean, that's something that we've known for a long time, but seeing the data and the way that you presented it and the gaps that exist, both on the non-specialty as well as the specialty side, I thought was very helpful. And then just the last comment on the issue of language access. My agency for Los Angeles County oversees the substance use system. With CalAIM, Behavioral Health Payment Reform, there are some opportunities to be creative with how we use funding. We've actually identified this year financial incentives to try to incentivize language access by providing essentially financial incentives for agencies to hire and train people who are bilingual. And so I do think that that's a huge need. I really appreciate you guys raising this. Fantastic presentation.
Thank you. Thanks, Commissioner Shaw.
I just want to say I'm enamored with both of you all's presentation and see the real work that you all have done and changing the system for, you know, grassroots organization to get that access to information, to understand what's going on in Medi-Cal, to uplift the community health worker and the peers. I think that, particularly from CPEHN, you've been a bridge for not only like other organizations, but for Painted Brain to connect on advocacy issues. And I believe that it should be integrated in our system, as you noted, to have advocacy, because that is the only way that communities of color, particularly like us and API, other folks can get that information, and as business leaders to understand the policy landscape. And you guys are a bridge to us and really are a front path. So I just want to say that we, as a commission, I'm very proud of the work and the investments that we put into, and I can't wait for other groups to show, because there's a conference going on this week at the end of the week, and I'll be speaking on the panel with Phoebe Bell and the head of Sacramento. But it shows the power that the commission has in bringing advocates and leaders to have conversations, and for them to have, really intimate conversations about what's going on and how can local county behavioral health plans can support our people of color. But then I also want to just highlight what you were saying about the commercial plans and us really needing to have those conversations. And I'm proud to be able to work with them at ECM as a peer provider and uplifting more peers and that bridge and crosswalk with community health workers and integrated care. But how can we bring the commercial plans alongside to understand substance use peers, understand the populations, and have the accountability to serve like our county partners as well. So please keep on it with the data around the commercial plans, and I'll stay on it working with them and go back and tell as well. But yeah, I really want to appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Carnavale.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you for your work getting to these most difficult to reach communities. A lot of my work is on the innovation side, so I was just curious. I'm seeing it, particularly in the private sector, there are a lot of digital platforms that are becoming more and more available. They're really helpful to supplement the therapists with prevention, early intervention tools and things like that. But I'm also guessing, to the extent those are helpful, they probably aren't in a language like Cambodian. And so I'm just wondering, have you explored any of that at all? And that might be a relatively low-cost way to use some innovation dollars to, get the translations to occur, which now are easier than ever with technology out there, and get some of these solutions, and especially to, you cover the state and you get in these rural populations and they're never going to get the help that they need, presumably. And so it's just a way to broaden your reach. Have you looked into that angle at all?
Yeah, I think a couple things on that. I think one is that I think technology has incredible potential, right, to reach folks and to be accessible and to provide different avenues of supporting folks at different points in their journey. I also think that as far as sort of the research and evaluation of a lot of these tools has gone, as far as we've followed it, it hasn't done that deep dive into communities of color to really understand whether things are different. And we know from a lot of different types of treatment, right, things can be different. And one thing that might show that it works for a broad population may not be as helpful or effective. And with regard to the language access in particular, it's a huge issue because many of those, I think one is the potential, right? And there's a lot of study happening on how can you use AI for translation and and does it work? And there's a lot of study there. I think that's important to track. I will also say from my experience, many of the digital tools that are available have less availability in other languages than sort of traditional and in-person modalities. And I will even say, that the technology that the state is funding and supporting is available in 1 or 2 languages, and that has been a consistent concern that we have raised. So I think it's a challenge and an opportunity. And Vitana.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. And actually, it's a good question. We have been facing a lot of barriers, and one of the solutions that I mentioned earlier was to be able to have a non-Cameroon speaking, providing mental health therapies sessions, and then have a community health worker who are fully bilingual and bicultural to sit in private interpretation. That is one we have been doing right now. And second thing, we are going to, starting from next month in March, we're going to try our, what we call the remote counseling services through Zoom. And that's something we're going to try because a lot of time, actually we did survey with our community members. A lot of our community members are elders, 60 plus, so they were not really tech savvy. So a lot of them about 85% said, no, I'm not willing to do mental health services over Zoom or over other devices. I want it to be in person. And that is a challenge we have to address. But as part of it, if we don't try, we do not know. We want to take this program as innovative as possible. So we're going to be trying probably in next month. So I would love to have opportunity to come back and share what the result is. But that also the challenge is that we have not been able to have a bilingual, bicultural a therapy to even provide Zoom remotely or over virtually as well. And that is an issue of recruitment, the lack of the workforce, the lack of the pipeline for people to even come into this field. I've been talking a lot to our community members, a lot about community member, probably this is also well known in the Asian communities, that I wanted my granddaughter or grandchildren or children to be doctor, to be pharmacists, to be lawyers. But a lot of them said, oh my God, now we have a severe gap in mental health services. Can we properly provide education and change that mindset to educate the parents, the grandparents about the importance of getting their children, grandchildren into this mental health professional? Even though we know that they kind of know that it's not a well-paid job, but it is so much needed. So that is the pace that we've been also working on to educate our community members, who especially parents and grandparents, to understand the importance of building this pipeline, of motivating their children and grandchildren to this kind of mental health field. Thank you.
I would just reinforce what you said. Work at UCSF has shown in the context of an education screener that to be culture responsive, you can't just translate from English. There are actually different brain structures that people have when they're in different cultures, so it's more than that. At the same time, the language is still a huge barrier, and I think we could do a lot there to, I guess the other thing I was going to say is, especially for the younger kids, the data shows that the older people use this less, but the young kids use the digital platforms a lot, and they do want, in fact, they prefer that over people, which is a sad commentary in some ways. But anyway, if you're interested, I can connect you with some companies that might be worth you talking to.
Yes, that would be great, Commissioner. Just one last thing is that, there is no national certification for healthcare and mental health interpretation for Cambodian language. So there is no standardized. So people might be at higher risk of receiving improper interpretation during a mental health sessions. For our community health worker, we are very fortunate that we have a small grant to train our community health worker to be a mental health interpreter, just to be trained, not to be certified, because there is no national certification for healthcare and mental health interpretation in the United States for language. There is the Cambodian certified court interpreter, but not for healthcare and mental health. And that is a huge issue. We want to fix the issue, but we don't want to create more fire for our community members at all. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have Commissioner Bunch, Commissioner Gordon, and Vice Chair Rolette.
Thank you both for your presentation. I actually have a question for the chair. The Advocacy Spotlight, is this something that we're going to be doing at every meeting? And it sounds like they were asked to give recommendations. So I'm just curious who's going to be following up on the recommendations and how we're going to keep track.
That's a great question, and I'll invite our executive director to comment as well. The intention is exactly that, is to hear directly from our advocacy contract stakeholders on their recommendations. Some of the feedback that we've heard over months and we've had discussions about is like, what's going on with those contracts? What is the information that they're collecting? How do we use it to inform our work, our priorities? This is a direct opportunity to speak to the commission beyond the staff that have conversations with the partners, because that happens regularly. So we know the staff are going to be following up, but I also think it holds us accountable as commissioners to remind ourselves of these conversations, to bring these topics back up with each other, and to reflect on how it applies to the priorities that we select. So, Will, please.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I think I would add to that is, as a very deliberate sort of next step, what we're sort of expecting to do at the sort of the staff level is be sure that we be building these recommendations into the advocacy proposals and documents that we bring back to the commission, so that to have our sort of advocacy groups in the community inform what it is we as commission then say, because we're sort of the semi-unique player in this whole constellation who are free to say to legislature, administration, et cetera, what we believe. And so having our advocates talk to us and let us add them to our voice, I think is probably one of the value adds we can bring to this.
We'll keep raising that question, Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Gordon.
Just 3 very brief comments. Number one, thank you for your presentation. It was really clear and direct, and I commend your work in Orange County. Secondly, with respect to grooming the population to serve in the future from our communities, we have a pipeline program. We have a model where we're placing a behavioral health clinician in every school in the county. So in the interest of not running out of clinicians and diversifying the workforce, we have a pipeline program which begins in the junior year of high school to work with our young people. And most of all, it depends upon a reliable source of stipending our young people as they move through the educational steps, because scholarships and so on, it's not enough to sustain them. So anyway, I'll give you one of my cards. Happy to put you in touch with our person. And then finally, I wanted to give a shout out to the state, because one of your references is a grant from the Sierra Health Foundation. Much of that is state money. I'm on the board of Sierra Health, and the state works with the foundation to put funding out into the community to support the groups working at the community level, and the state has been very, very diligent in moving that forward. So thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner Gordon. Vice Chair.
Again, I ditto the comments about the report. It was very informative. And for commissioners and for the chair and for our executive director, Will, and staff, one in consideration is on many of the boards, even the board that's governed by Bagley-Keene, there is an opportunity for the executive director to provide a brief summary or report back to the board, or in this case, a commission. And certainly one suggestion might be that you take portions of this presentation as it is specific, that there may be follow-up items that pertain to the work of the commission, and provide the commissioners with feedback as a part of a regular agendized item, so that we can appreciate how staff are being directed to respond to comments and recommendations made by this type of presentation. So that's one recommendation. Number two, I think that it's important. I had the unique privilege, since I'm in transition, otherwise known as retired, temporarily. Karen Larson asked me some time ago to join the Steinberg Institute board, and Steve and I and members of the commission staff were at the Institute's summit or symposium, and Dr. Ruth Shem, a physician, as you're nodding your head vigorously, you know her work. It's amazing, and she said something that I think is noteworthy, commissioners. She said, our structures behave the way they were designed to behave. So you have a structure that does not appreciate language and language diversity, then the outcome is according to the structure. And that is, in fact, racially biased and racially harmful, culturally harmful, and those structures perform the way they were designed to perform. And as a commission, we want to begin to think about that. I think about that question now, and recognizing that our discourse nationally regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion is the antithesis of what I certainly stand for and believe the commission stands for. And so how we have that conversation is as important as allowing you to have opportunities to present. And it speaks to, the outcome speaks to, again, the structures that are designed to ignore the importance of language. And then lastly, she always emphasizes, again, and I say it all the time, and yes, I want to acknowledge Commissioner Carnevale, who came up to me and said at the meeting, "You were right, thank you very much," because we have, if you look at schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder, there is a problem in some communities, and that there is an overrepresentation from my perspective and an underrepresentation in the affective or more depressive kinds of disorders. And that should not be. And why is that? And that's the question that she insists that we ask, and that we should ask when we look at presentations that don't begin to peel that back and at least, as you said, ask the question of community. What are the unique challenges or the community-based barriers that prohibit you from accessing the full array of behavioral health service? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate everyone's questions and comments. Now I'd like to open it up to public comment. Mariani, if you could please go ahead.
Yes. At this time, members of the public may request to make public comment on agenda item 4 by clicking the raise hand icon on your computer or the phone or the app, or if calling in by phone, push *9. If you are in person, please make sure you have turned in your public comment cards to the front table. We will begin with in-room comments. We have one from Stacy.
Stacy Hiramoto with REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. I would be remiss if I did not make a comment on this particular presentation, as it was, of course, excellent, and really want to thank my colleagues, Karen and Vatana, for providing such an interesting and powerful presentation. But I also, again, want to thank Chair Alvarez and the staff and the rest of the commissioners that will be hearing from your other advocacy grants too. I really believe this is one of the most important thing that the commission does, is supporting these. And community stakeholders, we did ask for these to be highlighted in the past, and it again just never happened. But it's a new day, and I think you can see the other, I know you even have some in the room, the other advocacy organizations for the other groups are going to be just as exciting and just as eye-opening as this one. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Laurel. Your line is open.
Hello, I'm still Laurel Ben Hamida, and I just have a few things to mention. CPEHN presented a wonderful webinar, and I believe the slides are available for that last year. It was on the new federal demographic categories for the census and other purposes. I think it would be fabulous if they would present an update for the commission. We don't know how those new categories are going to be affected by the new administration, but they're extremely important in California as well. When you talk about interpreters, remember, interpreters are for spoken language, translators are for written language. I want to say that for interpreters who will be in sessions with people or groups, the most important thing to test is for accuracy. Too many training programs for interpreters just teach ethics and other ancillary skills. Very important. But if a person cannot be accurate, convey with fidelity the messages between the provider and the person who's being helped, it's not a service, it's a disservice. Mental health interpreting has a problem. Besides the fact that accuracy and fidelity are difficult, it's always going to take twice as long, because consecutive is really the only kind of interpreting that's going to work in the mental health space. At the UN, they can do simultaneous, not in mental health. So what do you need? You need to pay two people, the provider and the interpreter. The better path is to have, as Commissioner Gordon talked about, a pipeline for professionals who are bilingual or multilingual and paraprofessionals as well. That's what we use at our organization. We serve about 5 languages all the time and all other languages at other times. So thank you very much. Language access is really, really very important. And we might want to have a presentation on how threshold languages are determined. What do you do when one county like Sacramento has some Afghans speaking Dari and some speaking Pashto? How will they ever get to being a threshold language despite their high numbers? CPEHN may be able to help us with that kind of a problem as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Our next comment is from Jay. Your line is open.
Sorry, Jay, just really quickly, I need to excuse myself for the next hour and a half, and I'm going to hand the mic over to Vice Chair Rolette. Apologies for interrupting you, Jay. Back to you.
No worries, Madam Chair. Thank you for the notice. Good morning, Jay Calcano with the California Behavioral Health Association. We just want to amplify the comments and highlights that were presented by California Pan-Ethnic Health Network, CPEHN. As an association that represents a large, diverse network of providers serving an equally diverse population across California, we strongly align with the sentiments and call out shared today. And it's important for the Commission as an oversight body to continue to uplift and advocate for the importance of equity-driven and culturally competent policies that continue to serve our most vulnerable and marginalized communities. And we would like to give a shout out to Laurel for her comments on improved language access for behavioral health services. Thank you.
That was our last public comment.
Thank you, Amariani. I appreciate that. We have an additional comment. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Good morning. Thank you for this report. As an advocacy contract, this was really great work. And I just want to really thank you for the work that you did with your seniors to help them to advocate and to, you know, that piece of your work needs to be replicated across all communities that are involved in this type of work. So I'm just curious, do you guys work with other groups? Do you teach other people how to do what you did with your 60 and overs? I mean, I just wanted to.
Yeah, definitely, Commissioner. This is the work that we've been doing, and thanks to the support from CPEHN, we've been in different spaces sharing our knowledge as Behavioral Health Equity Coalition, having our coalition. But locally, there is what we call Orange County Asian Pacific Islander Task Force, which comprise of 20 AANHPI, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, and MENA, Middle Eastern, and Northern Africa serving organizations. And that is the collaborative that the Cambodian family, my organization, is co-leading, and a space for us to share our best practices and knowledge with other community. So actually, we have been invited to speak with the Vietnamese seniors as well to share what we're doing within the Cambodian community to spread it around. Also, we've been into different spaces. So those are the spaces that we're able to share what we have been doing successfully. But a lot of organizations that we have been working with them, we want to inform them that a lot of what we have done has been impacted by direct services. A lot of seniors has been receiving direct services, but when those policy changes at the state level, at the federal level, have impacted how services are being delivered locally, and that is the time we be able to bring those community members. So we always share that the first entry point, you don't have to start recruiting people from scratch, but look within your clients, within those who are not able to access services, and how we turn those frustration among those clients into power. And that's what we've been doing. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just, if you could, somewhere in your work going forward, is to really work with other groups to teach them how to do this, because your seniors are non-threatening, but they are a very powerful force in front of the county board of supervisors. So I really see that as an effective part of what you guys are doing.
Definitely, and I'm happy to travel across the state too, to provide, to bring our senior directly to share this kind of work across the state as well. I'm happy to do that. Right now, look, like I said, local, we're focusing within the Orange County, within the Asian Pacific Islander and MENA, Middle Eastern and Northern Africa community, but we definitely would love to expand it, this kind of model. And we definitely have a lot of the structure around how much resources do we really need to implement this kind of program, and be able to share those kind of information, because a lot of them is that, I'm the rec services, I don't have an advocacy component with it, because to be able to do this, you need a community organizer, you need this person to help lead, coordinate, and provide facilitation between county communication to the resident in language, be able to who's going to be take care of my grandchildren while I'm doing this kind of speaking. Because some of the public meeting lasts from 4 p.m. until 6 or 7 at the city council meeting. And sometimes the county board supervisor meeting might be hours, and then, as you know, they might switch agenda. So we have to understand all of this and provide support. But we have those information kind of like documented, and we're happy to share the processes, the structure, probably the funding, how much do we really need to support this kind of work as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner.
Hi, thank you. That was amazing. Just one question, and I think you may have answered it, but do you find the stigma of needing help for mental illness a real problem in any particular communities? And is this track what you're trying to overcome, especially probably in the older groups?
Yes, Commissioner, stigma has continued to be a major challenge for our community to access mental health services. And in the slide that I did not have an opportunity to share is we call the Community Wellness Program, which is the California Reducing Disparity Project, what we call Community Defined Evidence Practice, CDEP, that we have implemented to overcome those stigma. And I want to bring to a slide that I want to share with you, which is the slide of the Buddhist monk performing water blessing. And that is how our community, Cameroon community, overcomes stigma. Over 90% of our community members are Buddhist, so they believe in that. So what they do, they go to Buddhist monk for water blessing. They believe that the water blessing, like holy water, when the Buddhist monk bless it, it touches their forehead and bless away their bad karma, and they feel it. And during that is what we call is the socialization opportunity. You see about 20, 30 seniors coming together. I don't feel lonely. Mental health is not just something that I'm going through alone. I have other community members coming out, but when we package this, we do not call mental health water blessing. We just call water blessing to attract people to come. And that's one of the ways community defined evidence practice, CDEP, with the California Reducing Despair project that we've been doing to destigmatize mental health access mental health services. And that is the entryway. When they feel that I feel so much better, we have a case manager who is participating in the ceremony, able to help them plan for the next step from A and B. I don't have insurance. I have a person who can help you enroll in medical or private health insurance. I don't know how to manage access mental health care services. Oh my God, I don't know if I'm mild to moderate. Or severe. Because there's so many complexity in accessing and navigating mental services, because in our county, like if you are mild to moderate, you go to your marriage health care plan. If you are severe, you go to the county waiting for months to be diagnosed. But those are the things that they need to us. But this is the entry point. Culturally, linguistically competent practices that we're able to uplift the community to reduce stigma. And I want to say that is a problem right now in our community. It's a good problem to have, because we have been able to destigmatize in our community. There is an increase of community members, especially elders, 60 plus, wanted to enroll in counseling clinical services, not the prevention and early intervention activity, but the counseling services, but we don't have a therapist. So we have a wait list about 25 people every month wanting to come into our services. So it's a good problem to have. And I've been working very hard with the support from our partner and the county to really find solution to address that bilingual, bicultural workforce shortages. Thank you.
That's amazing. I don't even think that most people would recognize the water blessing as a CEDAP.
Yes.
Because it's so subtle and ingrained in the community. But that's why they're so important, because it brings in people. I'm so sorry, I didn't raise my hand. Sorry.
Commissioner Sai.
Yeah, thank you again. One other quick comment, which I suspect may apply for future presentations as well. I think as we advance with our Prop 1 BHSA work, it'll be great to also see data around substance use and just to better understand the impact of substance use on the various communities that we've talked about today.
Any other comments from commissioners?
I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but you did talk about the workforce. And so, I work for a medium-sized CBO. I would like to see more Asian therapists. So whatever you guys can do to, I heard you say that, a lot of the parents in the community want their children to become doctors and pharmacists. And so we don't have an opportunity to hire that many because not many are coming through the door. And so I don't know, Vatane, what you guys can do to draw that. I love you made a comment about, just showing that there's a need for mental health in these communities. And so, how do we address that? How do we bring more, people who understand the different communities into that pipeline? So again, working with other organizations who may know how to do that more or better would be a suggestion, because it's personal. I would love to see that.
Thank you, Commissioner. That is a struggle. I myself and also as an organization has been going through in terms of how do we recruit or build a pipeline for our community member from an early age. And we have learned that a lot of time at our organization, we have also seen an influx of newly arrived immigrants. Usually those kids come in when they are in middle school and high school. They still retain their bilingual proficiency from the country that they are from. And that is the target. That is our target that we want to do. But first of all, as a program, we have learned so much from what we do in the community is that to have a component for outreach education for parents, to get the parents, the grandparents to understand the importance of this field in our community. That is one. And second, we're also looking into really building a pipeline for our existing staff, like some of the commission mentioned about community health workers who have been working with us. And they've been into mental health field, but they lack the education. Some of them might not have a degree, but they do have 10-year plus experiences in working a community like promoters or community health workers. And how do we build that pipeline into that? And how do we encourage them to go to those schools? And actually, we did one successful story that we were able to get one of our health navigators or community health worker to attend Cal State Long Beach Master in Social Work. She now graduated with a Master in Social Work and has been doing internship to collect hours to become licensed as a licensed clinical social workers. And that is just one example. And that was back in 2016-17 that we were able to build this pipeline for our existing staff. So one is the community in general, and second is our existing client that we can look and work with, and the third is our existing staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. I'm going to bring a conclusion to our very important questions because we are way behind. And as my maiden voyage, I appreciate the comments, but I also recognize I got to keep us moving. So I want to acknowledge CPEHN and Kieran. Thank you so much for your comments and your presentation. Certainly, as we move through this new era of Prop 1, we will also adjust how we as a commission prepare our questions and responses to these very thoughtful presentations. Thank you again. The commission will now move. Yes, we did. Thank you. The commission will now move to agenda item 5 and consider approval of the minutes from the November 21st commission meeting. At this time, I'd like to invite commissioners to offer brief comments or ask important questions.
And I will note that since we are approving the November 2024 agenda, I will be only calling commissioners who were members at the time for their vote.
And do the new commissioners need to abstain or?
I will assume it's an abstention across the board. So I will just be calling the names of our commissioners at the November meeting.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, our Mariani, who is or Tom, are you handling public? Oh, there she is.
You need a motion for approval? Oh,
no. Public comment?
We currently have no public comments.
Thank you. All right, thank you, our Mariani. Now we need a motion, and I'd ask that all commissioners, both online and in person, unmute their lines. So we need a motion. I will entertain a motion.
so moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. Thank you.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Robinson, and a second from Mudge. Is that what it is? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the motion and the second to approve the November meeting minutes. As there are no additional comments, Sandra, please take the roll.
Okay, seeing no additional comments, Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch.
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale.
Aye.
Commissioner Chambers.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon.
Aye.
Commissioner Marty I. Weiss.
Abstain.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sy.
Aye.
Commissioner Vice Chair Roulette.
Aye.
Chair Alvarez. The motion passes.
Thank you so much. This time we'll move to agenda item 6. All of us have been touched by this agenda item. It is the behavioral health response to the LA wildfires, where the commission will hear about the impact of the Los Angeles wildfires on area residents. We'll hear from Commissioner Sy, located in Los Angeles, as well as Kayleen Gilbert, if she's here or online, Los Angeles County's Behavioral Health Services Act Coordinator at the Department of Mental Health. I'd like to open the floor to Commissioner Sy.
Thank you very much. So first off, I'd like to thank the commission for your support. I'd like to also thank the state for all of their efforts. I think we've been outreached to by a number of different state entities offering different forms of support. Obviously, the governor had supported different flexibilities that have been extraordinarily helpful. So my agency oversees the specialty substance use system. Kayleen will speak on the specialty mental health services and some of the impacts of the fires there. But just to kind of paint a picture, because I think, many of us have been through different emergencies. Obviously, we have the pandemic. And this was a very unique crisis. So, the night that the fires broke out, I vividly recall, living in near an evacuation area and getting texts from our providers about how, they were evacuating and how they were emergency transferring their clients to other sites who have offered space. And so I think that, one of the unique aspects of this was the balancing of, needing to serve others and then also just making sure that things are in order. Also, the level of camaraderie was something that really came through with respect to our provider network. We had a number of agencies that offered up their beds, their space, their staff even, to help support during that process. In the end, our substance use system did lose 52 recovery residence beds. About 300 residential beds were offline for a period of time as they were in quarantine zones or needed to be cleaned as a result of smoke and other impacts. But it was very heartwarming to see the network come together in that way and the support that came from a lot of different areas, including other counties. So I did want to just lift that up. We also had a number of staff who lost their homes. So this is something that, for those of us who live in LA, we likely know someone if we ourselves weren't impacted in some way. So, unfortunately, these types of tragedies seem like they're happening more and more. I hope that we don't have to have this agenda item in the future, but it is nice to have a venue just to be able to talk about this. And, I see on the agenda kind of how we might prepare. I can say that for me, one of my concerns is not just about the immediate aftermath of the fires, but really, months, years down the line, right? We know the extraordinary strain that this creates on the community, and we know that sometimes that strain can translate to mental health or substance use disorders. And so I'm imagining us seeing those impacts coming in the years to come. I think it'll be helpful for our commission just to recognize and acknowledge that, given that oftentimes when these emergencies happen, the focus and the attention is on the emergency, and then after that, we obviously understandably focus on other things that come up. And so, with that, I'll pause and maybe hand it to Kayleen just to cover the mental health.
Thank you, Commissioner Tsai. Again, I also want to thank the Commission for giving us just a little bit of time to talk about the impacts, and also just for the outpouring of support and love that we've seen across the state as our communities were impacted. Again, my name is Kayleen Gilbert. I'm the Mental Health Services Act Coordinator here for the Department of Mental Health. And, we experienced I think certainly a lot of I'm so sorry. We certainly experienced a lot of tragedy here with the impacts of the fires. We've had certainly our clients and staff members who have lost homes. However, I'm glad to say that we did not lose any of our service sites. We had a number of evacuations, and a lot of our services were really quick to jump over to telehealth services to make sure that we could continue to serve individuals who are particularly impacted in these communities. But as we know, the fires damaged more than 16,000 homes and structures, actually 13,000 of those, which are homes. And we had both the Palisades fire, which folks may think is a high income area, but we also know that there were a lot of jobs and other impacts there for folks that we serve in our communities. And the Altadena community is definitely a mixed community. It certainly is a number of underserved folks and clients and folks that we've served there. So we know there were shelters that were set up and that the mental health department did immediately support and worked with the Red Cross on. We provided clinicians to support these shelters. And at first it was round the clock, and then it was daily to make sure that we were there to provide the mental health services and crisis services. We also rolled out pharmacists because most of these folks did not have time to pack up before they left, and a lot of folks left without medications. So we also were there to provide services and medications for folks as they needed. Another major impact was on schools. We did lose schools in both, I think, in the Altadena area and on the west side. And so in partnership with the Department of Parks and Recreation, we worked to create and support camps, daily camps for children. So a number of our clinicians rolled out to provide supports for kids that were then displaced from their schools during that time. And of course, as the repopulation began, as people were able to come back to their homes, we also had clinicians on site at the Red Cross tables just to be there to provide support. I mean, this is where folks finally did get to see impacts to their home. And we were there to be able to provide the mental health and emotional support that's needed. So right now we are transitioning from that crisis response phase to that recovery phase. I think it's been said here before, and Dr. Tsai also referred to the fact that this is now the time that actually our services are needed, is as people really start to settle in and recognize the needs ahead of them and the road ahead. So we know this will be a long, long recovery for LA County, and we may not see impacts until further down the road. I really want to highlight where we see a lot of our prevention and support services as being critical here. This is where we do our best work in terms of serving underserved communities and are able to do the reach out, whether it be through the promoters programs or even through some of the parks and library programs that we have where we're able to engage with local communities. So we recognize those as really wonderful resources. So that is, just in terms of where we're headed next, is looking how we can make sure that we're prepared to provide that ongoing support, both to our clients that were directly impacted, but also to those community members that we know are going to have long-term impacts just from the trauma and the support needed. So I want to thank you again for the time, and I'm certainly open to questions.
Thank you both. At this time, I'd like to invite commissioners to ask questions. Yes, Commissioner?
Thank you. I just wanted to say, or just a comment and a question. So I'm in LA, Painted Brain, and I just want to echo and just applaud LA County, SAPC and DMH for the work. As someone that lived there in my staff, and most of my older adult staff suffered, everybody did, but a lot, I think people forgot, or I didn't even realize, like when I had to go down my staff roster to like find out where everybody was at, like my folks and my older adult folks had some significant challenges. So I'm really just want to uplift like the work that we've done and know that the long-term impact is definitely something we should not forget as just practitioners across the state, but in our region, and how we can wrap around LA County for the long term, because please don't forget about us. I mean, my staff are just, and they had to serve the clients. And while we worked, I was trying to get them evacuated, and we had to process this in clinical like supervision. And like, if we're promoting workplace mental health and healthy systems, how do we support our practitioners? And just Kayleen, I just really loved your presentation about what you're doing in medication. But we had our staff too trying to figure that out, like how can we get medication or coordinate that? So just as peer-run organizations, health promoters, how can we support our licensed clinicians and not forgetting about LA? And to the point of Altadena, those were historically Black communities that lost homes. And I saw, once again, older, like Black men crying, which I don't really see on TV. Like, and where do we find like those folks, those older adult folks who are having to deal, not just, and also just, I just keep doing, but like even some of our older adult staff was like, we don't even know how to do these applications, like, and just having mental breakdowns and, us having to call ambulance. I'm just saying the crisis, if it's not immediately seen, we are seeing it on the ground as practitioners, and please don't forget about us, in particular our older adults.
Thank you. Mariani, I see no other comments from commissioners, public comment.
We have no comments in the room, and we have 2 comments online. Or, no, I'm sorry, we have one, or actually it looks like we have a comment from Commissioner Southard online.
So I'd like to also commend Gary and Kayleen for the work that's being done. And the only thing I wanted to add is one of the things that's going on in Los Angeles that's very powerful are partnerships with faith communities who are reaching out, particularly reaching out for the long-term consequences of what's going to happen. Because as we all know, the immediate crisis, people sometimes can be strong, and then over time, the effects are even more powerful. But Los Angeles is mobilizing, and I'm very proud of them for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Southard. Was there any additional public comment?
We have one public comment. Jay, your line is open.
Thank you. Good morning again. My name is Jay with California Behavioral Health Association. We definitely cannot emphasize enough how important response and relief efforts are needed to address the impact of the Southern California wildfires to LA residents and the families affected. CBHA is committed to supporting efforts, including that of the commissions, that address the immediate needs of those impacted, starting with legislation that seeks to expand access to behavioral health care. Our association recently drafted a letter in support of AB 1032 by Assemblymember Harabedian and Speaker Rivas, which seeks to expand 12 additional visits to a behavioral health provider on top of what covered Californians are already entitled to under their health plans. In addition, we're developing a resource guide for providers and the public to direct them to recovery support resources. We wanted to thank the Commission and appreciate their efforts for prioritizing this issue, and we look forward to hearing more about the important work that will come from these conversations. Thank you.
That was our last public comment.
Thank you, Amariani. Thank you, Commissioner Tsai and Kayleen. Thank you, commissioners. And as I have said in previous meetings very fondly, your comments speak to the resiliency of the nation state of California, and looking forward to being supportive of you as you go forward in the all-important work that you do around housing and behavioral health and the intersection that disasters have on the communities that we all live in. Thank you very, very much. This time, we're going to now move on to agenda item 7. And before I speak to agenda item 7, it is important to note that the chair has the authority to appoint the executive director screening committee. And while I am chairing the meeting, the task of appointing committee members has been completed by the chair, Chair Alvarez. Agenda item 7. During closed session at the Commission on October 24th, 2024 meeting, the executive director at that time submitted his resignation. At the November 4th Commission meeting, Will Lightburn was appointed as interim executive director. Will, thank you for saying yes. Thank you for saying yes to the people of the state of California, and thank you for the work you've already done on this commission. While the commission conducts a permanent search for an executive director, Will is the interim executive director, as I stated earlier. The commission conducted a listening session on February 6th to gather feedback on the hard and soft skills that a new executive director should possess. This information will be used by the screening committee, as I shared, as appointed by Chair Alvarez, as they assess applicants. The purpose of this agenda item is to create an executive director screening committee. If the motion to create the executive screening committee is approved, the chair will appoint the following commissioners to serve on the committee. Thank you. As I read your names, Commissioner Carnevale, Commissioner Cross, Commissioner Gordon, Commissioner Magriel-Weiss, Commissioner Rolette, that would be me, and Commissioner Southard would serve on the committee. And Commissioner Robinson, who I was going to go to last, will serve as the chair of the committee. Commissioner Robinson, thank you for your work and your diligence. Yeah. At this time, I would like to invite commissioners to offer comments or ask questions. Yes.
Is there a way to discuss other commissioners that were interested in being on the committee?
I
Or
believe the
how they
com-
weigh in?
I believe committee and staff can certainly, after I respond, I believe the committee selection and identification is the purview of the chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was asking more so weighing in. I definitely understood when you mentioned that. I was like, was there a way to weigh in on the selection or have a chance to talk about it, or is that against?
Well, the way that I believe Chair Alvarez has envisioned this is to call the commission would do the initial screening, but then when they make a recommendation, the full commission would go into closed session to do the whatever is recommended, whether they recommend one or two candidates, the final screening will happen because the commission is a full, like the committee cannot hire anyone. The authority to hire the executive director lies in the entire commission. So when a or two recommendations come forward, they will be heard by the full committee in closed session. Does that help?
And as I appreciate that, Commissioner Chambers, that the vetting and screening will happen at the committee level, and then recommendations, which could include multiple candidates, will come to the full commission. Yes.
Was there a limit on the number of commissioners that could be on the committee? And if, say, I was interested in being on the committee, it sounds like that's something the chair would have to be in charge of. So is this something that we should wait to do when she's back?
I don't know if there's a statutory limitation to the number of members on the committee.
There is not, as long as you stay under the quorum, but I believe, and I don't want to speak for the chair, but I believe the rationale in limiting it to 7 was because scheduling, we're going to have a lot of meetings and getting the minute you add more people, the harder it is to schedule meetings, so like from just like being able to accomplish the goal between now and March, I think that's what this, but I do not want to speak for Chair Alvarez.
So that we don't speak for her, because I am formally requesting to be on the committee, can we table this until she's back? Or we can take the vote. But I would like to request to be on the committee.
I would recommend that we go ahead and take the vote, and then certainly I don't think the vote, I think it does. It does the vote. If we take a vote on the committee members?
I would recommend that we vote to create the committee.
Yes.
And once the committee has been formed, at some point, the chair can add, we can have those discussions and she can, process and add the members. But you can create the committee without, the motion isn't to add the members. The motion is to create the committee.
When you create the committee, the chair has the authority to put them in there, so it's almost the same thing. Once it's created, someone has to.
Yes, and she can say, amend, at a later time during the meeting, say, we announce these members, we are adding Commissioner so-and-so.
So I think that accomplishes what you asked, Commissioner Bunch. It allows you to be added to the committee at another time. But my recommendation would be that we vote to create the committee, and that still allows you to approach the chair and request to be added to the committee.
I guess I'll have to hear exactly what the motion is, because if the motion is to form the committee with the specific people.
No, it's not.
It's just to form the committee.
Just
Okay.
to form the committee.
We don't need a vote to add members. You need a vote to just create the committee.
Okay. Is that an answer to your question? Okay. Other questions? So to be clear, we are voting to form the committee. And to be clear, we are not voting on the composition of the committee, and that individuals can be added later. All right. Were there other questions? Yes, I'm going to. Thank you. It actually indicates that the public comment, I'll read the motion, but it also indicates that there will be public comment. I'll read the motion and then we'll go to public comment. And I'm going to ask you, Sandra, to read the motion.
Of course. So it's on the screen. It says that the commission form an executive director screening committee to identify potential candidates for the role of executive director of the commission. And again, I do want to reiterate, this is just to create the committee.
Yes. Commissioner Bunch, again, as I indicated, just to form the committee. Okay. All right. Any additional comments or questions from commissioners? All right, Amariani, please go ahead with public comment.
Thank you. At this time, members of the public may request to make public comment on this item. We currently have no in-room comments, and we have no virtual comments either.
Thank you, Amariani. Seeing no comments from the public, I entertain a motion. I ask that all commissioners, both online and in person, unmute your lines. And I'll entertain a motion that the commission form an executive director screening committee. I'm going to read it perfectly. Screening committee to identify potential candidates for the role of executive director of the commission. I have a class.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Are there any additional questions or comments from commissioners?
So we're creating this committee. We're creating this committee, and then all of the parameters will be set up for what the screening will look like and how staff can weigh in at some point. Correct? I'm just asking for process.
Correct. The communications will begin immediately with whoever is on the committee about dates, times. None of that has been established. When you're meeting, the time you're meeting. It's just trying to get a more manageable group to be able to move forward.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions? Any points of clarification?
I have a question. So this is just the form of the committee, and it says that the commission has the power to choose the screening committee.
Yes, and for example, just
So
for
there's not one
clarification-
person choosing everyone.
Correct. No, the committees under Bagley Clean under the state of California have only an advisory role. So at most, they can advise 1, 2, 3, we don't know what the process is going to look like, to the full commission for interview and approval. So once they've, selected the best of the best, whether it's one candidate, two candidates, then we would come back and it would be as part of our general meeting, we would then go to closed session to conduct either the 1 or 2 interviews, and then you would have time to discuss amongst yourselves who you're ultimately selected. Then you would take a vote in closed session to hire or not hire, that'll be decision for you. Then you come out to public and then make that public announcement. But all decisions and deliberations and interviews for purposes of confidentiality will be conducted in closed session. So we're only forming the advisory committee at this point.
You're right. Nick, but the commission forms that committee of 7 people, or the chair, it's already formed, okay.
The chair makes the selection, yes.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
Other questions? Thank you, Sandra.
Okay, moving to the vote. Commissioner Baer. Commissioner Bernick.
Yes.
Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch.
No.
Commissioner Callan.
Yes.
Commissioner Carnevale.
Aye.
Commissioner Chambers.
No.
Commissioner Contreras.
Aye.
Commissioner Designee Swartz. Not here. Commissioner Cross.
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon.
Aye.
Designee Pulmano, I think, still not here. Commissioner Larson.
Yes.
Commissioner Madrigal Weiss,
Yes.
Commissioner Mitchell.
Can I abstain?
Yes.
I'm going to abstain.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Commissioner Southard, Commissioner Southard.
Oh. Yes?
Thank you. Commissioner Sai,
Aye.
Vice Chair Roulette,
Aye.
Chair Alvarez is not here, so let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. The motion passes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the comments and your feedback. I will also make sure I share that feedback with the chair. Since we are on the subject of committees, I want to announce that the commission will be, as Chair said, launching 3 advisory committees at the March meeting. And again, I want to emphasize that the chair is certainly going to be soliciting feedback regarding these committees, the composition, the work that they do, and your involvement, commissioners, on the committees. These committees will be the Budget Finance Committee, the Programs Committee, and the Public/Advocacy Committee. Proposed committee charters will be considered for adoption at the March 27th meeting, and committee members will be appointed. Between now and the March meeting, staff will be sending survey information to all commissioners regarding these 3 proposed committees to make sure that commissioners provide feedback and any other additional suggestions. And so important, make sure that we get interested new commissioners to join these committees. Okay.
Vice Chair, can I just, I have a question, if I
Yes.
could. So just to clarify, with our new commissioners who are teaching me lessons here, I just want to go back, if I could, to our previous motion and vote. In the documents on agenda item 7, and I think this is where there's some confusion, the proposed motion says that the commission form an executive director steering committee. It doesn't say that the chair's forming it, so I'm explaining the commission, we are agreeing to form an executive director screening committee, and we identify the potential candidates. So I think that's where there's a little confusion. So I just wanted to point that out so that we get some clarity there, because I think there's still some question for some. So
Council,
just-
can you clarify?
Absolutely. So we have our rules of procedure, and they will be part of everybody's welcome packet, and I will be speaking to them during our training in March. But our rules of procedure serve as our bylaws for the organization. So they're the ones where the wisdom of the past, right, has established how committees are formed and what their responsibilities are. So I'm pulling them up right now just to read you from the commission's rules of procedure that date, 2 decades, I guess. Let me find the relevant language and just read it to you. Okay, so our rules of procedure 6.1 state that the commission may establish one or more committees as necessary to provide technical and professional expertise, and they give you the statute. So it says the power of the commission to establish. Then it says the commission chair shall appoint the chair and vice chair for each committee, and among them and the membership, and from among the membership who will assume the duties upon appointment. So there is a distinction that the commission forms the committee, and the commission chair has the authority to approve the membership of the committees.
So approve, but not select.
Yeah,
by
and I mean,
themselves.
appoint. It says,
Okay.
that, and absolutely, it would be a dialogue, a communication with commissioners about it, for
So
sure.
I understand that, but just to clarify what the actual proposed motion says in the packet,
Mhm.
it says that the commission form an executive director screening committee.
So are you saying that? the
Is this
commission means
just
those
wrong?
rules are
The
Robert?
commission is you right here, right? So the rule is the commission may establish one or more committees. So the commission is
Committee, but not the
establishing the
members.
committees.
Got it.
Got it?
And as I understand it, that's what the vote did. It established the committee. It did not establish the composition of the committee.
Correct.
Just
You
to be
did.
clear. And the chair will establish the composition of the committee and certainly know that the vice chair will communicate to the
The
chair
composition is different.
that there are additional commissioners. If I
Is
could
she
just get
appointed?
your attention, that Commissioner Chambers and Commissioner Bunch and other commissioners, I will make sure that I convey that there are other commissioners who are very interested in serving on the Executive Director Search Committee. That I will make sure that I convey. I want to assure you that that was not lost on me.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear because I still felt there was a question.
No, that's a good question.
And I'm happy to take this aside and show you, that it is the commission as a whole has to form the committee. The membership is appointed by the chair. She had made these appointments, but there is absolutely opportunity to add more members. So that we can come back to this before the adjournment of the meeting.
And I don't want to go into a downhill spiral, but what comes first? The composition be appointed or, because
No.
that's how I kind of
The formation
I just
comes
kind of
first.
saw it as such, that you all were telling us who was on it and you're wanting us to vote on forming, but then you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to figure it out because I've never voted for, to form anything and also then was told who the composition before and then I'm being told, oh, well, that's really not the first thing, the person, you get what I'm saying? That was just super confusing and it doesn't feel transparent. It makes me feel like not engaged and you're having us vote for something that was already pre-planned and as opposed to like being transparent and be like, oh, we're gonna form this committee and then the chair is gonna make the votes and then whatever process they're gonna do. But that doesn't feel transparent and it doesn't feel like, cause I believe in it. I was a big part of making sure that we're at this place, and I'm not trying to get on it, but it doesn't feel confident to feel like we have to take a vote on something that was already pre-planned, the composition. That's how I feel. But I get what you said, and I adhere to I've been a part of all the rules, and so I'm not gonna fight you on that. But I'm just
and
being-
I'm
for the
not
public
here to
see that-
fight. Yes.
For the public to see that
And I
didn't feel
fully
transparent.
respect and I understand how it came about. And so again, the commission has formed the committee, the membership comes second, right? Like first form the committee, yes.
I have a
Yes.
comment.
Thank you, everyone. And again, I want to speak to the unique dynamic of the chair not being here. And so it's a unique dynamic, okay? That said, thank you all very much. And again, I appreciate the discourse and the respectful nature of it and will certainly convey everything to the chair. I want to also state that we are, again, as I stated earlier, well behind and have several statutory obligations around timing and of the commission meeting. So staff has recommended to the vice chair that we table the consent agenda until March. And my understanding is that that does not require a vote. And so in order to ensure that we can get to other items in presentation, I'm going to go ahead and table the consent agenda until March.
And it's unless there's any, opposition.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I could just sort of add a clarification. Staff have checked with the counties whose requests we would be deferring, and this does not present an operational problem for them.
Thank you so much. Thank you, commissioners, for understanding. Before we move to the next agenda item, Agenda 9, I'm going to just ask everyone, we're going to take a short 30-second break, because I need to. And there's no chair, so I'm going to take a 30-second break, okay, for human beings. I'm happy to now introduce Agenda Item 9, the Universal School Mental Health Screening Project. This legislative report is one of 3 we have on our agenda today. We are considering the adoption of the report to the legislature on the Mental Health Student Services Act and full service partnerships. Through the 2023-24 Budget Act, the legislature required the commission to conduct a landscape analysis on universal mental health screening for youth with attention on data, best practices, and cost for implementing universal screening in K-12 school settings. From this analysis, the commission staff drafted a report with findings and recommendations to guide future decision-making on universal mental health screening in support of the state's broader youth behavioral health initiatives. I want to remind fellow commissioners that by the time this report gets in front of the commission, it has gone through some extensive vetting and review by state agency partners, by a subcommittee, or perhaps even a subset of commissioners and other key community partners. The reports are also a component of not only the broader commission initiative, but are embedded and aligned with statewide efforts. Again, commissioners, the reports on the Universal Screening and Behavioral Health Student Services Act support the Commission's school mental health efforts and the broader goals of CYBHI. Kaylee is going to present. Thank you, Kaylee. At this time, I'd like to ask you to please begin your presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair, and hello, commissioners. I want to give a personal welcome to our newest members. It's just such a privilege to be here with you today to talk about something that I find very exciting, which is the topic of school-based universal mental health screening. I know that we're behind time, so I'm going to actually skip through the first few slides, so bear with me here. Cody, if you can please advance the slides.
And thank you.
Mm-hmm. So just quick overview so you kind of know what to expect. I'm going to give a quick background about the project itself, our process and timeline, and then I'm going to get into some of the exciting stuff, which is our findings from our landscape analysis and the recommendations that came out of those findings. Next slide, please. Next slide. And you can skip this, and this one, and this one. Okay, so I don't need to spend too much time either, since our vice chair already described kind of how we began this project through, as a request from the legislature. Again, it was this emphasis on this need to better understand universal screening practices in mental health, especially in school settings, which is a relatively new space for universal screening policies and practices. The legislature allocated $200,000 to the commission to support these activities, and using those funds, the commission partnered with subject matter experts on school-based universal screening from the University of California, San Francisco, as well as UC Riverside, to conduct a survey and the landscape analysis that I will be talking about today. We partnered, and this was already mentioned in terms of our partnerships, but we worked closely from the beginning with the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, Department of Healthcare Services, and our partners in education at the state and local level throughout this process. So it's largely informed by that collaborative work. Consistent with the requests laid out by the legislature, this project and report has 3 key aims. The first is to really establish a clear definition of what we mean by school-based universal mental health screening, concepts related to that and evidence to support its implementation. We will summarize our findings from our survey and landscape analysis to describe existing practices, universal screening practices in California. And then, of course, ending with our recommendations for how universal screening fits into California's broader strategy for youth behavioral health. Next slide, please. And next slide, thank you. This is just a quick timeline of all the things we did. What I want to highlight here is that in addition to kind of the behind the scenes literature review and analysis of data and the state partnerships, we did a lot of engagement at the community level. We did 4 site visits in 4 very different communities using 4 very different types of universal mental health screening to meet the needs of students in their schools. And all of this is summarized in the report. Unfortunately, we don't have time to discuss each of those, but it's very interesting to learn how some of the ways that schools are already being really effective actually in doing this kind of work. We delivered actually the literature review version of this report back in March of last year to the legislature. Then we rolled out the first of its kind statewide survey on universal mental health screening practices that was given to every single school in California. They were given opportunity to participate, and then we conducted an additional 5 listening sessions to hear the perspectives of both parents and youth related to school-based universal screening. And finally, we have a report, which, as mentioned, has been vetted by our state partners, and here we are today. So, next slide. Okay, so early on in this process, we really, realized that there's kind of this general misunderstanding and talking to a lot of people around what universal school-based mental health screening is and how it is used. So I really want to take a little bit of time here to just establish this shared understanding. So the way, for the purposes of this report, we understand universal mental health screening as a proactive assessment of all students' mental and behavioral health risks and strengths. It is administered within a given student population, and that can be a whole school or a district or classroom or any type of learning cohort of interest. So it doesn't, population or universal doesn't mean everybody all the time. It just means that it doesn't discriminate based on previously identified risks or symptoms. It can identify both individual and population trends, so that's a really important component, and assesses risks and or strengths using different types of tools that are tailored to, that are age appropriate, linguistically appropriate, and culturally appropriate. So they can vary depending on the population it's being used on. And another important part of universal mental health screening in schools is that it is actually intended to be used as part of a continuum of screening and assessments within a school's multi-tiered system of support. So you can go to the next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about what I mean by that. So I'm sure a lot of you here are familiar with the MTSS model. If not, it's really similar to what we see a lot of times in public health, where we talk about primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. But multi-tiered systems of support are essentially a model that schools in California and across the US are beginning to implement more and more as a way to target or a way to support the needs, the diverse needs of all students, focusing on most efforts on this population level, preventive wellness promotion strategy with some targeted interventions and supports for people who are at risk but may not need intensive services, and then also serving those with the most acute needs. And universal screening data is used across this continuum. Universal screening data is mostly used at this tier 1 level to inform these kind of broad prevention and health promotion strategies and to monitor the impact and efficacy of those strategies over time. So it's a really good quality assurance tool as well. It also can help to identify or flag students who may need additional testing or services in this tier 2 or tier 3 level. So it's sometimes referred to as like a school's early warning sign or signal. I can go to the next slide. So in order to really understand universal screening, it's actually good to understand what it's not. Again, as I said, there are a lot of differences in understanding and a lot of misconceptions we found early on in this process. So the take home here is that it's not diagnostic, it is a screener. There are other tools that can be used later to determine whether or not there's an actual, an acute mental health need that warrants individual services. It is not anonymous, so it's not like our survey data, such as the Healthy Kids survey data. Even though it can assess school-wide trends, it also collects individual and student information so that they can be identified if needed. It is not, there's a lot of fears that it's going to be stigmatizing. I think this comes from this assumption that it's diagnostic, but it actually can be, the universal aspect of it means that it can actually combat stigma because it's normalizing not only mental health needs and symptoms, but also the use of school-based services. An important thing to note is not a one-size-fits-all. What I mean by that is, I think there was some expectation that our goal was to identify and recommend a screening tool that every school should be using, and that's not only not within the scope of this report, but also not really the right question. This tool that works in one school or for one population may not be appropriate for another for a variety of reasons, and I'm going to get into that later, but it's really it should be a tailored approach that is informed by the goals of the school or district and the population it is actually serving. Let me see, we can actually skip to one more thing I want to say. So once we get some of these misconceptions out of the way and we understand what the evidence says about the potential for universal screening, which is it can drive equity, it can reduce disparities in access to services, and it can ultimately save money because anytime we're working upstream and in the space of prevention and early intervention over time, there should be a reduction in the need for more expensive and intensive services. So with that in mind, we kind of move around this question from should we be doing universal screening to more about how would we do universal screening. So if you can advance to the next slide, Cody, please. So I'm going to talk really quickly about some of the best practice models for universal screening. One of the ways we understand sort of this best practice approach is actually through something we call a comprehensive school mental health system. This model was actually developed by the National Center for School Mental Health. It's a set of guidelines to really support to define what it would take for a school to actually do effective, equitable, and responsive school-based behavioral and mental health services. And it's not focused on any particular intervention necessarily, but really these core components necessary to support that system, including workforce, evidence-based practices fit within a multi-tiered system of support, strong relationships between school and county partners, especially school and county behavioral health partners, to ensure that continuity of care and really visible referral pathways for community-based services. It also requires sustainable funding, not only for for things like screening and for staffing and services, but especially for some of these tier 1 and 2 services that we don't yet have really good fiscal models yet to support. So essentially, if a school is doing all of these things, universal screening would be the obvious next step that a school could integrate in support of this broader system to achieve its intended outcomes. Now, that's not to say that all of these things need to be 100%, you know, implemented before a school can screen. It's just that the school may choose to pilot a smaller version of a universal screener as they're still building out capacity in all these other areas that are supporting this school-based behavioral health system. I added this quote here that I actually borrowed from one of our partners during one of our listening sessions, where they said, you know, planning is so important, planning and preparation, that recognizes all of these core features. And really 90% of things that go into screening happen before the screener is actually administered. So I just wanted to add that here. I think we can move on to the next slide. And now I'm going to talk about some of our findings from a landscape analysis. So one of the asks of the legislature was to describe existing universal screening policies and practices in California. And what we realize is, because there's really no data mechanism or statewide data monitoring mechanism of any school-based services, let alone universal screening, it was really hard to tell the statewide story. So from that, we decided to implement our own survey to assess existing universal screening practices, perceptions, and some of the barriers that schools are facing, and also what's working well. And really important here was that not only do we want to hear from schools or LEAs who were using universal mental health screening, but equally important was hearing from those who weren't, because we wanted to hear why. From our survey, we heard from 443 LEA representatives from 55 counties in California. Among those, 43% said that their school or district was implementing some type of universal mental health screener, and the exact same amount, 43%, said that they weren't. So really interesting. I think we were surprised to learn actually how many schools are using this kind of strategy. And then a small percent, 14%, were unsure, even though the survey itself had a very clear definition of what we meant by universal screener. So I think it's just reinforcing this notion that there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of education and awareness around universal screening. Next slide, please. Oh, I will mention that within the screenings that are happening, there's wide variation depending on the tool, the focus of the screener, and so, you know, that wasn't necessarily surprising, but just to know that there doesn't seem to be any one screening tool or practice that schools are using in their work. Okay, so it was really important to understand, because there's sort of this tension around schools saying they would like to do screening, but they are kind of afraid to, or they don't do it because they're worried about the perceptions and lack of buy-in from people in their community, from even educators themselves, from parents and students. And because of some of those kind of misconceptions that I talked about earlier, right? So if people are assuming that it's used to diagnose, and oh my gosh, what are we going to do if we're identifying all these needs and we don't have the capacity to then support those students, it kind of inflates these negative perceptions around universal screening or worries about capacity. So we found that, again, driving a lot of the narrative around implementing school-based universal mental health screening is based in myths. It's reinforcing stigmas and fears, and also mistrust or it's affected by the mistrust that some people feel in school-based mental health services. 92% of our respondents from the survey, including those that were and were not screening agree that universal screening could benefit students. And a lot of them, and actually perceived concerns among parents and students and teachers was one of the number one reasons why they actually were choosing not to screen. I mentioned some of these already, and some of the common concerns were stigma and labeling. Privacy and consent is a big one. There's a lot of I think there's a lot of hesitancy, and schools don't feel confident in navigating these sort of different types of data privacy laws. And I'm going to talk about that a little later. And then also this issue of trust and transparencies. Parents feel a little bit uncomfortable sometimes about students or their children being asked questions that are sensitive at school, and there's this balance of protecting parent rights as well as students' rights to confidentiality, and that looks different depending on the age. But anyways, so those are sort of our general findings around awareness, perceptions, and buy-in. Next slide, please. So capacity barriers really are this kind of elephant in the room when it comes to doing something like a universal mental health screener or any type of school-based services. Schools are still new in the mental and behavioral health service realm. And so there's still a lot of work to do to build out capacity, and universal screening is just, there's a big concern, as I said, that if we start screening and we find something and we can't do anything about it, then schools are liable. So these are really real concerns. But I want to point out that, there's some differences in capacity barriers reported by schools who were screening, or LEA, sorry, not schools themselves, who were screening versus those who weren't. But even within those differences, the top concern had to do with resources to support post-screening activities, particularly resources in the communities. So this is consistent with other findings, themes we heard in our engagement, that the relationship between schools and community behavioral health and other service systems, if that is not functioning, it is really difficult to do something like a screener that really relies on this robust continuum of care and that can ensure access to follow-up services. Next slide, please. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide either. I'm probably running over time. The point is, I want to give credit where credit's due. California is already doing a lot to build out some of these components of what we identified as in a comprehensive school mental health system that would support something like a universal mental health screener. There's still work to be done, but we're already sort of building the foundation. So I think that's really exciting to note. Even with that progress made, there are still concerns around this lack of a sustainability plan, particularly around funding for tier 1 or prevention-focused strategies. The absence of data systems was profound across all of the examples that we learned about. Data systems to both collect something like screening data, but then also can easily communicate that information in a way that gets students the care they need quickly and getting the information to the right people, and that can also support some type of a statewide monitoring of universal screening or school-based behavioral health practices, so we can actually do a better job next time in telling the statewide story. So as California faces its next chapter, a lot of these its existing investments are short-term, and it's thinking about this long-term strategy. We've come up with a couple of ways that we think can both be supportive of the broader youth behavioral health ecosystem, as well as universal screening in schools. So next slide, please. So I want to be really clear that I mentioned it earlier, these recommendations are not intended to be prescriptive or identify any one screening tool, and it does not necessarily suggest that what California needs is a blanket policy requiring all schools to do a universal mental health screener, at least not yet. Instead, these recommendations provide a rubric to guide thoughtful planning and implementation of universal mental health screening practices in schools in support of these broader, the broader youth behavioral health system. So number one is there's this ongoing need for a leadership structure to both align youth behavioral health partners and work streams across the state and implement this statewide sustainability strategy. And within that, there should be guidance, metrics, and standards to implement, these core components of a comprehensive school mental health system, including universal screening practices. Recommendation 2 is that as part of this strategy, to ensure success, California must do more to improve the mental health culture and climate in schools and diminish the stigma and fear associated with screening and seeking mental health support. And then finally, recommendation 3 is to continue to build capacity for implementing comprehensive school mental health systems, including universal screening, and that this should include incentives and resources to support the planning, testing, piloting, and scaling of universal screening practices, as well as infrastructure and resources to support its implementation in alignment with the standards for a comprehensive school-based mental health system. And that is the end. Thank you so much. And I will give it back to you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you so much, Kaylee. At this time, I'd like to ask commissioners if they have questions, and if there are, I would assume, yes, Commissioner.
I actually work for a youth collab that's partnered with CDPH for the YCBHI initiative. Have you ever heard of Take Space to Pause? No? Okay, so it's the campaign that Gavin Newsom put together for something similar to this. It's a destigmatizing campaign where they're trying to destigmatize mental health for ages 13 to 17. Sorry, I did something with that food. Destigmatizing for ages 13 to 17. We're trying to make sure that they can understand what's going on in their bodies, like the stress that builds, the breaking points that build, and just how it's wreaking havoc inside of your body. We're trying to get them to understand that they can take that information and help themselves reach a safe point before they have a breaking point. So they're teaching them like positive self-help skills, basically. So they have a website, takespacetopause.org. On there, they have a self-help guide. So you just answer a whole bunch of questions, and it helps you through every emotion you're going through. It gives you a plan. They also have been on social media, I think like Instagram and YouTube we've been on. But I think it's a really good resource because it also has stuff for parents, caregivers, and then like 911 type stuff for emotional crisis lines. There's also something called a Finch app. I highly recommend these things being put into schools because it helps a lot with routine, which is something that teens need a lot of. They need routine 24/7. If they don't have it, it allows for their minds to slip, and we don't want that. We want them to stay in power of their own mind. So something like the Finch app, I personally use it. It helps me through my daily basis. You know, sometimes when you have a depressive episode, the Finch app is there to help you. It makes sure that you have your hygiene going, you ate some food, you went outside today, you literally survived the day. Like, that's one of my goals. At the very end of my day, it literally says, you survived the day. So I think that those type of things should be implemented in schools. I'm not sure if that's something that you can do or have a recommendation for, but I do highly recommend it. It's an amazing campaign. I've been working on it since last February. They launched in September. I was in Hollywood in December doing a press event for it. So it's kind of getting out there. They have a thing at Arden Fair Mall now, so it's getting there. There's like a little booth thingy. So, you know, just keep an eye out for it. It's really helpful. I think implementing it in a school would be great.
Take space to pause.
Yes,
Commissioner,
takespacetopod.org.
Commissioner, thank you. Next time I'm babysitting my 5 grandchildren, I will call you. Yes, yes, Commissioner. Commissioner Chambers?
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight some of the things that we've been experiencing in the school at Painted Brain and continuation schools with youth around the age of 16. Was that a lot of the principals had been like requesting, especially schools that don't have legal entities like Conservation Corps and other schools that are outside of continuation schools, was that a lot of the youth were feeling pressure to go get therapy or get help. And I think that campaigns are really important to support that when in promoting psychoeducation and the use of digital apps in collaboration with a human. I believe what we've saw as a really good step. And I think that the youth peer supporter would be a strong asset in the schools, not just in addition to wellness coaches and the screenings. But we saw great success with, you know, your peers being trained to support and reduction in stigma when, you know, you have somebody that looks like you and you're not just being sent to the principal, because our clinicians they complain that the students, like, they feel like they're being, not that this is happening now, but then, and then also like what you said about the stigma around parents, me being a Black mom and my son being on the spectrum and worrying about like at the school is like what's going to happen, you know, like are they going to misinterpret something? So I think that there should be a lot of parent education as well and around, you know, the integration and this early intake. What is that going to do for communities of color that don't really engage with that? And then how do we prepare them? Because I think it's great, like, but then I'm like, oh, because the first thing I know a lot of people is like, what's going to be the impact on us? So I really like the idea of campaigns and the integration of digital therapeutic apps to support with monitoring, you know, depression or, you know, different things, but really empowering our peer workforce in addition to supporting. Thank you.
Commissioner Gordon? But go ahead, Commissioner.
I just wanted to jump off of what she said, because there's a lot of community-based organizations also that are willing to like come out and do workshop literacy for like teachers, staff, but also students. It's something that could be like 30 minutes. It could be a lunchtime activity or something, but I definitely love that. We have Rescue. That's the people who do the Take Space to Pause, but they actually like come out and they'll set up this wellness fair for you type thing. So if it's something that you can do at school and set it up and just kind of have it be a lunchtime like food fair, you know how they have food fairs, kind of do a wellness fair for the kids so they can go around and they can talk to people. It's not necessarily a one-on-one conversation, but it gives them the ability to learn something as well as interact with somebody who actually does have knowledge about the topic. So I think community-based organizations, FinShop, 100%. And then just, you know, campaigns. I think it's important to do this.
Thank you. Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Callie. We've had numerous conversations about the report, and I think you've done a good job framing the issue. My concern about this is the legislative requirement speaks to submit a report to the policy committees on universal mental health screenings of children and youth. But when we go to what Callie has emphasized over and over, can you put up the circle chart with the orange circles? A comprehensive school mental health, the comprehensive school mental health. Yeah, yeah. When you get to this chart, it sets the context within which diagnostic screenings are appropriate and safe to implement. And when you look at about half of the places really haven't done anything anything with this, and their MTSS systems vary greatly, I think there is considerable risk in thinking you are better off than you think you are unless and until you have this comprehensive set of support services to follow up on students. And on top of that, there's the issue of student mobility. In many of our underserved schools, the population turns over within 3 or 4 years, everybody is turned over. So the people the students that you've screened in many cases are not even there anymore, which raises the ante for having at least many of these elements of the comprehensive school mental health system, because the screening, in a way, for me anyway, as a practitioner, is only as good as your capacity to follow up on what you find in the screenings. And that's not to say this report isn't helpful, but I really feel it has to be framed much more in that context, because there are a lot of people around who will sell you a screening system, but unless and until you have this, and the other thing that pops out to me is this notion of sustainable funding. We're not good at sustaining funding. We're often satisfied if we know there's a problem, we'll get to the funding, but that's really crucial. So I don't have any problem with this report going forward, but I just think it has to be framed within the context of unless and until you're pretty far along in creating this whole set of supports, it's potentially risky to embark on screening.
Commissioner?
And I think I'm kind of segueing on Dr. Gordon. So, and I'm sure you covered it since we've talked about this for some time, but one of the things that just hit me, going and, well, actually not going into the schools, but I guess I do, but working with children from the different schools that are referred to us for services, I guess one of the things that hits me when you were speaking, I'm asking myself, so who conducts these screenings? And what are the qualifications of the individual who's conducting the screening? And then who actually gets screened? So who is that referral coming from? Teacher, parent, after school person? And then what tools are used to communicate back and forth between the school, the county, and really the family, because we need a communication tool, because sometimes these systems don't talk. So you have social workers, what's going on with my kid? I referred him 3 months ago and he still hasn't received services. So how do we communicate back and forth when you get a referral that says urgent, and then you can't really, it's all these other problems in this. So this is why this universal screening, I think it's an amazing idea. But the actual, to Dr. To Dave's point is, all of this has to be in a context that makes it really work and effective for the students who are getting these services. And then, I guess, and you said something about targeted assessments. You talked about assessment, risk, strengths, and needs. And so I was wondering, is that kind of set up like the CANS assessment? I don't know if that's where you, but you don't have to answer. That's just one of my
I was going to ask, would you like me to respond or just?
No, well, you
Okay.
can, but let me finish my questions because
Okay,
I'll
okay,
forget.
okay.
And then, how frequently are the students screened? So if my student is screened in September because they come in with some maladaptive behavior or something, then they get this referral and they're screened. So then what's the follow-up for the screening? Who monitors if that student has actually had that issue resolved or met the treatment goal? So those are things that I am thinking about, when I look at universal screenings, because I think, as we talked about earlier, schools are the place where we can capture, most of the kids who are, in the community, because our kids have to go to school. And then, once the screening is done, who responds to it? Is that the school nurse? Is it, a program? And then resources to support the post-screen findings. You mentioned that. And so that's where that funding comes in, because students are screened. So these are just some of the questions I was asking when you were doing your report. So I don't know if you've answered those. I'm sure you have, but if you could speak to one or two of those, I'd be fine. But I
Happy to.
definitely agree with the concept of universal screenings.
Happy to, and thank you for the questions. Those are all the right questions. And I want to be really clear that in the report, I hope you agree that we have addressed all of the things that you and Commissioner Gordon mentioned in terms of the concerns. I'm going to do my best to address all of them, so remind me if I've missed something. But I actually want to start with reminding us what we're talking about when we say universal screening. It is nothing close to diagnostic. That comes later. That might not require a universal screener to ever happen. Those are actually being used more now than universal screeners. Universal screeners are more akin to things like oral health screening, BMI, social and economic risk factors. No, oral health isn't related to mental health, but it's akin to that in a sense. We're just looking, we're taking information about the status of a young person's social, emotional, and behavioral well-being, and the data that the factors that we know that to contribute to that, whether it's adverse childhood experiences, whether it's food insecurity, maybe they have some, I think there's space to grow in terms of our tools here, but maybe it has to do with executive functioning, hypersensitivity. There's a range of, we have a new commissioner who's interested in developmental differences. There's a range of individual and contextual factors that impact the mental health across the lifespan. And then you come up against an event like a wildfire where suddenly it kind of throws a wrench in it, and you have a new set of factors that can contribute to that. So it's screening over time to, just like from day one, you get, what do you measure? Like all your vitals, BMI, right? Height and weight for the rest of your life. And that information on its own is maybe not as meaningful, but it gives an individual baseline and curve over time against which you can recognize, if something spikes out of line, that's good information to know that, maybe we need to do something. Or they're doing great, and that's even better. And whatever investments we've made, whether it's a school or in a community to support population well-being, if we keep seeing people doing well, it means we're effective. If we don't, then it actually is a good way to monitor the impact of our prevention and early intervention strategies, right? But it is nowhere close to diagnostic. That does not mean it is not part of, and I said this earlier, and I understand it's a lot to take in, but it is important. There is a continuum of assessments. There is a time when diagnostic, or not even diagnostic, but like targeted. So it's like people who might be at risk, we do an additional screener. And that can look a lot of ways. I don't know all of them by heart, but suicide risk is a really good example, right? So that can come even before a diagnosis. Universal mental health screening is way before that. There's still a critical need to be absolutely sure that you have sufficient follow-up protocol and staff and services to respond to any of those screeners. That does not always involve an individual intervention. And the, what was I going to say? The context around this, that's why, and we did our best to frame it. Thank you for pointing out that was our intent, was to frame it as within this model of these standards for a healthy school-based behavioral health system, and that it should never be considered outside of it. Realistically, it doesn't mean that you wait until everything is 100% before you do screening. It's just that you have to be very honest about the capacity to which you could do it. So maybe that's just a classroom, or a group of kids who are exposed to some event that we know that maybe we should do a screener really quick. We have seen it used after wildfires. Actually, that was one of the site visits we attended in Sonoma County, where they did a universal screener and triage. And this is an important point, the communication piece. So communication starts before screening. It starts in the planning phase, because actually there's a huge consent component to screening, where parents, caregivers, and students themselves need to, it's consensual, and otherwise it's illegal to administer a screener. And that consent has to include the protocols that we just talked about, like what's going to happen after. Data systems. Datas are one of our best communication tools, especially when we're talking about referral, triage, and follow-up, especially when we're talking about school community partnership, like collaborative networks. That is a big problem. And you mentioned that what's happening is there are these companies who are selling these really fancy looking screening tools, and sometimes it comes with some services. And don't get me wrong, I mean, there's a lot of really neat stuff happening in the tech-based, screening realm. And I think there are our partners going forward, they have to be. But there's no standards to establish what qualifies as an evidence-based tool that schools should be using. Like, there's just no guidance over that. And so it's sort of, I mean, I keep using the term, like, it's like we're in the Wild West right now, where there's a lot of people coming in, recognizing the need in schools for these data systems, often tied to assessment tools, and schools are vulnerable to that. Sometimes it helps them, but sometimes maybe it's expensive. So it's not to say that that is not a strategy. It's just that we need to have like a thoughtful process for guiding some of that. But again, I mean, to me, I mean, for youth-based behavioral health in general, it would behoove the state to invest in some, and it is happening in some spaces, but to really invest in infrastructures to support school-based services, and that it's easy for that to connect with community-based services, and that it's standardized. We just don't have that yet.
Thank you, Kaylee.
Yeah.
Commissioner Carter?
Sorry, we had a...
Go ahead, Commissioner. Commissioner Sy, sorry. You're to my right a little bit here, so I didn't see you. My apologies. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think part of the confusion with respect to the connection with diagnostics, as a clinician, I think when you use the word screening, there's an automatic connection with diagnosis. So I would almost prefer, that we use something like a behavioral health check-in or some other language that doesn't confer the clinical distinction that you're trying to make. But I think my main comment was more around, are we focused on school-based screenings for mental health exclusively? Do we include substance use at all? Because my concern with the presentation is it mentions mental health, it mentions mental and behavioral health. That's the exact language that's referenced. And I'm in a lot of meetings statewide where we talk about behavioral health. And then when you boil down what we're actually focused on, we're actually not focused on substance use. So we're not actually focused on behavioral health, we're focused on mental health. And I think that that's an important distinction for a number of reasons. One is we're the Commission for Behavioral Health, and one of the big foundational changes of Prop 1 was the inclusion of substance use as a component of our focus. And I also believe that we can't address stigma by avoiding words. And when you say mental and behavioral health, the only thing we're excluding in that terminology is substance use, right? Because behavioral health, by definition, is essentially mental health plus substance use. And so we're saying mental health, and then we're just not saying the substance use piece. So the reason why I want to flag this for us is I think that it is critical for us as a body to push ourselves to be mindful of this and the language that we use in all of our reports, all of our inquiries, because I think if we're ever to get to a truly integrated behavioral health system with truly integrated mental health and substance use services, we won't do that by continuing to overlook the substance use system, which is very often what happens. And so, you know, I would love to see us using the term substance use, or if we're just going to use behavioral health, that's fine as well, right? But just to be consistent, because when we don't do that, I think we inject confusion into what we're actually focusing on. And we know that, I'm a strong believer in school-based screenings. We know that substance use is a problem for youth, obviously, right? Thank you.
Vice Chair.
We have a Stephen, then we'll come to you. Thank you.
We also have a comment from Sheriff Brown online.
Okay, thank you. And we'll get Sheriff Brown online.
So again, thank you. I want to make sure we're understanding the context of this, because I've been deeply involved. I've gone to a lot of the site visits and all this. This was a very small report. This is not a report about the entire, you know, behavioral health capabilities or objectives in schools. It was really kind of I think it was a $100,000 landscape analysis, right? So it was very, very small. And that's why it was about screeners and not everything or interventions or anything else. And in that context, I thought staff did an excellent job of laying out the landscape. It's a much bigger issue, and I think we should take it on, you know, in a much bigger way. You know, I mean, Commissioner Gordon's one of the grandfathers of this movement of bringing behavioral health in schools when you know, we haven't had much of that, and Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss is a leader in this. So, but I'm also passionate about this because of the work I've done with neuroscience screening, with a kindergarten a screener that we're rolling out for kids who are at risk for learning issues that comes out of UCSF, and that's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking that we don't do anything very early. We do not have a canary in any coal mine here, and so the screening is essential. It's essential we do it early. It's essential we do it often, and there's a whole continuum from young to old that should match the developmental brain. I mean, there's a lot to this. And so I guess what I'm saying is I think my recommendation is to adopt the report, recognize what its limitation is. Maybe we should think a much larger study, because this is a very serious issue that needs a lot more attention. And I think was it the November meeting or the October meeting where we recommended very strongly that we need the behavioral health system and the school system to have a shared office that can work together, because the two systems don't work together, and that's why we don't have these services in schools to begin with nearly enough. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Commissioner Montreal-Weiss?
Yes, thank you. First of all, Kaylee, this is a long time coming, so thank you so much. And Commissioners, I just wanted to say legislation, this report, because of so many different things going on with the commission, is delayed. Otherwise, the title would have absolutely been behavioral health. So I don't think so I just wanted to be clear about that. I think we all acknowledge that. I think we were just following what the legislation is, and that's why the report is titled as is. But in conversations with Kaylee and the team, we absolutely feel like this is a wonderful opportunity to have these conversations in schools to include substance use disorder and screenings that will include that. So I think we will ensure that the legislature knows that as well. The other thing I want to say is, you know, working on getting schools to understand the difference between a screening tool versus an assessment tool. We've been at this for years, and we're finally getting there. So I want to continue using screening tools. So I want to be really, really clear about that. And it is the difference. So I know, for example, in San Diego County, we've gotten over 440 schools to use the Columbia suicide screening tool. And when we were able to do that, the first conversations we had were, this is a screener and this is an assessment. And just really getting them to understand, let's look at evidence base, let's look at screenings, how much time it takes versus assessments. When I can ask a child 2 questions right off the bat and then continue to move forward, that's really helpful. Commissioner Mitchell, when you ask who does it, it's going to depend on every school community. what we're trying to do with this report is move it forward so those conversations can continue to happen. And I think that's what's critically important. In a time where rising mental health, issues with our students is happening, this is about early intervention. This is about getting to our students the sooner the better. At what grade level, who does it? Again, that's going to be dependent upon the community, the school community, and critically important, when we did a site visit, bringing the families into the conversation is absolutely critical to this. And they point this out in the report. And to Commissioner Gordon's point, absolutely, you have to have the whole system in place. So it's not just let's do screeners. I think it's been really intentional, and I think that's why they pointed out in the report. So I know we're going to get to Commissioner Brown, but I want to second what I think Commissioner Carnevale was saying. We want to adopt this and move it forward. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Commissioner Ouellette. Kaylee, I just have some of this is just not clear to me, and I suspect it might not be to others. So could you just kind of educate me a little bit here? I understand that universal screening, from what you say, is not diagnostic screening. And I understand that an element, at least, of universal screening is the analysis of various data to determine if some young person has a high risk of mental health or behavioral health issues. But what I don't understand is an instrument a part of this, number one? Is it considered to be a part of it? In other words, an instrument that's completed by either the child, the parent, or somebody at the school?
Yes, absolutely. And I apologize that that sort of got lost in the bigger discussion. The tool, there are many different types of instruments. And the one that as Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss mentioned, it really will depend on the population and the age and that is being screened and the goal of that screener in terms of what that tool will look like. Schools or screeners ideally, so we had a robust conversation earlier around how do we be better about being more culturally and linguistically responsive in the behavioral health realm. It's not just about translating it into another language. There's context. So screeners, that applies to screeners as well. So it really and ideally a school would be using a tool that would be normed to whatever population their students are in, so statistically validated, and it would be brief, and it would be, depending on who, it could be administered by a child, or a child is filling out something on a tablet. It could be, actually, sometimes it's the parents filling out something. It can be more traditional, provider, but typically it's not somebody who's licensed, who's actually administering the universal screen.
So I guess let me just drill a little deeper. Is it an instrument that is scored and you come up with a risk factor as a result of that, or is it an instrument that is examined by a mental or behavioral health care professional who then determines that the person is at high risk?
It would be easily scored, where the score is really for a lay audience would be able to interpret it. Yeah.
So it's gathered by a lay audience and it's interpreted, and then it's a pathway to diagnostic screening if it's required, if it looks like there's a.
It can be.
Okay, I guess then my question would be two question and a comment, I guess. The question is, why would we not want to standardize to the degree that we could based on the different populations that you just mentioned? But why would we not want to standardize and vet tools rather than open it up to anybody that, any screening instrument that's out there that may or may not be vetted? Why would we not want to, or make a recommendation at least, that there's a standard of some sort in that arena?
Actually, I would say that, the recommendation does include that we do have standards for universal screening. That might or that may or may not end up being, you know, one or a handful of screeners that are all schools are required to. We have some work to do. Right now, we don't even have a general consensus of what those standards would be. And from that would come a process to determine, like that vetting process. But you can, the point that the report is trying to make is that standards around implementation are actually more important than the tool itself. Because you can have a highly well-vetted, validated, you know, sound screening tool, and if you haven't done all the work up front and you don't have some of those components we keep mentioning for that bigger systems level approach, then the screener will not be effective. So regardless of where we end, we have more work in terms of standards. It's kind of more of this process level where we're at now. But it's not to say we won't get there. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying we're ready.
Fair enough. Thank you. And so I guess what then final question, and then just a quick comment. But the data analysis, is that separate from the screening instrument, or is it gathered in the screening instrument? In other words, are there other data that the school would have for attendance, for example, or for absences, or for, you know, discipline or what have you? Does that factor into it outside of the instrument, or is that all a part of the instrument?
It certainly can. It depends on the data privacy and like how they've set it up to integrate that data. Certainly, the more information you have to tell more of that whole person, whole child story is going to be, it's going to be just more impactful. Or,
okay.
But that might be more of a, oh, we recognize there's some flags here. Now we need to look at other factors to really understand this story. But also some of these screeners we've seen, there's one, Riverside County is doing an amazing job where they call it the whole child screener, actually. And so not only is it is a screener designed to assess not only behavioral, social, emotional risk and strength factors, but also socioeconomic conditions, you know, adverse events, personal attributes like you know, internal versus external locus of control, and like how that relates to a child's perception of capability and agency. And so they actually, from those different domains, create a profile for the student that can inform a robust kind of wraparound support model that is inclusive of not just schools, but all these other community agencies that providing healthcare and basic needs, essentially, and not just to the student, to the family. So it can be very simple, like 2 questions, as we heard before. It can be really comprehensive. So really just, but at that, to answer your question to the data, that is, there's sort of like this summation over those different domains to come up with this, whether, you know, a level of need. That's all. So.
All right. And then just to comment, I just think that the presentation, the PowerPoint needs some kind of a more specific definition of what it actually is. In other words, that there is it includes X, Y, and Z, including an instrument and and then maybe some of the challenges in selecting an instrument or the different types, because I think it's pretty nebulous right now in terms of, to the layperson looking at this, trying to figure out what is universal screening. I mean, I listened to 45 minutes of dialogue and I didn't really have a good feel for it. So I think other people might be thinking the same thing. So I would suggest adding something that is more definitive of exactly what it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here's a comment from Commissioner.
I just wanted to go ahead and motion that the commission approve the school-based universal mental health screening legislative report.
I'd like to second.
All right, we need to move to.
Sorry, before that, can I just, with legislation, sometimes they use terminology that's a defined term. And it's not clear to me, so this is a question, if in the original legislation for this, when it mentioned mental health, it was specifically trying to exclude, because we could, my proposal would be that we reframe this to behavioral health. And I would say that the reason why that could work, if it's not a defined term, is because behavioral health does not exclude mental health.
With that comment.
I just want to make sure staff understands the recommendation. Okay.
So my understanding that it would be sort of an approval contingent on that change.
Yes. Okay.
Or we can just change the motion to approve the school-based universal behavioral health screening legislative report.
Yeah, and I mean, because all the recommendations, they talk about school mental health initiatives, et cetera. So it would just be making sure that we're broadening it to include, doesn't exclude mental health, it's still a core focus.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Before we take any additional comments from commissioners in the room, we have a first and a second, I believe, and we need to do public comment.
Did we do this? Okay. So we do need general public comment as well.
Okay, we have no comments in the room. If you'd like to make a comment online, please make sure your hand is raised. We have 4 public comments online. The first is from Cassie.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm Cassie Williams. I was a school psychologist in Arizona for 10 years, and I actually piloted exactly what this presentation was about at my campus in Paradise Valley, because we had an interesting demographic of students where we were getting a lot of externalizing behaviors. And so I saw an opportunity for us to utilize our MTSS framework as well as our PBIS framework, which is positive behavior interventions and supports. And I was actually able to coordinate with my administration as well as our district reps and use the SRSSIE, which is a free screener, research-based, very quick, and it's just 10 questions on a Likert scale that the teachers completed for every single student on campus. Arizona, the laws are a little bit different, so we did, very transparent communication with all of our parents. They were allowed to have their child opt out. But from the data, I did all of the data analysis, which I'm trained to do as a school psychologist. And then we were able to look at the student overall using things such as attendance, discipline records, previous evaluation requests for special education services. And we were able to incorporate from the data analysis and looking at the child as a whole, where the child fit into that triangle that you saw for MTSS, and where, if they needed support. And for the students that came out showing low risk, we actually utilized them as peer supports and mentors for their peers. So we really excelled at our campus by piloting a program such as this. And I really felt like it really helped our campus as a whole, as well as our community as a whole. So just wanted to share that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cassie. Our next comment is from Steve. Your line is open.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I always like to check. My name's Steve McNally. I'm a family member from Orange County. I'm speaking as an individual, as I always do, even though I'm on a local county board. The discussion was very interesting to me, and it reminded me of a couple things. One is, what's worse, not having a system that can handle it if it's needed, or a person not knowing that they need help? So that's always been something that's concerned me, because there's a lot of interventions from 0 to 60. One could be just teaching families how to be safe adults who can listen without judgment, or solution, and empower everyone to become better communicators so that people feel listened to. The other is whatever full diagnostics. I think the idea of changing the name or at least establishing a framework for all the tools that are available. There's so many online tools from reputable providers. And there's also, more serious, suicidal ideation and that kind of thing, that making people understand the framework of what tools are available so they'll use them. And like was said about Riverside, Orange County also has a tool that incorporated determinants of social determinants plus mental health. And it was funded through our managed care Medi-Cal provider, CalOptima, through several county providers. It wasn't evidence-based, so it has difficulty getting all the way through, but maybe with CDRPs now, CDEPs, I mean, we might look at that. But the concern was that because the suicidal ideation was so high, regardless of whether it was high income, middle income, or low income, that some people in the school area didn't want to deal with it because they didn't have the resources. And that always concerned me because I think informing us and empowering the greater population with whatever you can to empower us with whatever skill sets we can have that can leverage the more licensed approaches is important. And I think, Gary has a great presentation in LA about only 5% of the people being helped. I think if we can't get to a menued approach where people can get more engaged at different levels, leveraging on each other's skill sets, I think that's one way to go after it with the peer or unlicensed workforce, or just getting us more involved with owning our own recovery. So thank you for letting me share as always.
Thank you.
Our next comment is from Wendy. Your line is open.
Hi, my name is Wendy Ward. I just wanted to congratulate the commission. I actually founded a gamified platform for mental health screening, specifically younger children. And I'm just so impressed with the work that the presentation offers. It's really a beacon for other states, to be honest with you. It's a great model. It's a lot of information that goes into it. One just quick distinction that I wanted to mention: when you screen early and you screen younger, ideally it's before addictive behavior and risky choices set in. So when you're talking about early intervention, oftentimes you're talking about stuff that's much smaller in scale. It could be, for example, a pet died, and this is their first introduction to grief. And so those interventions are likely shorter, and ultimately help the child understand their mental health balance a little bit more. So that was my only comment. I'm really impressed with the work that was done. And again, there are a lot of really good resources out there, but that was it. I'm really impressed with your work. Thank you very much for all the time that you're putting into this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment and the last comment from our queue is with Laurel. If you had a comment but were not able to make it during this item, please submit it to publiccomments@bhsoac.ca.gov. Thank you.
Hello, this is Laurel again. A very interesting presentation. I did have a question about the 43% breakdown of the survey. Did you break that down in terms of how many students were represented or attend the schools or are part of the entities that responded? And did you do any demographic analysis of that? Because 43 and 43 entities could be any number of students. Where was Los Angeles on this? Where was Sacramento? Where are the big school districts? San Diego. And then what about the rural districts and the Central Valley? So if you broke that down, would love to hear about it. Thank you.
And I'd ask staff to send an email response to that question. Thank you.
Yes. That was our last public comment.
All right. So we will take vice chair prerogative. We have a motion and a second on the floor. I would like to request, again, I'm going to restate what I understand the motion states. The commission approved the school-based universal behavioral health screening legislative report. Okay?
And I have Commissioner Bunch as the motion and Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss is the second, correct? Okay. Commissioner Baer.
Aye.
Commissioner Bernick. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch.
Aye.
Commissioner Callan.
Aye.
Commissioner Carnevale.
Aye.
Commissioner Chambers.
Aye.
Commissioner Contreras.
Aye.
Designee Schwartz. Abstain, okay. Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon.
Aye.
Designee Pulamano. Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell.
Approved.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Commissioner Southard.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Sy.
Aye.
Vice Chair Rolette.
Approve.
Chair Alvarez. She's absent. Motion passes.
Thank you. I'm going to ask commissioners to very quickly go and grab a lunch, unless you choose not to want one and stay here. Come back very quickly. We are going to have to make some adjustments in our agenda today, and I will let you know what those are when you return.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for your understanding and patience as we work through this agenda. Recognizing that the topics of conversation are of great interest to commissioners and members of the public, we are going to do some rearranging of the agenda. So hopefully this makes sense to folks. And again, we thank you for your patience and understanding. I want to go back to item number 7 with just a few updates, and then we'll move to item 13, the Innovation Partnership Fund. Then we'll go back to item 12. We'll then go to item 10, and then 14 and 15 if we have time. Is there anything, Sandra?
Is there any objections to?
Oh, sorry, before that, can I ask you a question? Is there anything on this agenda that has to be completed today?
I think the budget approval of a contract is
Okay.
the only one.
Great, perfect. Any objections to those changes? Okay, great. Thank you so much. So apparently I missed a robust discussion. So I apologize that I was gone for that, but I did get caught up a little bit by my fellow commissioners, so thank you for that. I also appreciate the feedback on ensuring that we are providing clarity around requests of commissioners. That's something that I think over time we can always get better at, and something that I've been frustrated with in the past too. So I want to appreciate the feedback as we look to ensure that commissioners feel informed and are informed. As part of that, I've had a conversation with Will and the team around how do we remind commissioners of information that is coming at them, as well as the work that this team is doing in some form of a digest to commissioners. Like, we get a lot of emails. I'm sure many of us get a lot of emails and we get overwhelmed. So how do we get flagged requests from commissioners, news that the commission staff are doing, events that we've hosted, again, to keep them at the top of our radar. So that's something that we're working on. So stay tuned for that as it gets developed. And much appreciation to Will and the team for working through what that might look like. So on item 7, Commissioner Bunch has expressed interest in joining the ED Screening Committee. So I want to look to our chair of that committee, Commissioner Robinson, to get any thoughts or feedback on that, if you're open to that. We were able to vote to form the committee, but I wanted to revisit the committee membership and make sure that that is available. We do have the capacity to go up to 13 members of the committee because of our quorum rules, but trying to keep it to a manageable number for you, Commissioner. Does that work?
Yeah, that works for me.
Great. Do we need to revote?
No, at this point, you just announce, and I would recommend you just re-announce the members of the committee.
Okay, great. Let's re-announce the members of the committee. The members of the committee.
Appointment, so you could say, I'm appointing, you know.
Okay, I am appointing Commissioner Roberts. Actually, let me backtrack. One thing that was missed at the last discussion, I believe, is we had an HR committee at the end of 2024 that consisted of Commissioner Robinson, Commissioner Gordon, Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss. Is that it? And those three. Not in the last one, right?
Okay.
That was it. There was a three.
It was a three. That's the
And,
last.
so that was the beginning of the executive director committee that I raised. And then we put out the email that was not as clear in its request of interest. So now, in addition to those three, we have Commissioner Bunch, Commissioner Carnevale, and Vice Chair Rolette. Yes. Just kidding. And Commissioner Cross. I said Gordon. Oh, and Commissioner Southern. And we, I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm clearly flustered here. There was intention around bringing in Commissioner Cross because we wanted a youth representative and thinking about this new leadership. And then we also, Commissioner Southern, from their perspective and the experience, the professional experience as a behavioral health director leadership. So again, Commissioners Carnevale, Cross, Gordon, Madrigal-Weiss, Rolette, and Southern, as well as Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Robinson? Fantastic. Great. Thank you all for that. So thank you also to my vice chair for leading the conversation while I was away. We're going to move on to agenda item 13, the Innovation Partnership Fund. We're going to receive some information on the Innovation Partnership Fund, as well as hear an update on recent activities. The Commission will also review some initial recommendations regarding the direction of the grant program and some next steps on developing the program's operational and strategic plan. As a reminder, under the Behavioral Health Services Act, the Commission will begin administering the Innovation Partnership Fund on July 1st, 2026. And what that means is we'll award grants to private, public, and nonprofit partners with about $20 million over 5 years, a total of about $100 million. And it's intended to support innovative, evidence-based approaches to mental health and substance use disorder services with a focus on underserved, low-income populations and communities impacted by behavioral health disparities. Commissioner Carnevale has been working with the University of the Pacific McGeorge School of Law to begin planning for the Innovation Partnership Fund. UOP has been contracted to conduct community outreach on potential uses of the fund and to develop a series of white papers. So we've talked about this work in the past as part of the commission, and feedback that we heard was to provide more information to commissioners and the public around the process. So this is the beginning of that informational item, and that we hope to continue to open the dialogue with our public as well as our commission around this important responsibility that falls to the commission. So I'm going to hand it over to our interim executive director, Will, to start the conversation before we hand it to Commissioner Carnevale.
Great. Thank you, Chair. I shall try to be as brief as possible so that Commissioner Carnevale has the time he needs as well as to allow public comment. What I really wanted to try to do was sort of frame the purpose of the intent of our conversation today as something that we're not trying to conclude in this meeting, rather we're trying to start. And with the expectation that we would sort of move from this conversation into subsequent meetings, through sort of discernment, consideration of options and ramifications, deliberations. Eventually, we get the decisions. We have a responsibility to be ready to implement the Innovation Partnership Fund in July of 2026. So we have some, but not unlimited time for the discussion and planning to lead to it. The choice points that I can imagine the commission and our constituents, need to be comfortable with are things like, are we talking about one or multiple initiatives? What is the focus of the strategies? Are we focusing on the populations identified as priorities under BHSA, or are we talking about all of California? The level of innovation that we are talking about, transformational versus incremental is a concept I've heard. What do our stakeholders and constituents want is important to know. Who do we consult, and how do we handle that consultation? What's the structure of an innovation initiative? Is it something that's inside state government? Is it located outside state government? And regardless of which, how do we ensure sort of transparency and accountability is completely maintained? Someone has done some thinking in this space, and it hasn't yet been, necessarily shared or adopted by or endorsed by stakeholders or, the people we're going to consult or the commission itself or, the public. But frequently conversations like this really only get going because somebody does have an idea and is willing to put it out there, and then that can sort of engage our thinking and our imagination, and we can either join with that vision or we have other visions and imaginings that we have. The image that I was thinking about yesterday and thinking about today was we seem to have choices in life. Life is either a trampoline where we go up and down in a very narrow space, or there's springboards where we go long distances. So, I hope that we're less a trampoline today and more a springboard. The background materials that were put in the package attempt to do several things. One is brief look back at the Commission's historic role as sort of hopefully guiding or approving county innovation efforts under Mental Health Services Act. Some of those innovations emerged as practice-defining experiences. Some were too particular and specific to an individual county's needs to be scalable. Proposition 1 and the legislation behind it essentially sunsetted our responsibility for that at the end of 2020, in July 2026, and transferred the innovation responsibility to the commission to sort of look at from a state perspective. Well before Prop 1 was passed, Commissioner Carnevale, who has a long history of interest in neurosciences and the sort of application of neuroscience to behavioral health conditions, sort of led the commission's engagement and awareness with those sorts of efforts through a variety of visits to scientific centers and conferences, et cetera. And as mentioned in the package, a bit over a year ago, the then chair tasked Commissioner Carnevale to sort of say, please, sort of help us get to an innovation summit, to a place that we have a vision going forward. And sort of that, out of that grew the agreement with McGeorge School to do some work on some white papers, some strategy papers. And those are included in the one white paper that's been completed is included in the package. We've asked McGeorge to pause the work for now until this conversation could occur and the commission could sort of decide on future directions. But with that, I would like to ask my friend, Commissioner Carnevale, to sort of share with us where we've been.
Commissioners, give me 1 second. I see Sheriff Brown's hand up, and I want to make sure he has the chance to. Can you unmute?
Can you hear me? I'm having trouble
Yes.
getting unmuted there. Yeah, I'm sorry. My hand was up a while back for the discussion about the membership on the selection committee, and I wanted to just say that I had an interest in also being on that committee. And I believe, I won't speak for her, but I think Commissioner Chambers had at least some initial interest in possibly as well. But I'm wondering if we can expand the size of that committee.
Yeah, make scheduling harder, but that's okay.
Yes, we can. I believe Commissioner Chambers said no. She's shaking her head.
The only smart one.
She did express interest, yes.
You're welcome.
Okay. Right back at you, Commissioner Robinson. We got one more. I know it's gonna,
Yeah, I mean,
scheduling will be more challenging.
I'm fine with, everyone wanting to be a part of it, and, I welcome the eyes and the input. I would just ask, we all be very flexible with scheduling. We really want to keep this moving, it's and speed and pace is important. So just please be flexible with schedules.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let it be noted for the record then. Thanks.
Commissioner Chambers may be the only smart one here. So thank you, Will, our interim executive director. You've captured, I think, accurately the way I'm thinking about this. This is the beginning of a conversation. I brought one recommendation to get us started, but we'll get into that and why I've suggested that. But to me, it's trying to ask the right questions here, not get to the answers. And for me, what I presented here is kind of, I've been on this commission now 5 years. I think I've only missed 1 or 2 meetings. I've been on a lot of site visits, and I can guarantee for the new commissioners, if you're feeling, like you don't know what's going on, I knew even less because I'm the business representative for the governor, and I knew nothing about behavioral health when I started. So I've been drinking from a fire hose since the beginning. And I do have this particular viewpoint around innovation because I'm a venture capitalist, because I do a lot of work in neuroscience, and because I have a real interest in innovation, all things innovation, and in the private sector, which plays into this. So, and what really happened before this is I volunteered to run the strategic planning process, and that's reflected here. So I'll kind of just walk you through the history because we pivoted a few times, and I'll just explain all that and how I got to this crazy place in the first place here. I can't advance that. They have to advance it. Go ahead and advance the slide, please. Thank you. So this is just kind of the summary. As our interim executive director has explained, Prop 1's really kind of changed everything. And that vote, from my viewpoint, was really a vote to begin fixing a very failed system. A lot of things were no longer working the way people intended, which happens all the time. And it really started with housing, but it really affords us an opportunity to keep going. So, what are these opportunities that are created for the commission? And as a commission, what do we want to do? And how much do we want to lean into innovation, which is a core part of our mission? And but what jumped out as I go through this, I'm trying to highlight the things that for me have really jumped out. We sit here at almost every meeting and we seem to have more questions than answers and more problems than solutions. And the one thing that was core to everything is that we lack this funding opportunity. We live in a world of scarcity when it comes to behavioral health, and everyone is short of their needs and hopes in this area, and that's one of the things that I hope to address here, because I think it's something we can address that's foundational to everything and can get us started. So, and what I would like to try to create is more of an expansionary opportunity for the commission and for the individual commissioners. I know I've talked to some of the new commissioners, and they have, they're very passionate about their own areas, and we all have our own passions. And, when you first come to the commission, you're overwhelmed by how much is already in place, and you sit there and you're trying to figure out, well, how can I even lean into what I care about? And I think for me that creates limitations, and I don't like limitations. So I'm hoping in this, I'll give you my viewpoint on this as to how I think we remove some of those limitations for all of us and really encourage us all to be elevating everything we do and not trying to limit what we do by the scarcity of dollars. And the bottom line of what I've learned in 5 years is that to solve any of these problems is going to require public-private philanthropic research partnerships, and that no one sector alone can solve these problems. It takes everybody to solve them, and maybe 10 times more in today's environment where we are presumably being faced by the federal government contracting funding, sadly, that we're facing. So that's where I'm getting to, and I will make some specific recommendations that might get us there. But let me take you back. Next slide, please. Let me just kind of take you back through the journey. And, we start with the origins of the behavioral health innovation. It starts back in 2000 because then needs were being met as they're still not being met. And the California's little Hoover Commission called upon the governor and the legislature to increase funding. And so they made a recommendation to set aside 5%. And I know a couple of you commissioners have been around long enough, you probably actually remember that. And the funding was to encourage experimentation, risk-taking, and new approaches to meeting behavioral health needs. So from the very beginning, innovation's been a part of it. And under Prop 63, over 20 years, the taxpayers have provided an estimated $1.2 billion for innovation. And if we look at our own transparency tool, which in and of itself, I think has been a very cool thing to show that we're leaning into transparency, about $750 million has been spent, and another 500 is either left unspent or is in some process of being spent. And as Commissioner Schwartz mentioned, there's this issue of accountability. And so, one of the questions is, well, what's happened to this money? So next slide. And I don't have the answers to these, but these are the kind of questions, So where's that $750 million been spent? And what's had the greatest impact? And I have a friend who ran NASA R&D, the number 3 guy at NASA for 7 years, and he had the guts to go to legislature and say, if everything we do succeeds, then we haven't pushed the envelope enough yet. Some things should fail. And I would say the same thing here. We know that everything we're doing, is succeeding or failing to varying degrees, but we shouldn't look at those as successes or failures, but we should look at all of those as learning. And I think we have a legitimate question in this process that we should be trying to understand. What are the strengths and challenges of what we've learned as a commission over the last 20 years, and what does that guide, what we're thinking about going forward? And under Prop 1, we're required, the counties are now going to be innovating on their own, and I guess from my personal viewpoint, this whole process of them coming to us and us agreeing to what they proposed to me was not our best use of time. And so I'm kind of happy that requirement is gone, because it clears the table for us to be able to focus on some of these issues. And you can see just from this meeting, we could barely grapple with some of the serious issues we're talking about, but we still have a requirement. How do we support them? How do we work with the counties? How do we help them without having the legal requirement to do that? And Prop 1's also created for the commission an intentional $100 million commitment over 5 years for innovation funds. And how can the commission, make the best use of that funding? And if successful, and this is one of the things I want to get across, is that I don't think we talk enough about is we can go get more money. I mean, there isn't always more money, but we can lobby with the governor, with the legislature. When we find something that's important, and we know there are a lot of important things here, we should go ask for more money and make the case that there's something we should study. Like we talked earlier about school-based mental health. Maybe we need to go get some more money and take that full on, and not just take a sliver of it around screening, but talk about, the whole enchilada. So this is partly history and partly my own learnings and reflection on how I feel about it. Next slide, please. So this started for me, this particular project of innovation started because actually the governor and Secretary Ghali came to me and said, could you figure out a way to close the gap between the private and the public sector? Because we think it's deplorable that that it takes 10 or 15 years for our best innovations to get from the private insured sector into the public sector where they need it the most. How do we change that? And so that's what started, and that's what started the whole process. And the money that's sitting at UOP today was originally, I originally came to the commission and agreed to a pot of money, and we thought we were going to put on a conference. And as I started meeting with all kinds of different people who had different ideas about a conference of bringing the public and private sector together, which is something the commission did previously in 2018, what I realized was that if we bring them together, but we haven't changed the underlying root causes of the issues that prevent us from closing that gap, then it's a waste of money. So I kind of put the brakes on that, and I said we need to really take a longer process here and understand, what the root causes are. So that's why it pivoted a few times, and we've really coveted that money to save it for now when we really need it a lot more. And in the meantime, we've been doing background work that we think will be useful eventually to this process. And then what happened additionally more recently, I talked with Secretary Johnson, and she said a couple of things that were important. I think they're obvious, I suppose, but important. She really wants to have insight and opportunity to collaborate with the commission on the goals of innovation, which was reflected in her people visiting us today, which was great. And the other thing she, was asking that we all ask, which is how do we address these barriers across the siloed government? I mean, she runs half of government and she still doesn't have all the pieces that are required to address some of these issues, because the only person literally in government that owns it all is the governor. So we get a lot of these disconnected programs and we all tear our hair out. So how do we do that without, swallowing this elephant whole? And that's part of what I'm hoping to get to here. Next slide, please. So then let's just take a slide to look at the origins and purpose of the now Commission for Behavioral Health. And the word that jumped out to me was better. The commission was formed to drive transformational change, not incremental change, but transformational change, things that would really move the system, and to set expectations that we can do better, and to lend our voice and vision to clients and families who deserve better, and taxpayers who are questioning how billions in behavioral health funding can be spent, and yet we still have this kind of broken system. And looking over here because I'm always thinking of Commissioner Mitchell, and to bring leaders together in this field, of behavioral health, education, public safety, veteran services, housing, substance use disorders, labor, business. Everybody has to come together, policymakers. How can we do better here? And what drives me crazy is that we have people that come to this commission, we talk about it, we have panels come up, we talk about how broken it is, and we're talking about it like they have to go somewhere else to get the answers. But guess what? We're it. I mean, between us and the people that we are connected to, this is the end of the line here. So if we can't answer these questions, then, I'm wondering who does. And I think the answer is nobody. So, one of the things I was thinking as I was putting this together is how do we choose our priorities, and how do we enable this commission to begin. The thing I love about it is anybody in the public can come here and talk to us, and they ask us a lot of questions, but we don't give them a lot of answers because we don't have them ourselves. How do we change that? And how do we challenge the field? We're really set up because we're quasi-independent. How do we challenge our field? How do we challenge our government? Set aspirations, drive improvements to be better. So that's the way I think about this. Next slide. And honestly, my view of this is we're in an existential crisis between half the country just wants to tear down government and the other half is trying to do something else. And my view of it is we're trying to make government better, although, I don't know that we're doing that good job of it. And I think that's what we need to be doing better, and our sliver of it is behavioral health. And so how do we do it better? And for me, it's better data, it's better services, it's better outcomes at lower costs. And, this is the non-sexy stuff. I, too, love to meet with all the, like the panel yesterday with the incarcerated population that's thriving, who doesn't love that? That's the fun stuff. And this is the not fun stuff, but this is the stuff that, gets us there. So, what I think of is we have to adopt best practices as an innovation incubator. And what are those? And innovation processes, and I know a lot about this because this is what I sort of do for my day job, is they're dynamic, they require a blend of creativity, of strategic planning and thinking, of adaptability to bring new ideas to life, and ideas that are very customer-centric, or in this case are patient-centric, and they're family-centric, and they're community-centric. And so I won't go into the details. There are lots of tools that are available, particularly in the private sector, that can elevate, that can get to more innovation than we've had, that are not just incremental. And they're all available to us: open innovation forums, lean startup, design thinking, agile methodologies. This is my world. Probably a lot of you don't know that much about that stuff, but it's out there, and we can borrow from it, and we can, I think, be even better at innovation than we are. And maybe we can effectively model good government so people don't want to just take all of our funds away. Next slide, please. So if you look at our strategic plan, we developed the strategic plan, and it's 24 to 27. We spent a year developing it by listening to the community, but we didn't finish it yet. I don't know if you remember this, but we adopted it about a year ago, and I said that there was a phase 2 that really puts meat on the bones, and that is we still have to establish state metrics for behavioral health for which we could measure the commission's progress against. Now, I don't know if that sounds crazy to you or not, because it shouldn't sound crazy in the real world, but it is crazy in our world of behavioral health because these metrics don't exist. You can't find them in the state government. Nobody can tell us how big the problem is, how far along we are to the solutions, but there is the capability of figuring out those measurements. Some of them are external, some of them are internal. I've met with a lot of different groups. For example, Bill Gates put $1 billion into something called IHME up in Seattle that does public health data, and they're very interested in working with us to help figure out, and they're willing to do it pro bono, to help figure out what is the size of our current system and how do we measure, what are these metrics, and drawing from just a lot of public data. We usually use the excuse that all of our internal computer systems don't talk to each other, and DHCS has been here saying that they're struggling. They're trying to do data, but they're struggling around it. I think we can do better, and I think that's really where it starts. And if you look at our plan, it really has 4 priorities, but the third one is inspire innovation and learning. So again, I'm just pointing out that is a key component here. And the staff is working on a progress report around our budget and trying to show, progress against our plan. But honestly, without these metrics and without, commissioning somebody to help us do that, we're still wandering around blindly, as is everybody else in the system, as far as I can tell. Now, if somebody knows differently, I'd love to hear it because I haven't seen it yet. Next slide, please. So the strategic plan has 3 objectives for innovation and learning built into it. One is to tell the innovation story by curating analytical-based narratives on the potential for innovation to improve behavioral health outcomes. The second is to grow the financial capacity, and we're going to talk about this one more as I get on, to establish an innovation fund to link the leveraging the public and the private investments. So even in this plan, it was built in, and we anticipated leveraging public and private to bring them together to find ways to do what we haven't been able to do so far. And the third, again, is driving transformation, which is accelerating the learning and adaptation in the public policy and programs. And I love where our new chair is going in creating more even more visibility to some of our programs we're funding, and what's happening to them, and how what happens after they go away, and what are the results and so forth. That's all good. We don't do enough of that in government. There was kind of a mic dropping moment. I shouldn't say this. I won't say who it is, but somebody I like a lot in the legislature who was at a big convention or conference and said, I never understood what was going wrong. And then she said, I realized one day we passed these laws and we actually never look at what happens to them after we pass it. And I realized, we're the problem because we don't really have a measurement of outcomes of what we do. So that's, I think, kind of where it starts. Next slide. So the commission team has, in the middle of the Prop 1, and you may recall, certainly the people who were here recall that the original recommendations were different than they ended up, and there was a lot of negotiations, some in front, some behind the scenes, but the commission team worked actively with the governor and the legislature on legislation to establish what we've now got is an innovation fund. You might recall the original recommendation was for the commission to effectively disappear. So I think we got people to realize that was a bad idea. But let's just walk through what Prop 1 really does do. It creates a new BHSA Innovation Partnership Fund administered by the commission. That's actually new. We've never had that kind of a fund before. The fund can support grants to public, private, nonprofit partners to promote the development of innovative mental health and substance use disorder programs and practices. So now we have the SUD, which is fantastic. The commission must consult with relevant state agencies, which makes sense. We need to work in collaboration. And we need to provide a report to the legislature every 3 years on the progress. I'm not sure why it isn't every year, but so be it. And focus on improving programs for underserved, low-income populations, reduce disparity, meeting statewide goals and objectives and other opportunities as determined by the commission. So we're supposed to serve everybody. And beginning in 2026, the Innovation Fund will receive $20 million annually for 5 years. And we can redirect another of the $20 million annually we get from from the Mental Health Wellness Act if we want to. We can use that money any way we deem that we want to use it for additional innovation if it makes sense. But it was purposefully all set up so we only had 5 years, and we had to prove that we could spend this money well in those 5 years if we were going to get more. And so that's part of the pressure, if you will, and part of the reason why I think it behooves us to decide, what are we going to spend money on that's going to have the biggest bang for the buck here. Next slide. So, we're no longer in this business of approving county innovation plans, but we have seeded. I just want to acknowledge successes. We have seeded important plans or programs that have been emerged in HHS as part of Prop 1, and now we just have to decide what we do in the future. But for example, the California Department of Public Health has received $100 million annually for prevention strategies. We had reports on prevention and intervention. I believe Chair Alvarez and ex-Chair Madrigal-Weiss were the co-authors of that important paper. And so we're seeing the results of our leaning into the system and getting them to change. Same thing, the Department of Healthcare Services received, is newly charged with establishing minimum standards for early intervention of county behavioral health programs and mandatory fiscal set-asides. That's a big win for us. We don't have to do that anymore, but we can acknowledge that we influence that. And the question is, what do we influence more? Same thing, Department of Healthcare Access and Information will receive over $100 million annually addressed to workforce shortages. So we are having impact. The work we're doing is having impact on the current system. And how do we keep doing that? What are the priorities that keep moving us in that direction? So the question we all need to be asking is, where does the commission provide value to the state? What are the highest priorities. And these are my answers. You may have different answers, but this is the way I look at it. I look at it around data and analytics first, which the support and this idea of supporting the development of metrics to guide all of our decision making. I don't like, in business, I generally have metrics that help me make smart decisions. Here, I feel like we're making floating decisions that are unclear what they mean or how much impact they have or where they're going to go or anything else. I think we can fix that. I don't think we have to just live with that, and I'd like to see us do that. I think that the funding innovation, obviously, part of this is taking pressure off the public sector budgets because we're going to be continuing under pressure, and sadly the wildfires created this extra pressure this year. But an example of that is early psychosis intervention through the expansion of private insurance coverage to grow the funding pool for best available care. We can work with the private sector, we can work with philanthropy, we can work with research to grow pots of money if we work together rather than individually, and we silo ourselves from those opportunities. And again, I'll talk about that some more. And I think we need to expand our learning collaboratives to do more better. We have empath, ELCO, psychiatric advanced directives, FSPs. These are things that the commission pioneered that are having various amounts of success, but we have a long way to go, and I think we need to continue to have these, even though we're not approving funding at a county level. I think we have the opportunity to coordinate the counties together, to work together to accomplish pilots that make a difference in our system. So I think that's all good. And so if you look at, and I drew this is a chart that happens to be in the early psychosis draft plan that shows, what are the major pieces of our commission. And what emerges from here are two major priorities. One is public awareness in the sense of setting expectations. I don't know about you, but if I have cancer or a cardiac issue, I have pretty clear expectations about what I expect when I go to my doctor in the hospital, and you expect precision medicine and you expect some answers. I now have lived experience that I didn't have when I started this job with a family member, and I've now been in the middle of that shit show, and we have no expectations. We don't know where to go. We don't know what to do, and nobody else seems to either. So that's our current standard of expectation. How do we work with the public to set a different standard of expectation? And that kind of drives the demand before we can do the supply side. And then there's the sustainable funding Commissioner Gordon talked about in the context of schools and base mental health, but it's true of everything. We get so much money that's one-time money, and it's not sustainable, and we know it, so we play these games. But how do we meet those expectations? Next slide. So to me, there are two key drivers that have come out of this. One, in terms of setting expectations, we really lack the robust understanding of what excellence in behavioral health care means and how to obtain it. Let me read that again. We lack the robust understanding of what excellence in behavioral health care means and how to obtain it. It doesn't get any simpler than that. What are examples of things that we're doing that we could be doing more with? The role of peers, FSPs. It occurred to me the other day when I was at the Steinberg conference, which was an excellent conference. We're talking about FSPs, whatever it takes for our most serious psychotic patients, but why are we talking about FSPs for everybody? Why isn't that our standard, that we do whatever it takes to help everybody at every moment in time? We know that not only is better for people, but it actually saves money in the long run, and yet we don't do that. The utilization of psychiatric advanced directives could be a big deal. The benefits of healthcare screening, we spent over an hour talking about that. We need to get in early and often. And again, I go back to, if not us, then who's going to do this work? I haven't seen anybody else doing this. The system itself, HHS, has a massive job running this day in and day out. And in the private sector, you don't expect the operating business to come up with the innovations. It's always a unit that sits on the side, because if you have the burden of daily expectations, you don't have time to innovate. So this isn't a knock on the system. This is just how the real world works. Next slide. So key driver 2 is the creation of the sustainable finance, and this is what I want to lean into a little bit more. You know, in most fields, we have programs and outcome goals that drive funding. We pay for what works. That's just makes logical sense. We don't do logical sense here in behavioral health. Our funding drives our programs. We say, how much money do we have? And then we do the best we can, and most of the time, we don't do very well. You know, we offer whatever we can do with the funds that are provided, and there's always too little of it. So again, we've gotten so used to it, we stop talking about it. We don't demand it. We don't expect it. That's our situation today. And examples, you know, clients cycle in and out of the emergency department and FSPs without getting their needs met a lot of times. We learned at our Napa psychiatric hospital visit that people can be arrested 15 or 20 times before they finally get a felony charge, so they can be in a category of IST, and then we're spending $400,000 a bed for that, and it just, the whole system doesn't really make sense. The sign of success would be if we didn't need these psychiatric hospitals, right? But where in our system is anybody saying my objective is to get rid of these hospitals? It's actually the opposite. We're adding billions to the budget, and we just kind of accept it as is. So, you know, and because of funding restrictions at best, we see in our psychosis report that I think we're going to talk about next month. We haven't talked about it as a commission in total. I think we got an interim report. But what we see is less than 10% of the psychosis patients coming in. We're going to see 20,000 new early psychosis patients this year, and less than 10% are going to receive evidence-based coordinated specialty care. And the report shows that we can serve 90% of them and save more money than what we do today, but we're not doing that. So, you know, serving, what do we want to do? We want to serve more clients with better services and improved outcomes requiring reliable, sustainable finance. So the key to this, though, is the sustainable finance. If we could grow our pot of money, I think we could start to unlock some of what we want to do that apparently we can't get to today. So how do we start to do it? What is the opportunity to support sustainable finance? What I've been learning, and I've spent a lot of time in the private sector, and even as recently as the Steinberg conference, I had a group come up to me and said they're ready to invest in housing, but they either can't get anybody to talk to them, or a lot of the counties, you know, it's hard to do business with the counties, or there's 100 obstacles, and we always keep hearing there's not enough housing, and that there's never going to be enough housing, but we don't really address the system enough to fix it. And I'm excited that our new commissioner is a housing expert. Maybe we can get some answers and help elevate. But we can't scale effective programs and services if we can't fund them. And again, that was true 20 years ago. It's still today. And we need, so anyway, the point is we need to leverage our private sector. So how do we do that? Next slide. So my recommendation is I think we need to establish what I'll call a behavioral health institute for sustainable finance. I think it's going to need to be a separate entity that's connected to the commission, that's going to be a public entity, but we don't have to get into all the reasons why today or why I think that, but that's just my first idea about it that we're going to debate a lot more. But it needs to be an entity where this group is waking up every day trying to figure out solutions to the problem. And so what I'm actually asking for what I'm recommending we adopt today is a small step forward, which is to establish a leadership structure. I'd love to have a couple of commissioners and a work group begin to scope this out, begin to tap into some advisors, some experts that can help us think specifically about sustainable finance. We've got money to do that at the UOP. We can expand our community engagement. We've had some community engagement. We can and should do more of that. and we should start bringing clarity to the problem, identifying the models, the potential solutions, to bring some more confidence to the next step. So this is a small step out of a whole universe of innovation, and I've got big dreams for how we can innovate everything, but it's just one step, but it's like the first place. If we can attack sustainable financing, then the other dominoes start to fall. And so I'm recommending we put together a small work group that, develops a proposal for the commission to, then debate and adopt or whatever. And just to go into that a little more, and I know we're short of time, so I've got more slides. I'm not going to go into all these details, but there are a lot of financing strategies. I talked to a lot of people, not only in California, but globally. That's part of why we went to London last year, is to talk to the European Investment Bank and a bunch of other people about this. And I have a colleague 2 weeks ago that went to Luxembourg to talk to them. They're ready to partner with us because it turns out, as bad as our system is here, we're considered the leader in the world in behavioral health. They think we're the most innovative people, and they want to work with us, and they want to help us bring private solutions to these public problems. And so there's a lot of strategies. There's borrowing strategies, investment and development bank possibilities. There's philanthropy. I work a lot with philanthropy on different programs, private equity, venture capital, which are two different things that most people don't understand, and other alternative financing groups. And then what about the whole reimbursement? One of the problems is we get reimbursement that are pennies on the dollar in behavioral health. Why is that? I don't know. Maybe you guys know all the answers to that, but I haven't gotten any good answers, and I don't think we're using the power of our California government to be pushing in this direction and talking more to the insurance companies and the payers and providers and whoever else is in the way for us to be getting such low reimbursement rates for such important things. How is it that the brain, the organ of the brain, is not as important as the heart or the lungs or any other part of the body? And of course, there's grant funding and all. So just moving ahead, I've got a slide on every one of these, but if we jump ahead, jump ahead to slide 24. Well, okay, that's good. 25, good. So, the 25 was the same as 21. Go ahead to 24, sorry. So 20, there we go. Again, just quickly, this is just a journey that shows we have a bunch of programs that we've established, and they do really good work, but we have to do more with it, and we have to figure out, I'm not sure any of these programs are sustainable today. We've got to address, and it's really just a call to say financial sustainability is not only the key to future programs, but they're really the key to all of the work we've been doing for the last 20 years, whether it's FSPs or Empath or Alcove or school-based mental health or whatever. So go ahead, two more slides. So I'll just touch on this. So that's the end of the financial sustainability. I'm going to leave that recommendation there as the one ask I would make for today, or maybe it's for the next commission, whatever the chair thinks. But I just want to touch on what this is now. Give me 5 minutes to indulge on innovation, because this is what I actually think about. I talk to a lot of people about all the possibilities. One of the things is this psychosis report that we haven't adopted yet. We invested $1.5 million, and one of the reasons it's so important is it's the most ambitious report, actually not just done in the United States, but in the world. People are reading this draft report, and this early psychosis intervention does so much good work, and hopefully we'll get to this report and we'll adopt it, and we'll begin to think about how we can action it. So that's just a little teaser in there. So I've got 3 pages, and I'm not even going to explain them. I just want to give you an example of the breadth of possibilities where my mind goes to innovations, and these are literally in no order of priority. But I already said this, why are behavioral health and housing so expensive? Precision medicine, we have no precision medicine in behavioral health, but we can. I sit at UCSF, the work I've done there, we are on the verge of precision medicine for the brain, getting to root causes. And when you get to precision medicine, you then can start giving real answers. And when you have real answers, you can then set better expectations. when we went to UC Berkeley, we saw CRISPR. People talk about AI, but I think CRISPR is actually the biggest innovation of this coming century, the ability for the first time in humanity to be able to do gene therapy. And I've actually sitting on a proposal, I can't even get it financed, which drives me crazy, but a proposal that's between IGI and UCSF. They believe that within a decade, they could use gene therapy to start curing some early psychosis conditions, but we're doing nothing about it. If I told you that in cancer, we had research to solve cancer issues, money would be pouring into the American Cancer Society. We don't have the equivalent of an American Cancer Society or an American Heart Association in behavioral health. Digital platforms, one of the things I've been learning as I'm learning what all your passions are, there are digital platforms out there that we can elevate for everything you care about. I've been working with Commissioner Chambers on peer, and there are platforms that can elevate peer networks that can get broader, that can do a lot to elevate even more. And to me, it's crazy. We keep talking about workforce shortages. I mean, to me, peer is the answer, and it's kind of in front of us, but we don't seem to link those two together enough. Another one is the whole thing about AI. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff there, the challenges and the opportunities, the predictive analytics. And again, I won't go into it, but I look at a lot of companies. And by the way, I have no conflicts of interest. I'm not involved in any of these companies. This is all pro bono work I do, but there's a lot of opportunity with these technologies, and the behavioral health field just doesn't adapt or adopt them very quickly. Next page. Again, I'm now seeing private companies investing in technology that can objectively measure the brain, which means the system of saying how you feel and getting self-reporting, which we know is not very accurate, is going to go away rapidly, and that's going to create more opportunities for precision. Advances in healthcare outcomes tied to these improved diagnostics, a big deal. In suicide, I do a lot of work with vet suicide. I work with DARPA. For those of you who know, DARPA is kind of the venture capital arm of the military. I think I talked about this in a previous meeting. DARPA has this huge research program because there are 22 vets a day that commit suicide, and they're trying to lean into technologies that can change that. And those technologies, of course, are applicable to everybody. And more recently, I started working with the Congressional Neuroscience Caucus, and it turns out, fortuitously, the new co-chair of that is Mike Thompson, who is my representative in Napa. So I'm talking to Mike Thompson and his office about how we can elevate these technologies to address suicide, which again, we address it for vets, which are critical. We bring it to the whole population. Outcome-based contracting, we're supposed to be getting an RFP on that. I think we voted $10 million. I think that's a huge key, that to take the government entities from measuring transactions, like how many people you see, to measuring outcomes, what actually happened to those people, is a simple but a revolutionary idea that can get us a government that's more accountable. Fostering public-private partnerships, we talked about. Shaping public awareness, learning collaborative models. Anyway, let's go to the next page. Just a few more. Again, we can mirror progress in heart disease and brain cancer or breast cancer. We don't do that today. I think there's a huge opportunity to create an entire collaboration of the UC California university system. While it's being attacked by the federal government, that it's unrivaled. There's nobody in the world that has a collection of universities that if you brought all of the neuroscientists and all the psychiatrists and all the psychologists and everybody else that touches the behavioral health field, we can move mountains understanding what our envisioning a new future. I do a lot of work, this will probably be odd to you, but I do a lot of work in music and the arts. There's a whole movement around healing that's very low cost, and it's clear it's very effective, but it isn't deployed because we have not spent the money to prove the research efficacy of it. So I do a lot in that area. Understanding trauma, what I've grown, I talk internationally to trauma experts, and it's a very siloed field. There are people that study PTSD who are different from sports concussions, who are different from TBIs, who are different from psychiatrists who talk about psychological trauma, and I've gotten them all to agree that we're probably working on the same thing, and there should be a universal theory of trauma, and the trauma is the root cause of everything we're trying to address here. And again, it's a new way of framing, and it goes on and on. So I'm not going to go anymore. The bottom line in the slide 30 says, yeah, but we need to get to sustainable funding, or it's all a waste of time, which is my way of plugging this one simple request that gets us started on what could be a long journey for us, but it just unlocks that piece. And so that takes me to my last slide, which is, so what for the CBH, which is, the first thing is what is our ambition as a commission, and what are our ambition as commissioners? I'm really excited by the new commissioners because there's a lot of new energy at the table, a lot of new interests, and I personally beg you to elevate your interests and don't stop from trying to get them to emerge in this soup of stuff we do here in the commission. How do we balance the needs to be supportive of the system, but create a set of urgencies to set new expectations and outcomes for a system that doesn't do that very easily? What are the characteristics of the new executive director we're going to hire, and what does that mean in the landscape of all this? And that the punchline is, what are we going to look like in 26 and beyond? So that's the end of my presentation. I hope it wasn't too long.
Thanks, Commissioner Carnevale. And as a reminder, this item is an informational item meant to spur conversation and discussion about the Innovation Fund opportunity that's in front of the Commission. To Commissioner Carnevale's comments, there's been a long history of innovation investments by this Commission, but it has switched with the passage of the Behavioral Health Services Act. We now have a different approach to take when it comes to innovation. And there is a lot of pressure with what is the impact that we're going to make. So this conversation really was intended to get commissioners thinking around what the potential is for that innovation fund, to also ensure that we have greater dialogue with the public about what is on the table right now for consideration. I'm sure commissioners, based on your personal experience, your professional expertise, you also have ideas. This is not the only time that we're going to be discussing the innovation fund. It starts today. You raised a couple of potential action items that we can bring to the March meeting that might align with our committee structure and raise other possibilities to engage in voting, but wanted to open it up for discussion. We only have about a half hour left of our meeting before we start to lose people, and I want to be mindful of what we need to vote on.
Yes, I think that we've decided that we would need to just authorize the expenditure authorization, the contracts, and the reappropriations in the budget presentation. So we won't go through the budget presentations, but I would seek to get the approval for the contracts before we adjourn.
What does that mean?
It's in the commissioner's mid-year budget update. So instead of, no, it's not this item. So that's one more item that we would need to visit or vote before adjourning, ideally.
Okay, so let's give this presentation or this conversation about 10 minutes, knowing that we're going to have ample time to discuss the Innovation Fund at the March meeting. I see.
And remember, we have public comment too.
Just kidding. Okay. 10 minutes. Commissioner Chambers, Commissioner Mitchell.
I'll be real quick. I just want to thank Carnevale for listening. I can tell that you have been listening. I've been on like every site visit that you referred to with the brain science, and I'm totally just enamored. As a young practitioner, I've been almost a part of, for the last 15 years, of innovations projects as a county subcontractor, and really have seen some of the barriers to bringing communities in the, contracting. So I would just say, as points to consider, how do we uplift in this innovations workplace mental health? I think the biggest barrier with all this stuff is keeping the workforce healthy. And I don't want to say we want to rely on technology, but when I see all this and when I see what Prop 1 does, and it really doesn't put the pressure on the commercial plans to have the same accountability. So how do we have collaboration with the private sector and workplace mental health, ensuring that we, like I said, empower the community to be involved and not just funneling, not that you saying that, but I think I'm just being blunt. You know, people don't want the company, this money funneled to private companies and technology companies and consultant firms. So how do we have a balance between those companies that are innovative and making sure the communities are co-leaders, co-partners, co-implementers, and have access to work and do the same work? And yeah, I think that financing models and billing are a major issue. I really hope that we address that, because, I mean, I see this in like all the new implementation of the new laws right now. People are worried about billing. Nonprofits are closing their doors. We don't even know if we want to implement this stuff because we're going to go out of business. Our indirect rate is crazy. So just like outcomes-based work and giving organizations a little bit more money to do a little bit more instead of just milking them for every penny. So I'm really excited to hear all this, and I can tell you really listened. Thank you.
Mitchell, please.
Commissioner Chambers is always so deep, and I'm always so light. But here's my comment, Commissioner Carnevale. Thank you for the presentation. I think you broke it down from a very macro level. And I'm going to ask a question of us as commissioners that I asked in 2016. I think my very first meeting, and we were having a discussion regarding travel claims. And I remember saying, why are we discussing travel claims? I thought I came here to discuss mental health issues, behavioral health, because I stepped over a few people getting in the door. I think I remember saying something like that, and I was looked at real crazy because it was kind of a rude statement, because I was real irritated because I have a kid with a severe mental illness. And so I'm speaking for all parents who have loved ones, children, you know, with severe mental illness. And to Dr. Sy, you know, now he's driving that substance abuse, and I applaud that too and welcome it. So I guess my comment is, why am I walking over even more people in 2025? If I go up to our old building, I was up there a couple of weeks ago because I went to the Zen Shishan concert, and I parked in front of the building, and it was just wild, the number of people who now camp outside our old building in 2025. So I'm still asking myself, what are we doing? You know, I love the work. We have spent millions. I'm not being critical. I'm just asking those questions for people like me. Why are we still in this space? And we are so smart. The presentation that Commissioner Carnevale and I attended yesterday, there are solutions. There are major solutions for these problems, but there's still stigma for the poor, the disenfranchised, those who are locked up, because there's no power there. We are the system, we're the power, and for some reason, we still can't seem to fix this and have outcomes. Because why do we not know how your loved one is doing, has been doing, what happened to them once they got into treatment? Because that's what we're about. Behavioral health is 2025. So I would just like for us to consider seriously some of the conversation that Commissioner Carnevale brought up, because we will be doing this in 2030 if we cannot figure out how to measure what it is that we are doing. We're putting the money out there. Counties come, counties get it, programs. Who are we really helping when the numbers have grown. It's undeniable. We're working in silos and little potholes in every one of our communities. And this is just not all COVID. We are still walking over people every day with serious mental health issues and SUD issues. That is a problem. And if we can't fix it, as Commissioner Carnevale said, who else is it?
Yeah.
That is the question.
Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. I saw Commissioner Sheriff Brown and Commissioner Gordon. And then if it's okay with folks, we're going to go to public comment. Oh, just kidding. And do I say Commissioner Schwartz? Commissioner Schwartz? Okay. Commissioner Brown.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. First of all, I just want to say that I think all of us owe a great debt of gratitude to Commissioner Carnevale for really talking the talk and walking the walk on doing things innovative. And he has been an extraordinary champion in this regard. And my hope is that we will have a more robust discussion about this in March. But to recognize that what we really need to do is to do so much more than is being done now. The mental health and substance abuse treatment programs, the programs for people with developmental disabilities, they are all inadequate in our state. People fall through the cracks all the time, and Commissioner Mitchell hit the nail right on the head with what she was saying. And the reality is there's never going to be enough money in one pot or one location to get any of this done. And we need to adopt that strategy that we adopted in the commission report that we wrote, Together We Can. And we need to look out not just within the public sector at aligning ourselves with other organizations and other entities, such as the hospitals and such as the other service organizations that specialize in this field. But we really need to look outside the box and really look to the private sector that has an incredible potential for us to gain more treasure that's needed to accomplish more great things. And our current system, as I said, it's woefully ineffective, which in essence means that it's broken. And we really need to look at other ways of doing business and take a hard, long look at how we can partner with the corporate world, with the philanthropic world, with individual donors, with others who would be willing to step up in this arena and really help us provide critically needed services to those who are just not getting them right now. So thank you, Steve, for all you did.
Thank you. Commissioner Gordon?
I agree with Sheriff Brown's comments about Steve Carnevale and thank you. And I want to volunteer for your work group on sustainable financing. I live that dream every day, and I'd like to help. But thank you for your innovative ideas.
Thank you. Please.
I was originally going to just ask how you wanted input. I did read the innovations paper, but if some of you know me, I really can't keep my mouth shut. So I'm going to start off with some of my opinions, and it was triggered by what Commissioner Mitchell said. I feel that the thrust of the innovation paper is a little too much into pure research and neuroscience. I have been in and out of the mental health world as a policy person and representing clients for many years. And I also have some history when we first started working on the AIDS crisis. And back then, we put millions into research. And at one point, the community came to us and said, It's great you're doing all this academic research, but it's not reaching the people who need it. So I would like to suggest that when we talk about innovation, we need to talk about an innovative way to get people into treatment. There is, we know a lot about treatment. We do have solutions, but there's such a small percentage of people that are actually utilizing the system. And why is that? So I would put forth that we look at least setting aside some of the innovation money to look for innovative ways to get people into the existing treatment programs.
Thank you for that. And I think it goes without saying that we love strong opinions in this commission. So please speak away. I'm going to hand it over to Mariani for public comment. We have a number of them. Given that we are limited on time, if folks could please be flexible and limit your public comment to 2 minutes. I apologize for that, but we want to be able to hear everybody. And ideally, we still want to vote on an item that is regarding some of our contracts. So thank you. And please remember, we will also raise this discussion with more time at the March meeting to provide additional opportunity for public comment and discussion.
Thank you, Chair. We currently have 4 in-room comments, and then we have 16 online comments. The first in-room comment is from Vatana.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Fatana Bung, Executive Director of the Cameroon Family in Orange County. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to each and every commissioner, current and new, for opening up today's meeting with a commitment to including diverse community members, stakeholders, and community organizations as part of the process of what the commission is doing. Thank you for that. I'm here today to kindly ask the commission to form a committee to gather input from diverse community organizations and stakeholders and to develop the plan for administering the Innovation Partnership Fund. So we need to have the committee. The committee should include community stakeholders and the community organization that the commission has always been proud of that, and all in addition to state agency. And we hope that these will be able to share their challenges on the ground and together provide comprehensive and community-centered feedback regarding how to best invest innovation fund to meet the needs of the underserved, low-income community member as it is originally intended. For example, the fund could be used to fund innovative strategies informed by the community or stakeholders and community organizations, in addition to state agents, to increase mental health workforce in the most underserved community like I described this morning. In addition, when there is a committee, the public can provide comments or have questions that can be addressed by commissioner and the commission staff in real time. Such engagement will continue to help build trust and confidence in the commission. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next in-room comment is from Stacy.
Stacy Hiramoto with REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. I want to wholeheartedly support the comments of Vatana Payong. I think you'll hear a lot of the same thing. Commissioner Carnevale is a visionary, but we are trying to get this a little bit back down to earth where at least the other departments are getting the input of the community and making decisions collaboratively. And some of the comments I have, I did not see the presentation that we just saw in the materials, so I have my comments directed to the materials in the packet. So just so you go, why is she talking about these things? These are the things that you provided to us beforehand. I mean, I think we really need to make sure we're not going too fast and jumping the gun. I don't think the commission has even established the definition of innovation yet. And don't tell me, oh, well, yeah, that's been done for years. No. For example, with Prop 1, the Department of Healthcare Services changed the definition of early intervention to the delight of the community who asked for those changes. But when I was looking at the materials, it just feels like a lot of decisions regarding the Innovation Partnership Fund have been made, and a lot of activity has been taking place before the commission before the commission even developed this definition. In the materials, there is a lot of talk of brain capital, again, in the white paper. And what I wanted to know is, if you look at your white paper and the summary of the one public listening session you have had yet, the stakeholders, not any of them mentioned brain capital.
Thank you, Stacey. You're interrupt. Please wrap up your comment.
Okay, let alone promoted it as something to be funded with the Innovation Partnership. I also feel that you need to look at the UOP McGeorge Law School contract that was $500,000 sole source given to this project, and I don't remember that being discussed. And I'm sorry I'm taking over time, but I think these are some of the issues that we need to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Our next comment is from Carly.
Good afternoon. My name is Carly Kaufman. I'm an MSW intern from UC Berkeley, currently working at Safe Passages in Oakland, as well as with their advocacy with the California Reducing Disparities Project. In all honesty, it was a bit discomforting and concerning that in the slides that were presented here, it says that this is an opportunity for commissioners to evaluate, fund, and pursue their own interests. This is a bit disconcerting as we are hoping that these interests could be for the community and are co-created by community members. As those here today to speak on this item will and have addressed, it is crucial for this commission to uphold transparency and collaboration with community stakeholders. And I would like to emphasize that such partnerships and communications must be with those who are facing some of the greatest threats with the new presidential administration, the trans and LGBTQ+ communities. LGBTQ folk are Americans, are Californians, and are at the intersection of racial, disability, and political oppression. In the face of such conflict, this commission has the ability to ensure the LGBTQ community is not neglected and has the power to serve them with the funds for innovation as not only a form of resistance to political abuse through the executive orders, but also for the health and safety of our communities. With proper defining of innovation, underserved populations can be the pilots of their mental and behavioral health programming as they are the experts of their lived social and geographic circumstances. Please ensure the groups Prop 1 specifies are the ones collaborating and supporting the process of this commission and the development of the RFP. Thank you for your time and welcome to the new members.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Gulshan.
Good afternoon. My name is Gulshan Yusufzai, and I am the Executive Director of Mass Social Services Foundation, a nonprofit that focuses on the wellness and mental health of the immigrant and refugees in Sacramento. I'm also, my organization is one of the 35 organizations that are under the California Reducing Disparities Project, and welcome to all the new commissioners, and thank you so much for your time to listen to us today. The new policies at the federal level are impacting our communities, so in terms of anti-immigrant, anti-LGBTQ, and anti-DEI. This component of Proposition 1 should be used to counter and protect these communities, ensure they are not neglected and left unserved. As of July 2021, over 100,000 refugees have been resettled in the United States. Around 36 to 38% are placed in Sacramento. And out of that 100, over 100, 50% are children and youth, and these are Afghan refugees. I forgot to mention in the beginning, I've been in the field for over 20 years in terms of mental health, but I'm also an Afghan myself and gone through the whole refugee process as a kid. And so doing this as an adult now to serve my community. In terms of these Afghan refugees who are coming from a country that has been in war and conflict for over 40 years, now they're being placed in Sacramento and all over California, by I think 7 to 8 counties are impacted. The initial support refugees receive are for 90 days, and they are left on their own after that. Organizations that serve refugees step in after that, like the one I'm serving. But the RAs, the resettlement agents, serve them for about 90 days. And the ones that do step in after the resettlement agencies help them for 90 days are very, very few, especially the ones who could speak the language, who understand the culture, and get what's happening to these communities who have lived experience. And the agency that I serve, MASSF, in the past year, we've served over 2,300 refugees.
Thank you, Gold. On your 2 minutes are up. Please wrap up your comment.
Sure. And that's been in terms of peer support, case management, education. Again, very few organizations. And in the past month, federal funding has been frozen for resettlement agencies. So what this means, just to wrap it up very quickly, is all these refugees that have come in now need support. And when the resettlement agencies cannot help them, they come to the organizations that are very few, and they need lots of support, not to mention all the mental health challenges and traumas that they've endured that are settling in and are being need support. And lastly, of course, the school districts are highly impacted with this, with San Juan and Twin Rivers being the top two. And of course, like I mentioned, the youth and children that are there and their families are going to be highly impacted on this. Thank you so much for your time.
That was our last in-room comment. Online, we have, I believe, Eva, your line is open.
Thank you so much. For the last 50 years, I'm the executive director of Whole Systems Learning. We're part of CRDP. For the last 50 years, I've been part of community development and health programs across the country. And the one thing, and a lot of public-private partnerships, and the one thing that I know for sure is that corporate and philanthropic interests are not going to have the solutions for the health of the majority of the population of the state of California, which is people of color. So we heard a lot of innovative thinking, but what we didn't hear is about underserved and low-income people and reducing disparities. We have the answers. We have innovation. We have transformational change. We have lower costs. We are customer-centric. We have had outcome-based contracting. We have music and the arts. We have a universal approach to trauma, which comes in the form of the concepts around complex trauma. And all of these words have been encapsulated in CRDP and community-based solutions. And when we look outside the community, the corporations, the universities, the research institutions have never been able to create the outcome and the solutions and the innovations for our communities, because they do not live in the community, they don't know about the community, they're not culturally based in the community, and so they don't have the information, the background, or the experience to come up with innovative solutions for underserved and low income and groups that are treated that have disparities. So I think that what we need to do is look in what has
Thank you, Eva.
already
Your
been
2 minutes are up. Please
successful,
wrap up your comment.
what has already been successful for the state of California. And I think we already have it. And to not look within means that we're never going to find what we're looking for.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public comment is from Regina. Your line is open.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to speak. My name is Regina Mason. I'm the co-founder of the Village Project in Monterey County, California. It's primarily African American serving, and but we serve all people that need help. Over 99% of the people we serve are low income, underserved members of our community. We're also part of the California Reducing Disparities Project, and I echo everything that everyone has already said in terms of creating a commission because the old adage, nothing about us without us, it's almost as if hearing these wonderful slide presentations and all of that, and I don't want to take away, they were very great to hear and see. However, we need to go back to square one and really make sure that the community voices are uplifted and heard. Our clinic is the only African-American serving clinic to provide mental health services in the whole county. I came from the field of child welfare, and I've worked with every system in the county that should be serving all people, but it does not serve all people. And so you have to look to the community, the CRDP for innovation, because our organization would never have come to fruition without the Mental Health Services Act. So for 17 years, this is a program that could be looked at as a best practice kind of program, and all other 35 of the organizations as well. So I will go ahead and yield back the rest of my time for others to speak. Thank you so much. And welcome to the new commissioners.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Josefina. Your line is open.
Thank you so much, Josefina Alvarado Mena. I'm the CEO of Safe Passages, and I wanted to start my comments by saying that this commission is the holder of the public trust in the implementation of the Behavioral Health Services Act and the investment of the funds generated by that act. The events reported last fall created a crisis of that public trust, and the public trust in the commission must be repaired. And the innovations exercise is an important part of doing that. I want to direct my comments to the white paper that was presented in the materials and uplift a couple of sections. That report, our paper, includes a statement envisioning a community-centered innovation ecosystem. Yet there is no consideration of how our communities define innovation or how our communities have driven innovation in California. The community is completely left out of the innovation recipe described repeatedly in the white paper. The absence of consultation with community and culturally based experts / big thinkers is striking. In addition, the paper includes a statement strategically focused on social need. The human-centered design is referenced as being used to tailor services to cultural needs, but cultural practices are not considered or referenced in the paper. Another statement is available and effective for all. The Commission's vision for the innovation ecosystem should include a public commitment to ensure that research and development funded by public innovation funds should be the intellectual property of the people of California. In addition, there's a section called Public in Every Stage. Examples of public innovation catalysts are included in the white paper. However, there are no examples of community-centered or community-driven public innovation catalysts like the CRDP, a culturally or community-based innovation cluster like the CRDP could also be accelerated to serve the communities with the greatest needs in California. Finally, there's a section called community-centered research.
Your minutes are up. Please wrap up your comment.
Thank you. However, what is described does not represent a paradigm shift. Prop 1 innovation funds are public dollars. Innovation should dictate the research is community designed and driven. Only then can the commission ensure that projects are designed to serve all Californians. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Carolina. Your line is open.
Thank you. My name is Carolina Reyes, and I work with the Public Health and Community Health team with Safe Passages. We're a nonprofit based in Oakland, and we really work supporting the safety net and community health of low-income and marginalized students, families, and communities in Oakland. I'm also going to uplift and address some quotes from the white paper. So on page 4, it states that California policymakers have a distinct opportunity to fully incorporate community voice into the system-level change initiatives from design. Human-centered design principles fortified by growing experience in community empowerment have the potential to alloy the analysis traditionally used to determine where to pursue innovations and how to determine effectiveness. Moreover, community voice will be essential in deploying innovations to reduce disparities and improve social outcomes. So now we agree that the commission has an incredible opportunity to engage with the community in this process. However, the process to date has not realized this vision. Moving forward, we ask that the commission open the process to fully engage the community at all levels of the process and to ensure that innovation, invest in and build public trust in this process. And I think also detailing to the presentation shared earlier, I think that innovation is important. It's important that we seek out new strategies, but also if we don't include the voices of the community members often more impacted by these behavioral health issues and don't have all the resources to really access and support them, we leave them behind. So if you leave the community behind, you'll have innovative solutions that aren't truly inclusive of everyone, that especially those that need the interventions most, that have the most barriers and the less resources. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Danny. Your line is open.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Danny Therical. I serve as Public Policy Coordinator with Mental Health America of California. I want to thank you for having me. Today, I'm just going to share some of the concerns regarding the previous work that was done on the Innovation Partnership Plan as it relates to the background documents that were provided. The previous commission demonstrated a lack of transparency and meaningful community engagement. And as we all try to move forward together, we're concerned that this pattern is potentially continuing with this opportunity here. The Innovation Partnership Fund background document references work that was conducted in London, that even work that was done prior to the passage of Prop 1, including the 2023 Commission Organized Health Events in New York. So it raises some questions about how these past efforts are informing our current decisions. I do also want to highlight some language concerns in the document provided, a vision for innovation in behavioral and brain health. As a peer-run organization, the use of the word term brain health does not align with our recovery values. And so I know many other peer-run organizations also share this perspective, which brings into the question how many, how involved were peers involved into this prior work. Moving forward, we truly believe that the work in the Innovation Partnership Fund must be reevaluated to execute a community engagement process that is more reflective of the peer, local, and county needs, especially considering the new appointed commissioners and stakeholders included in these discussions and the work. Lastly, on a separate but somewhat related note, in the document, in some of the documents, it states that Mental Health America of California participated in a framing focus group on September 17th on 2024. After reviewing our records and speaking with our team members.
Thank you, Stanley. Your 2 minutes are up. Please wrap up your comment.
Absolutely. After speaking with our team members and looking at our records, we couldn't find any documents related to that focus group meeting. So we'd like to request from staff if they can give us copies of those agenda and minutes so we can have copies for our records. Thank you.
Thank you.
Staff will follow up.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Sonia. Your line is open.
Hi there. Are you able to hear me okay? Just need to be sure.
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. When Commissioner Mitchell spoke, it caused me just a great deal of emotion. Just having her reflect on the numbers of years she has been engaged in this work and as a commissioner, and how she sees that, not enough has changed. And I want to just reflect on a couple of things. Thank you to colleagues who are a part of the California Reducing Disparities Project for their comments, as always, standing in the gap for community, because that's what we do. I had an opportunity recently to seek out some mental health care for my own 14-year-old through a program that was mentioned in the commissioner's report. And, I asked several questions, and some of them included, do you have, any African Americans, who can provide peer support? Oh, no, sorry, we don't. Okay. Do you have any men who can provide. Yes, 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 we have one, and no African Americans. And this is a school-based program, and I was very disappointed by it. I just wanted to express that. But for this purpose, I want to just say that the California Reducing Disparities Project was an innovation, and I believe a very successful innovation. And I believe very much that, that project is an example of where the state could continue to invest resources if it does the research and studies that project to determine whether or not there have been effective outcomes for communities, marginalized communities. So I thank you all very much, but I'm like, why are we sort of
Thank you,
revisiting
Sonia.
things
Your
when
2 minutes are
there
up.
is all,
Your comment.
of course, when there's already, an opportunity and some evidence of, work that's being done, work that is community defined practices, not just evidence based, which is often referred to, which was mentioned in the commissioner's report, which is mentioned in the comments in the earlier packages that you all sent out. So we can do better. And I appreciate that we are even allowed to come here and provide public comments to encourage us to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Joel. Your line is open.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Joel Baum. I'm also a member of Safe Passages, one of the CRDP organizations. I use he and him pronouns, and I wanted to specifically speak to the issue of transparency. One of the speakers earlier mentioned the difficulties the commission faced in the fall. I think the loss of public trust is something to take seriously, and is something that really requires the commission, as you navigate the Innovations Partnership Fund, to not just establish a work group, but a full committee, a committee that is responsive to, must report publicly within the commission meetings to talk about where the decisions and how the decisions are being made. I also want to elevate the importance of emphasizing community-defined evidence practices alongside evidence-based practices. The community-defined evidence practices, or CDEPs, that are part of the California Reducing Disparities Project and many other community-based efforts, have demonstrated culturally competent and appropriate approaches to solving mental health challenges in communities who have often been left behind in previous efforts. We cannot ignore that. CDEP language was actually added to some of the legislation that ultimately was part of Prop 1's passing. And I want to encourage the commission, as you look at Innovations Partnership, to elevate CDEP language as well. That's as important now as ever. Please, please become transparent in this work. You have some repair work to do, and this is a great opportunity to do it. Thank you to the new commissioner members, and congratulations to the new commissioner, chairperson, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Lueni. Your line is open.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Lueni Masina, and I am the project coordinator for the Essence Amana program, a CDEP that serves the Pacific Islander population under the California Reducing Disparities Project with Asian American Recovery Services, a program of Health Right 360. I am speaking today because our communities, our families are under attack. Immigrants, BIPOC, LGBTQIA+ folks, and the work of diversity, equity, and inclusion are all being targeted. And I say this as a proud Samoan woman whose people fall victim to. This isn't just about politics or policies, it's about people. These decisions are affecting real people, real families, and real lives. Since the new administration took over, fear and uncertainty have been growing. Our families are being separated, basic human rights are being rolled back, and mental despair at a high. And the fight for fairness and opportunity is being shut down. These policies don't protect us. They're harming us. And now is the time to raise our voices more than ever. We need to ensure that the most vulnerable in our communities are not only protected, but included, and to fight for innovative resources and support to address behavioral health disparities among the underserved and unserved. We need to do better because our communities deserve better. This is our time to take action, to demand change. Echoing all who have gone before me, please, please, we ask that you stand with us to make sure that Prop 1 is used to defend and uplift the people who need it most. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Lynn. Your line is open.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Lynn Rivas, Dr. Lynn Rivas, actually. Got my PhD from sociology at UC Berkeley. I mention it since Berkeley was featured in your comments, Commissioner Carnevale. I wanted to applaud you for your passion, and I also wanted to applaud the focus on outcomes. However, let's not reinvent the wheel. When I worked for a peer organization in Alameda County, we did collect data on outcomes. So anyway, just food for thought. Individuals, I also have a serious mental illness, and individuals living with serious mental health challenges are currently trying to navigate their experiences with depression, anxiety, delusions, and psychosis, and we seek meaning, purpose, and community. With 20 million available this year, there's a pressing need to address the significant harm caused by Proposition 1, particularly regarding the defunding of peer support organizations. When possible, we do aspire to become valuable contributors to the economy. We're seeking support through evidence-based best practices, such as peer support services, as well as the community-defined evidence practices, such as those from the organizations of the California Disparities Project. These organizations, peer-run and community-based or community-based, can help us begin our recovery journey. Some of us may become so successful that we will eventually be hired by those very same organizations as peer support workers ourselves. Peer support services is an innovative approach that California has not fully realized. So we can be innovative by taking it all the way. Much needs to be done to ensure that people with mental health challenges receive the best possible support, and investing in peer support is a step in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next comment is from the last name Afoa. Your line is open.
Hi everybody, my name is Fali Fasirio Fora. I am a college student of the Samoan descent, part of the Pioneers program at Asian American Recovery Services, where they serve our Pacific Islander community in San Mateo County. This is my first time making a public comment. The new policies at the federal level are impacting our Pacific Islander community. This component of Prop 1 should be used to counter and protect our community and ensure we are not neglected and left unserved. If it wasn't for pioneers, I would have never given mental health the acknowledgement it deserves and would still be stuck in the toxic environment and mindset I used to be in. Pioneers has helped me in so many ways. I can't even begin on where to start. In a way, pioneers have saved me. And thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Aaliyah. Your line is open.
Talafalava and greetings, commissioners. My name is Aaliyah Potanofa Amavai. I am of Samoan and Tongan descent and currently reside in San Mateo County, and this is my first time speaking in a space like this, so thank you for this time. I'm a member of both the Pioneers Program under Asian American Recovery Services and the Pacific Islander Initiative under the BHRS Office of Diversity and Equity in partnership with Samoan Solutions. When I was 5 years old, my mom and her older sister started their own nonprofit organization, Samoan Solutions. They built connections with organizations like Asian American Recovery Services and BHRS Office of Diversity and Equity, and many more. I saw firsthand what service looked like and how much our people needed it. Now, as a transitional age youth, I am enrolled in programming that support my mental health, cultural connection, and financial struggles, and that even allow me to give back and serve my Pacific Islander community here in the diaspora. But now I face the reality that what I've always known, the work that has uplifted our people, could be taken away. The thought of losing something so essential to our community isn't just disappointing, it's heartbreaking. The new policies at the federal level are impacting our Pacific Islander community. This component of Prop 1 should be used to further fund programs like Pioneers, Essence of Mana, the Pacific Islander Initiative, and so many more that have been doing the work to continue to protect and serve our community, ensuring they are not neglected or left underserved. By taking the funding that support these programs, allow our people to receive services from people who look like them and can relate to their struggles and experiences. We are depriving current and future generations of their decision to want better for themselves. It makes me more determined to fight for the future of these programs and ensure the next generation has the same support, guidance, and cultural connection that shaped me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Donovan. Your line is open.
Greetings to all. My name is Donovan Iliganoa Fatamalala Tuitele. I am a proud Samoan and a student at a local community college. I am part of the Pioneers program under Asian American Recovery Services and the Pacific Islander Initiative in San Mateo County under the Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Office of Diversity and Equity, in partnership with Samoan Solutions nonprofit organization. As someone who has directly benefited from these programs, I've seen how vital they are not only as a student, but also as a young Pacific Islander, especially for those from underserved communities who often don't have access to the same resources and opportunities. Unfortunately, many of these communities continue to be overlooked, and without intentional efforts to equitably distribute these funds, they will remain under-resourced. That's why this part of Proposition 1 is so critical. It's not just about maintaining funding, it's about ensuring that these resources actually reach the communities that need them most. We need to prioritize those who have historically been underserved so that no one is left behind simply because of their background or where they come from. This is my first time speaking in a space like this, but I know how important it is to use my voice. I urge you to consider how these funds can be more effectively directed to those who need them most. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Noemi. Your line is open.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Noemi Tungui, and I come from the Purepecha descent from Michoacan, Mexico. I was born in Parangaricutiro, Michoacan. And I work for Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project. I'm a program manager for Living with Love, which is a prevention and early intervention program for mental health and domestic violence. We primarily support the local migrant indigenous community here on the Central Coast across 3 different counties. We are also a CDEP within the California Reducing Disparities Project, and we're very proud to be part of this collaborative. I'm really glad to see my colleagues here. I also want to take the time to welcome all the new commissioners in your new roles, speaking up and providing a voice for our communities, which is why I'm here. I want to start by thanking the folks who I reached out regarding Spanish interpretation for some of our promotoras who could not make it, unfortunately, because they are serving the community for reasons I will speak on in just a moment. But one thing I was shocked was that everyone was shocked that I requested Spanish interpretation because from what I was told, it just doesn't happen. So I think we need to reach out to those communities to hear what their needs are if, according to the definition of this fund, it is meant to support underserved communities. And we've been inappropriately served, underserved, etc., for so many decades. Here at MyCup, we have been shifting a lot of our work to support rapid response around the targeting of our communities who have been labeled as criminals for the color of our skin and for mistakes that a lot of white people here would likely get other consequences for. So we've had to shift a lot of our programming to virtual classes instead of in person because of this fear and targeting. So I really hope that we can go back to listening to the wisdom of the community and really redefine what innovation means from the perspective of our communities. And I really look forward to this next meeting to continue discussing with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last comment is from Nani. Your line is open.
Thank you so much, Talofa, and good afternoon. My name is Nani Wilson. I am from Asian American Recovery Services, and we are part of the California Reducing Disparities, and I am part of the Asian and Pacific Islander Hub. We're located in South San Francisco, and I am of Pacific Islander descent as well. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a longtime community advocate, and I want to honor this space that we're sharing and welcome the new and returning commissioners, but I really want to welcome those first-time speakers that you just heard, especially our young adults. I would like to request for our committee to develop plans for administering the Innovations Partnership Fund. The committee really should include community stakeholders of our BIPOC community to ensure that our voices are included in the language, especially the voices that you just heard by our young folks. It's really important that we are part of the conversation, and I want to make sure that, you know, it's addressed that we serve and include the underserved population, especially our low-income folks, that they are served by the awardees. I've paid witness, as you all have, by hearing our young folks' voices, how CDEPs are maintaining and improving the mental health status in our Pacific Islander community. We want to continue to raise the voices of our young folks, like you just heard today, for the very first time. We want to have more of our community be inclusive in these decisions that are made. Invite someone like them to be part of the committee. So we want to work together in partnership as we move towards further discussion of this innovation partnership. And I want to thank all of you who spoke before, and I support everything that our fellow speakers said. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. That was our last public comment from the queue. If you had your hand raised and weren't able to make public comment, please feel free to email your comments to publiccomment@bhsoac.ca.gov, and those public comments will be shared with commissioners next month. Thank you.
Thanks, Amariani. I also want to just appreciate the public comment, and to the last public commenter, agree on the appreciation for the courage it takes, particularly for young people, to come to these formal settings and express their concerns and use their voice for speaking truth to power. So thank you for being with us. We are 22 minutes over time, so I want to thank this community for being with us. We are going to table the remaining items until the March meeting. You have 2 days with us in March, so we will have ample time to complete not only the agenda items from today, but to continue the discussion around the Innovation Fund, as well as create space for orientation and do other regular items of business. And with that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much. Just kidding.
When the March meeting is, I'm not sure.
Yes.
It's the
25th, no, 26th and 27th. Wednesday, March 26th and Thursday, March 27th here in Sacramento. 2 full days. Full days with us. Looking forward to seeing everyone there. Thanks again, everybody.